city we were playing? Bahia.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
And hello everybody, welcome to SAL. What a beautiful view we have over Bahia here in Brazil. My God, really, they really went ham. Spent all the money on these beautiful drone shots over the beach. You can't get any better. Well, that's what you may be thinking, because we have some fantastic and fun-filled matches in store for you today. As always here on SAL, we go deeper and deeper into the stage 1 of the year with 3 more playdays, including today, left before those playoffs. Hi and welcome to the desk. I'm Milosh. With me are the wonderful Alfama and Fresh, as seen on EML. Gentlemen, how are you doing today?
Doing great. I kind of want to be wherever that drone was. Looking out of my window, I don't have the same weather at all. It's really cloudy and really steamy and hot. There's nothing that looks like Latin America. I'm kind of disappointed.
It's only
right
steamy
now.
and hot because Jack is here.
I'm pleased to report that Hull looks exactly the same as that drone shot that we've just seen. It's sunny outside, It's hot, it's warm, it's looking beautiful. I will say, all these beautiful drone shots, I want a major in every single one of those cities in South America because they all look incredible. Every time we go into Peru, I'm just like, I want to go there.
Yeah, right. Let's go to Lima. Let's go to Machu Picchu. I think hosting a major in Machu Picchu would definitely be a logistical nightmare, but that's not something for us to think about. Way above our pay grades at that point in time. And gentlemen, it really is a pleasure to have you on here and have a chat once more, as we have every single weekend, every Saturday specifically, because today we want to talk about EML. We talked about NAL. Hey, if you like tier 2 Siege, you can watch in there, but they're off this week. They're only back next week for competition. EML, what has happened in that last playday on Tuesday? Because just asking me very quick, I'll ask myself this: that VP G2 game was incredible.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we saw was it FaZe and Furia, or was it Furia W7M? One of the teams inside of South America put on probably one of the best of ones I've ever seen inside of this league. VPG2, Leo, they topped that this week. It was a phenomenal game on Bank.
Honestly, I don't know if they topped that, because I think both matches were absolutely incredible, but I guess they all lived up to the expectations of having absolute titans of international Siege face each other in their home region, and on both scenarios going all the way to the very last round, and honestly down to the thread of a needle. It wasn't honestly down to nothing. We've had some incredible matches, and it's reassuring to see some high quality teams right now in EML, because we've been lacking some great talent to go in this international stage and maybe have a chance at winning something. Really, except for Falcons, we've been missing those guys to be at the top of the level.
And even then, Falcons forever second. And we've seen last year when they played under Team BDS, which they actually played in the last playdate. It's the Spider-Man meme. However, when you go from, both the games were played on Bank, if I'm not mistaken. And you watch VPG2 and you go and watch BDS Falcons, a night and day difference of performance on Bank. Don't set yourself up for disappointment in that way. However, one team has been really creeping up those standings over the past couple of weeks has been Machiko, to big surprise, Jack.
Yeah, absolutely. They've been overperforming their underlying stats. I would say it's come down to a lot of clutches, a lot of close games. They've even had a couple of overtime wins thrown in there. But as we look at the league table, you can kind of see the top four. I would say really emerging: Secret, Falcons, G2, VP. From Europe, we've been used to basically seeing these four teams at every event in the last couple of years. And it looks like the same's going to happen this year. Matchco are, like I say, they're in that playoff race. And realistically, the bottom, 5 teams there, they're fighting out for that 6th spot. And honestly, any of them could get it. BDS currently in the driving spot. However, they've got a huge game coming up against Gen.G, who are level on points with them. So whoever wins that one will really take the bull by its horns to make that playoff spot.
Yeah, I think that next week is going to be so key for so many different reasons. 9 points remaining. They're going to make the difference for the first 2 teams right now to try and qualify directly to the semifinals of the playoffs. So obviously, Secret, Falcons right now are being tailed by G2 and VP, and most of these teams are facing each other next week. Starting also next Monday with a crazy banger between the top 2, by the way, Secret and Falcons. And then, obviously, like Jack said, I think especially BDS and Gen.G, Evan Fnatic kind of have the chance, have the potential to make it into playoffs. So really, it's all up for grabs in the super week of EML next week.
And actually, let's take a look at the next playday, specifically the next playday, not the entire week, because come Monday, this will be something else. Machiko, so more points from Machiko potentially get up there. Virtus Pro, then G2, then BDS and Falcon Secret. That is a game that definitely is the big stunner for the Dalio.
Yeah, I think if you look at especially the last 2 matches, I mean, BDS Gen.G will be a big one because they are playing right now. They have the same amount of points trying to make it into playoffs, and there is only quote-unquote two spots left out of the top 4. I don't think any team of the top 4 will fall. Actually, Secret, Falcons, and G2 are already confirmed to make playoffs. VP is the only team that might be in contention, and they could very much secure that against Wild on Monday. So if you look at this, you think Gen.G BDS, who makes the playoff spot? And at the same time, Secret and Falcons, banger match to decide maybe who's going to be the European champion of the group stage.
Yeah, and really it is about that group stage now. When it comes to qualifying to EWC, there's 5 spots for EU. It's 4 for all the other regions except for EU getting that extra 5th, because BDS, now Falcons, had 1 in the previous year. That's how the slots are being allotted. And so being in the top 6, you're basically just thinking, hey, only one of us just can't make it. Everybody else, they're going to have a shot to make it to the event of the summer.
Exactly, yeah. 6 teams in playoffs, of course, 5 spots will get that golden invite that you want. It's important for top 2 because top 2, you will be, if you finish top 2 in the league, you'll be top 4 no matter what, which means you will get that invite regardless of what happens in playoffs. And then for every other team that just makes playoffs, you have to win 1 best of 3. And that's as much as it is, because even if you lose your first playoff game, you get that 5th place match, you win that, and obviously that's your golden ticket.
And realistically, gentlemen, we've seen such a huge gap between the top 4. Honestly, Milosh, I don't think we're gonna see any of this big 4 missing EWC.
No, given the state of things, and I've been watching EML very closely, it seems like the evidence is there plainly to be seen. But like you said, position 5 and 6 may be contentious with multiple teams down in those standings. Gentlemen, always good to talk about EML with the EML experts here on the show. I hope that sets all of our viewers up for Monday, July 7th, where you have to go and watch EML. You legally have to, or else I will be sad because you're not there watching it. That's all I'm going to say for it. Anyways, let's move on to playday number 7 of SAL. Like I said, there's only 9 playdays for every single region here in SAL. Is getting real close. Our match of the day today, NIP versus W7M. And to be honest, it doesn't even stop because Furia Black Dragons is the final game of the day. And honestly, my eyes are just crossed here between those 2 games, thinking either one of these could be match of the day, Leo.
Yeah, honestly, if I had the pick, you already know who I would pick, because my favorite Dark Horse Black Dragons are facing the crazy Furia, so obviously that would be my match of the day. But I understand the choice of production as well. NIP, W7M, I mean, NIP are on the back of a huge resurgence. They're right now top 2 of SAL. W7M has massively dropped the ball. Initially, before last week, they had a 100% win rate. They were looking super dominant and then dropped the ball and lost twice last week, which should make them, I guess, reachable or within the reach of NIP, which should give us a really good matchup. The last two ones, honestly, it's going to be high quality siege. It's going to be teams that are on the same level, and it should be, I guess, some overtime bangers. So super excited to see them today.
But Jack, because of the way that our standings look right now, the first three games also could have a huge impact on basically half of the top six.
Yeah, absolutely. I was really looking at ENX Loud game, because Loud, they're looking pretty secure in playoffs, but ENX are the first team outside of that top six. They're in 6th spot at the minute. 7th spot at the minute with 6 points. They get a regulation win. I know it would be an upset, but if they could find a regulation win, they put a lot of pressure because they would go level with Furia. So they would put a lot of pressure on that game 5, which for me, I kind of want the chaos of that Milosh. I want all the underdogs to win just to clump everybody together inside of that league.
And speaking, I guess, of underdogs, one player that has been on the comeback after having been one of the big dogs and now basically the underdog in the league is Muzi. So is he back or not? Let's ask him.
Então, tá sendo uma experiência muito da hora. Já vou voltar no CGX, né? Pô, tô gostando muito da BD. Assim, o pessoal que me recebeu muito bem, tanto a org como os jogadores, assim. Então, tô feliz demais.
Well, with all this energy, I'm starting to doubt if you're really too happy, Muzi. Okay, I get it. Waking up early for interviews isn't easy, so we'll cut you some slack. Besides, Muzi's return to competitive Siege deserves a celebration. After all, he's a global R6 legend, an NIP icon, and Brazil's first invitational champion. This story began back in 2017 with Santos Dex, when a 16-year-old Muzi made his pro debut. But his adventure was cut short when age restrictions forced the young prodigy to wait until 2019 to join Ninjas in Pajamas, where he truly made his mark on Rainbow Six. The results? You already know. 5 years leading the squad, 2 invitational finals, 1 title, major runner-up, BR6 runner-up, and a passport full of stamp. His departure from NIP was amicable, leaving his future open. While figuring things out, Muzi streamed his face all over the internet, but that phase passed. Luckily for us, he is back in calm, shining in-game and helping Black Dragons fight for their rightful place. But here's the real question. Why did he return to pro play? What happened along the way? Explain it to us, Muzi, please, and try to show some energy this time.
Sempre gostei de competir, ia ser muito difícil abandonar esse lado da minha vida, de parar de competir. Acho que eu precisava mais de um tempo mesmo e agora estamos voltando aí com tudo para voltar aos trilhos aí, se Deus quiser.
Yeah, no hype today. But who cares? We've got Muzi back in R6, and he hasn't disappointed. 102 average rating, positive KD, 1 MVP performance, and Black Dragon sitting 3rd in SAL halfway through the season. A lot of that comes from Muzi's veteran experience. At 24, he is now leading a young, talented roster, all younger than him. So Muzi, how's that experience helping Black Dragons in SAL?
Eu acho muito legal poder passar essa XP pra galera. Pô, eu vivi muitas das coisas que eu vivi sendo muito novo, então eu sinto muito na pele do que o pessoal sente, o que o pessoal passa, o que passa na cabeça deles. Com o tempo eu consigo agregar bastante nesse lado da experiência de já ter vivido essas coisas aí pra eles.
Alright, perfect. To wrap things up, give us your prediction for Black Dragons' performance this season.
Cara, eu acho que a BD tem total chance de disputar títulos grandes. A gente é uma line nova, mas a gente está fazendo acontecer nos treinos, a gente conseguindo fazer acontecer no campeonato, a gente tem muita chance de disputar pelas cabeças aí.
And with that Hollywood star pose from Muzi, I am out. Thanks everyone, see you next time.
Muzi is back and definitely on Leo's favorite team. He's not the only heavy hitter on this squad, as Laxon has kind of been talking about Maki now for quite a bit, and as have we on the Saturday desk. But what sets Muzi apart, Leo, in your mind?
I think it's the I think it's the perfect story for him in a sense that he basically started almost at the same year as I did. He grinded for like 4 years and a half. And I know the pressure that you have playing 60, 70 hours a week, the pressure he had on his name as well. At NIP, you know, loads of fans that were heavily disappointed in the last 2 years of his career because they would never get to the same heights of that Six Invitational win in 2021. And so to take a break, a year-long break, without going away from the game, by the way, he just reconnected with the passion of the game. He had no pressure doing content creation. He was just having fun, and yet he stayed sharp. And when he came back with a great project, a fresh start, and a new role as a leader. And that, for me, enables him to just find a new motivation, surrounded by new teammates, no pressure whatsoever in Black Dragons, and that's why it's working. And honestly, it's beautiful to see. Everything feels right for him in that lineup.
And for you, Jack, what makes him that piece within Black Dragons, that roster that puts them so high up in the standings, really back from nothing?
I think it's the challenge, like Leo said. It's the challenge of going into a new role, of being the leader, of bringing more players through the system, and it changes the dynamic. And therefore, you know, if you've lost your passion from old Siege, you need to take a break, whatever that is. When you're presented with that new challenge of building a roster, building another, I suppose, legacy, if you want to call it that way, that can get a fire inside of your belly. And I think Muzi got that. And I think if you look at the Black Dragons team, you know, there's a lot of people that have come through that team, that ecosystem, that have then gone on to be some of the top players in Brazil, and that's quite exciting, right? So I think a lot of people would have wanted to be a part of that.
Yeah, take the break, reignite the passion, and come back with a renewed love like never before. I think we've all had that experience in one way or another for career, studies, or games, or whatever it may be. Gentlemen, let's take a look at our standings so far in SAL. Of course, we are starting off with Playday number 7, and Black Dragons are sitting at 3rd place. They're tied points-wise with FaZe at 12, and 13 are tie between W7M and NIP. Other than that, Loud and Furia at 11 and 9 points each, and then it's just dropping down with 6, 5, 5, and 4 between ENX Liquid, Mindset, and Lost Jack. This is really getting to the tough times. 9 points is the maximum you can guarantee in these next 3 play days.
Absolutely, and of course we're going to be guaranteeing, or we're not guaranteeing, but teams can guarantee themselves a spot in the playoffs this week, because there's 9 points still to play for, as you mentioned, and 6 of them will be determined in today's fixtures or tomorrow's fixtures. So that means if you're up there in the top 6, particularly I'm looking at NIP and Black Dragons there, who maybe before the stage didn't necessarily appreciate that they might be in the top 2 kind of conversations. Well, they are right now. A very, very strong week this week could cement them inside of that top 2 position.
Yeah, and if you think of the interesting points here, looking at the standings, a few of things, Loud, for example, before last week, were back against the wall, could not qualify to playoffs. It was looking very grim for them. And then 2 crazy upset victories, and they're there, 5th spot, 11 points, and they can make it again. And if you look at other things, Furia, somehow 3 wins in a row, but only 9 points because they keep winning in overtime. So they're not that far away from ENX, which is crazy, because when you look at the 2 teams on paper, I mean, one team, most of the players didn't have tier 1 experience. And then you look at Team Liquid, and they've completely dropped the ball, 4 losses in a row, and only 1 win for the first time last week. You know, some great surprises still, and it shows that SAL has incredible talent, not only in the big teams, but also in the rest of the region.
Yeah, I think every team we've spoken to, that includes FaZe that you're now seeing on your screen in interviews at the end of their wins, keep saying you cannot underestimate anybody in SAL. You have to prepare for everybody in the same exact way. You have to play your heart out in every single match. Some, i.e. FaZe, have been able to complete that more often than not, but even they are not immune to that, gentlemen.
Absolutely. I think for FaZe Clan, we're used to seeing, they are the world champions. We're used to seeing them at the top and a really high level of consistency in the way they apply themselves in terms of games and in terms of results and performances. However, for FaZe Clan, each week we are now we're entering week 4 of the competition. In weeks 2 and 3, FaZe have had 1 win, 1 loss, which is very much not like them. And just looking back last week, they took a 4-7 loss against Loud, where they had the right game plan, and it was a poor execution. So for FaZe, what I'm looking for, because they are still in the top 4, top 2 conversations, what I'm looking for is a consistent week of performance this week. I want them to play as a unit, play to the game plan, which we've not necessarily seen, and don't rely on as much individual talent as they have been relying on in recent weeks.
I think it shows lacks of, I guess, performance after they won SI. I think a reload looked a little bit rough for them, and I think overall, you know, looking at this matchup against 9Z, it's the perfect way to come back. Because these guys, on the other hand, you know, they clearly were on paper one of the weakest teams, I guess, in ACL. And they've proved us that, you know, I guess they had it in them, that they could get close, that they could even, you know, send Furia to overtime. They've shown a certain level. But clearly, when you look at these players and when you look at the performance so far, you can clearly see the label of inexperience. They cannot close the games. They are on a 4-loss streak. You know, it's the perfect comeback for FaZe right now. If they need some boost of confidence, if they need to feel dominant again, it should be against 9Z. And if they don't get a relegation win today, I think it would be a trigger for warning here, Jack.
Yeah, absolutely. One of my big problems with 9Z, and I think it highlights that inexperience and inconsistency you spoke about, Leo, is they've actually got a pretty decent entry rate. If you look at the entry statistics, there's only one player on the team that's actually negative. Most of them are positive. The team has a 54% entry success rate. Now, that's actually decent. It's decent enough for a team that's making the step up. Where the problem lies is they only have a 48% conversion rate when they get that entry kill. And that's kind of the problem. They're setting themselves up in the early round pretty good, but they're then letting it go in the mid to late round, only converting, less than half of the rounds you have the advantage in. If they can manage to find a way to close out some of those rounds, then they will have a lot more success, and they'll convert some of them overtime losses that they've had, because they did have one against Furia, into actual wins.
Well, can they do it here? Can they push FaZe to overtime? And even maybe more, we'll have to tell what map this game will be played on. Again, a 9-map pool down to 1. Jack, can you take us through this?
Yeah, absolutely. FaZe going to get rid of Bank, Clubhouse, Skyscraper, and Cafe. That's going to leave 9Z the choice of Chalet and Lair. Now, Lair's a curious one because for 9Z, we've not actually seen them play it as 9Z in terms of Tier 1 Siege at this moment. Whereas FaZe, they very rarely play Lair. In fact, the last time that they played Lair was at Reload event, and it was a close 7-8 loss against Team Liquid. So they've had a long time now, a few months to sit on this map, and they've chose to bring it out. Traditionally, in terms of the map veto history, Lair is FaZe's second preference map, so it should be a very, very dominant FaZe victory based on this map veto and the fact that FaZe is starting defense.
If you think back on FaZe's performance on Lair, focusing on them specifically because, like you said, we don't have any information on 9Z on that map. FaZe, before that close loss to Liquid, had an 8-win streak on it, by the way. That was throughout Brazil League, the Montreal Major, and they played it 4 times during SI and won it every single time all the way to win that event. So it used to be a huge favorite for them. Despite that close loss at Reload, I still believe it's very much a high preference map for them. Whereas on the side of 9Z, they've banned it quite a lot. It doesn't look like a high preference. I assume that's the way to throw them off the board, and that's not something unusual from a team that's not expected to win against FaZe.
Okay, what map is FaZe weak on? I mean, I'm not really too sure about that. Here we are, though, in our 5-person call. Hello, Exotrug and Lynx. How are we doing today, my friends?
Doing good?
I think I'm doing well. I think so.
Why are you doing? Can you narrow it down?
I don't know. There's just so much to be thankful for. I mean, today we have a lot of important matches. FaZe could secure playoffs if they just beat 9Z, who Ollie and I were having some beef in our DMs because he takes a more harsh view of 9Z's performance than I do. Perhaps that's the optimist in me, but I personally think it could be very exciting.
Well, I'm going to leave you to it then because our game is about to begin. You know what? I'm thankful for good friends. Lynx, Exotrug, take it away.
I would agree with that. I think friendship is one of the great virtues of life, Ollie. I don't know if you would agree or disagree with that, but something I think we certainly would call a virtue is if FaZe can get a regulation victory out of today, because, well, for either of these teams, it can get a bit difficult, but for 9Z in particular, if they lose, got some problematic matchups coming.
They really do. And to that same notion, if FaZe lose, they've got some pretty problematic matches upcoming as well. It is by no means an easy end to the stage for FaZe. They face up against both W7M and NIP over the next couple of weeks. Well, one of those games is tomorrow and the other, of course, next week. They're two of the teams that are in that top 3 conversation right now. Regardless of where you thought they would be coming into the stage, that's where they are. So I'm fairly surprised at the map choice coming out here. Obviously, leaving the Chalet open as well. Chalet is a map that, I mean, you just do not take FaZe to it. It's very low preference for them at the moment, but it has historically been a very strong map for them. We're on Lair. Again, a very historic, strong map for this FaZe team. And for 9Z, I do just worry a little bit coming into this fixture. We've just not seen them have that critical bite when required. They had a massive chance. They had an open net last week against Furia, and they weren't able to convert off it. And I don't think they're going to be getting given an option or an opportunity like that again.
It's very unlikely that they would, and I think that's fair to say. And if the FaZe that shows up is the FaZe we typically see, the FaZe that is great at resisting opening advantages gained by an enemy team, which as Jack mentioned on the desk, 9Z, even when they get the opening pick, convert less than 50% of those rounds. FaZe are a difficult team to win back in a 4v5. Then it's even difficult just to convert that 5v4 anyway when you're playing this team. Unless the FaZe that plays against Loud showed up. The one that is constantly over-swinging, on the defense especially. Swinging when they don't need to, swinging in advantage positions ahead of the play. If that FaZe shows up, which only showed up one time this stage, but it still resulted in a massive regulation loss that required a 6-round comeback, and they only got 3 of those. As 9Z starts finding an entry point in the upstairs floor, Souls will immediately meet the blitz head-on. There's some support behind him, but FaZe not at all worried about it. They'll fall back within the site.
A couple of pocket bandits there, just getting placed out. Monty and a Grim ban, so moving players is going to be difficult. We know that 9Z are going to preference shields, and I wouldn't be surprised to see those targeted a little bit later on. FaZe are really going for a lot of time soak utility here. We've got not only the smoke and the Goyo, but they've also brought the Azami into the mix as well. Now, Azami doesn't see loads of play, but it's a great option for plugging up breaches and holding on to some of these corridors. Bitter King there. Feels like he's going to be getting pressed a little bit, and he's right. Toxic Babe canister to go out just to stem the flow, and the attackers have a Malusi Banshee to deal with, but with a threat coming in from below, it isn't easy for Bitter King to stay in there for the moment. Great Candela thrown in through that drone hole. Not sure how much impact it's had, but slowly but surely, 9Z are taking some good control here.
Yeah, and one massive issue is you can see there's a rotate hole right at the door of side. Because 9Z applied the pressure so quickly and forcefully, FaZe were unable to get off a pocket reinforcement. You can see they have 2 unused reinforcements in pocket. I imagine the play was back off and shut off that hole completely. But 9Z pressing the issue so fervently has put FaZe in a really difficult spot and given 9Z not 1 but 2 entrances on this side of the map. Potentially the Blackbeard able to backstab over by the single window where KDS is playing. Only 30 seconds remaining, though, and all of that stall that you mentioned, Ollie. We got 10 seconds left in the toxic canisters. A C4 for Cyber as well. Not as many Kibas. The FaZe have pushed this as close as they can. Last toxic canister goes out, covering the flames by that popped Vulcan pack. 9Z facing a massive issue. They moved into Skybridge so early on, and yet it's taken the rest of the round just to push into sight. Nitro will open it up, but Handy quickly trades. Will, battered and bruised, has found a home for that case, but it'll drop. Silent on the floor of the bomb site. FaZe winning on time, keeping 9Z at the edge of the site for almost the entire back half of the round.
I think that's how FaZe win this game. It doesn't really matter how quickly 9Z take the control because they can't do anything with it once they've got it. They just sit there and they're just like, oh, right, okay. Like, what do we do? You start baiting out util, quick. Pick a plant spot. Get your guy in below. Start rooting some of these defenders around. But FaZe were just more than happy to be like, yeah, there was no pressure coming in from elsewhere. There was no consequence to FaZe moving out and getting onto the top corridor and playing on rocket stairs, or there was nothing coming through ops room. Like, it doesn't take 5 people to push through that. No one had died right up until those last few seconds. Super weird. And I think FaZe recognize that and just say, yep, let him take it. We're happy to hold. We mentioned they had a lot of denial. Goyo canister, that did quite a lot of work. We saw the flames on the rotate for quite some time. We had the Toxic Babe canisters, cutting off the doorway, cutting off the rotate, just giving options. And no utility used to really burst in and take control of the site. The Candelas were used, but they weren't used for anything other than to take control. It wasn't as if they had a Capitao or something of that nature to really block lines of sight. A few smokes going out there. Flame the defenders off even.
I think if we're,
A little bit
if we're
strange.
gonna see, if we're gonna see linear attacks like that from 9Z, like you said, no pressure from ops, and especially not even able to open the double wall in A site. That was electrified and reinforced the whole time. That's gonna make things really easy, not just for FaZe, but really any defensive team on layer. 9Z, you're gonna have to add some new dimensions. Obviously, can't go back to that site. Likely be in round 4 when we see FaZe bring it back out. Cyber trying to get aggressive, doing cyber things. We'll spot a couple drones. Honestly, with this aggressive position, him and KDS are both trying to get any information. KDS will spot one. Blackbeard moving into that single breach. Cyber press forward again. Here to take a challenge on that window, but also ready to retreat. KDS in a bit more of an aggressive stance. Look at that damage done to the Blackbeard. And look at that finisher onto the Ying. Blackbeard and Striker both made worse for wear, but massive plays by Nitro and Naza. Easily could have been a 2v3 at this point, but KDS, highest rated player on FaZe inside of Brazil, tries to find his third, but it's only 2 he will get on that round. And FaZe in the disadvantage as the phones ring out through basement.
If that had been a 2-for-2 trade, you'd probably take it. If you lose the Malusi and the Goyo, or even any of the 2 really that died, you'd probably take that trade. As it stands, it's just a little bit more dicey, isn't it? The Ying and the Blackbeard both gone. The brute force for pushing through the site. There isn't any vert, so it's going to be a flat push. Vulcan canisters will come into their own. Souls, one of my favourite players in the world, grabs a kill back just when he needs to, leveling this out. There's still quite a lot of time left on the clock as well, but both defenders have been softened up at the moment. Slightly more aggressive angle being taken from Souls here as his teammate has been downed. He's left with little option. Snags one onto Naza. Can he find the final kill? Yes, he can! Oh, Souls, that's one of the reasons why we love watching you play. Such a great clutch factor.
And ironically, a bit different than the way 9Z lost round 1, as it was a very linear push that, structurally speaking, was easy for FaZe to wrap their head around. That time, 9Z seemed a little bit confused with what to do with so much control grabbed and attained unexpectedly. They were pushing the front side, they find a lot of engagements, and somehow land a 3v2 advantage. And then you have Joe pushing the backside. You have one player pushing Souls in that 1v2, isolated and separate from his teammate pushing to Souls' right. He's given 3 1v1s in the process. That I mentioned KDS is the highest rated FaZe player inside of Brazil, but Souls is not that far behind either. Doing extremely well for himself at number 9 in the league. Again, KDS number 2, so a little bit of a gap between number 1 and 2 for FaZe. But still a top 10 player in the league either way. If anybody's going to win the 1v1s when you give it to him, it will be Souls who gets all of his first 3 kills in that round and gives FaZe their second.
That's maybe an alarm bell round for 9Z, and I wouldn't have been too surprised to see a timeout taken off the back of it. They had an early advantage, and it kind of goes back to a point that Fresh was making on the desk. They're a good team at the opening pick, but they're terrible at converting it once they get it. It's not like that opening kill is a guaranteed round win, whereas for a lot of teams, if they get that opening pick, they are able to work with it, and that's where you start seeing some of the better teams. Goodness me, Cyber! Excuse me. Will's down for the count. Capitao hasn't played any impact into this round, and it was kind of ironic because we were talking about opening picks at that very time. Converting off the back of it is very crucial, and the better teams in the world have a much easier time of converting rounds that they get the opening pick in. FaZe has just got theirs.
On the back of doing what you pay Cyber the big bucks for, playing in a bit of a solo position, trying to make himself as much of a nuisance as possible. Though he's a bit closer tied to the team here, playing at that Kiba barricade down below, just holding the bottom of green stairs. Vidiking also getting quite antsy in front of the single door. Naza will be pushed back, and Vidiking, as you can see, not only has some support directly behind him inside of elbow, but some all the way to his right, all the way back in R6 room. Gridlock could decide to push, and defenders would find themselves in a tricky position. In fact, now that information's given away, I'm wondering if that Gridlock is going to push up, but Handy, rightfully so, will pull back into R6 room on the top floor, as FaZe is putting as many problems as they can in front of the attack, and so far, it's not really resulted in any solutions acquired by 9Z, but Joe looking to push up. Still holding so passively. He's got to be careful because 9Z are running out of time.
9Z have spent a lot of time. They haven't really got access to the building yet. There's a Blackbeard here that can't push in right now. There's an FNAT above him, which still hasn't been dealt with, by the way. There is a Thatcher a bit on the board. 2Q finds himself one onto Cyber, but this isn't really much of a danger zone right now.
Oh my
Vitikin, great swing onto Nazar. They've just been unable to disrupt these players on the top floor. Fair play, they've gone for the top floor clear in the first place, but it hasn't really merited them too much. 2Q going to attempt to plant now. That isn't going to last long. Oh dear.
Oh dear's the word for it. Absolutely the right 2 words for it. I kept waiting for Joe to push up. I kept waiting because Cyber's known at the bottom of green stairs. Obviously, he could rotate up, and you have to be worried about that. But they still had people watching it. But Joe's sitting there the whole time, pushing up passively, so scared to try and pinch those FaZe defenders. And while they're facing a lot of pressure from the front, obviously FaZe end up winning the fight. But then when 9Z going down below, they try to speed up the pace, but because they've done nothing to deal with the vert, Vitiking literally just looks down and shotguns the guy with the diffuser. And then they just kill the guy that picks up the diffuser next from the same vertical holds. 9Z really struggling for solutions on their attacking side right now. In stark contrast to their game last week against Furia, which majority of the rounds, despite them losing it, 4 rounds acquired on the attacking side. In a game that arguably 9Z should have won. Now here on Lair, where I think, Ollie, we can both agree, the attacking side faces a lot more issues than Bank. It's not at all coming as easily as it did then.
No. And you kind of rewind a little bit to that game and sort of mentally go through it and think, well, were 9Z really playing that well, or were Furia just really bad? And I kind of land on the side of Furia being quite bad in some of those rounds. Because, I know we disagreed on this before we came on air. I don't see 9Z as that team. I don't see them as that top team.
Which I think is understandable.
I know that nobody sees them as a top team, right? But I just don't see them as a team that has a win against a big team in them. They bottled it against Furia last week, and that was a game that they really should have walked away with a full 3 points from. However, they didn't. FaZe, honestly, have they even gotten started? They just look like they're going through the motions right now. We're not seeing anything incredible from FaZe. Yeah, we get a Souls clutch. I mean, it's not that unusual, really, is it? That's kind of what he does. Cyber, opening kills, that's also kind of what he does. We're not really seeing anything too outrageous here from this FaZe roster or even the operators that they're choosing at the moment. Second round of bans has come in, Smoke and a Ying. I don't know how much that's going to affect because the smoke was a real big part in this top floor site being a success last time. Those canisters bought that valuable time they did need because 9Z, despite them not having a great plan of executing, they did a reasonable job of actually getting into the building, which was a kind of in stark contrast to what we saw in round 3 because they barely got into the building in round 3. So I don't know what to expect here coming into round 4.
I mean, you see completely different hard breach style on this site. Vitiking picking up the Cade, which he played on the basement side, if I recall, and now instead that electricity will come from the Electroclaws, not the batteries. Obviously still have the Goyo, but Cyber, you can always count him to play one of these ops. Will it be Valkyrie? Will it be Mozzie? I don't know, but it'll be some kind of defensive operator where all that utility gets placed early on. Honestly, him playing a zombie is kind of surprising because you kind of, in that previous round, you have to be a bit active the majority of the round to get max utility out of those Kiba barricades. But 9Z starting things out the exact same way they did before, getting early pressure on op side, but Ollie, we didn't see anything come from this pressure before. They got it in the first minute, then rotated over to Skybridge and did a whole lot of nothing.
I'd really like someone from 9Z to stay on that track inside of ops. Looks like we've got a little bit of hunting going on here. Andy, he's just going to drop away. I mean, he's given a shadow to be chased, and he's got KDS coming to kind of cover his retreat a little bit here and cause a little bit more distraction. It does look like 9Z are posturing for something a little bit different this time. We've got the shield prone and ready, primed and ready, should I say. Zhao this time will find Handy. So that shadow that was being chased on that basement level has been found. Cyber now caught out in the death mark. The net is going to start tightening for FaZe here, and they haven't got anything to lean back on. They haven't got those toxic babes now to try and buy themselves back that time.
Sure wish they had. Banshee doesn't get destroyed, so it will reveal Will's position, but the Chaos is hitting in every other aspect of the site. Soul's able to get one, making it a 4v4. 9Z, who struggle with these advantages, are going to feel really bitter that that one was just taken away from them. Cyber spotted on the death mark earlier. After it went away, dropped down to the middle floor. But Joe is clearly weary of it. Holding the flank on bottom rocket. Will downed by a C4. On the opposite side, he swings around. Cyber so focused on finding that Deimos. And now Joe has managed the backstab. Caught the Mozzie completely off guard. Blitz on low HP, but KDS battered from earlier. Below 50 HP for most of this round. Now he's been spotted. 9Z holding such good positions. Taking a long time, creeping forward inch by inch, painfully slow. But still finding kills along the way. Another clutch situation. Another 1vx for a FaZe player to figure out. I bet KDS wishes he were Souls. A 1v3 with multiple 1v1s. He's got a much more difficult position, but still no time. Only 7 seconds left, and Will might go down, but 9Z just have too many players and too many angles. First attack comes in round 4.
Much better there from 9Z. We kind of asked him to go for a little bit more of a two-dimensional approach. In the end, it was still kind of one-dimensional because it all sort of came from one side, but they had a much easier time of actually getting in because they weren't funneling themselves through a single door and a breach. They had loads of options, and once you take control of rocket stairs, then you can start to branch out, and then you can really start to, spread your sort of control and force those defenders back a little bit further. And you could see that FaZe was struggling there without the smoke. It's going to happen, isn't it? Because once that gets removed, you're not really left with all too much. They didn't bring a load of C4s. They only had one. So not looking to try and lean into that too heavily. They are really looking to go and win gunfights. Fortunately for Zhao, he was able to get a couple of really impactful kills in that round. The Deimos was paying dividends for him. And even though the advantage wasn't for long at the start, the opening pick was traded back relatively quickly. It was still a round that 9Z came away with. Good work for after their tactical timeout. FaZe choosing not to go upstairs again and instead stick to a rotation. Now, if we're going to be critical of FaZe, and we've been critical of 9Z, so it's only fair that we criticise both sides, this round really came down to a 1 versus 3. And if Souls doesn't win it, the scoreline starts to look very different. So I want to see FaZe in particular here really tighten things up, because they went for that extension over into Warehouse, and they maybe got a little bit greedy with it.
Maybe just a little bit. I think you want for 9Z here. Oh, well, okay. Maybe they want something different. Look at this angle from Tuku. Do you see a lot of defensive players get aggressive on this doorway? Sometimes, often ill-advised, I would say. So if Handy does decide to cross, that could find himself falling early on, but the action really is in what control has been acquired by 9Z so far. Remember, Ollie? Complete direct on that bottom side, no vert whatsoever. We can at least appreciate that they're trying to get something here. The hatch might trip them up, but not at all making the same mistakes, not having that same greed of position that 9Z had before.
They've got the tools to do it, haven't they? They've got the Ram, they've got the Hibana for the hatch. It looks like they've been able to deal with that Cade Claw effectively. A worry at this point would be that there's a lot of them on that top floor, not really doing too much apart from opening up the vert. So these defenders can move without consequence on the site. The drones are starting to come through now as well. It'd be very ill-advised to drop through that hatch with Vita King watching it with a TCSG, or even poke your head over it. Oh, Zhao just gets away with it there. Surely he's not going to go for the double dip.
Oh,
dear.
No.
He is!
Please not the triple. Please not the triple. Anything but the triple. Oh my god.
Nah.
This guy's crazy! Oh my god, Cyber, look at this flank, they don't even know! Oh my god! Joe's so tunnel vision, so hungry for Vita King. Has allowed the Goyo to creep up, find both the Ram and the Sens. Handy, who was playing a game of cat and mouse with that Brava earlier, finally finds his prey. Cyber on for 3. We complimented all of that control, and when Vita King calls that Ram is... that Ram is staring at him for 5 minutes, Cyber's like, I've got an idea.
So, We credited the control. We credited the top floor clear.
Which I think we have to.
However, I did say this at the time. My only worry is that there's 5 people up there doing it, and it doesn't take 5 of you.
Attackers need to locate
And I also said the defenders can move without consequence. And they did.
It's where you can foreshadow that effectively as a caster.
What is Cyber going to do if the floor's getting ripped open above him? He's going to look for a roam. You know, you could have had, and there's no what. He thinks he's won the lottery. You could have put an air jab. You could have put track stingers. You could have had drones watching it. He'd have still gone for it. He'd have shot his way through and still gone for a bit of a look, just because he's that kind of player. That's what he's paid to do. 9Z. I just struggle. It's like it takes the whole team to do one thing, and we really need to see that sort of that splitting off the, you know, little 2-man, 3-man teams or whatever it might be. People being able to operate and work solo without, you know, everyone being stood in the same room. It's almost as if that's the way they think the comms work. It's like they think that if they go into a different room, they're not going to be able to hear the comms.
It's like proximity voice chat on Xbox.
It is proximity voice chat.
Like Halo 2.
That isn't what we have in this game, just for clarity. Everyone is in comms all the time. But it feels like that's how 9Z are playing right now.
They brought these shields every time, and Blackbeard and the Blitz, I think you can see the fact that FaZe, despite the fact that these operators have been present, and I'm pretty sure every single round to some extent, I think the Blackbeard, I think there was one round where only one shield was played. No, there were 3, but there's been a shield in every single round. And FaZe didn't care, they banned the Ying instead. They said, yeah, the shields aren't really a problem. We don't think 9Z are making the most of their power. I think you can tell with the fact that they still seem so scared that they're all allowing them to get really good control, but when it comes to either hitting the site or actually pressuring a position completely, they either do it so slowly that it feels strange, or they don't do it at all. Here you can see Will considering there might be a defender down below, but again, we go over to Skybridge. And I've seen how this attack's played out before with a buck down below and 2 shields over on the bridge, and it's been an example of a consistent 9Z problem, putting all their eggs in one basket.
It must be a bit demoralizing if you're a shield player and your opponent doesn't ban the shield, because it's basically saying, you're not good enough on the shield for us to ban it.
By the way, the big difference between that last round, FaZe actually able to get off that reinforcement this time. Ooh.
Unfortunately, the Selmas will be able to open up the breach. There is an FNAT that has just been activated in there as well, so going to need dealing with. A couple of smokes this time as well. But look at the time. 45 seconds. Vulcan canister popped. Good luck getting through the next one.
Whoa!
Oh, what a flank.
You do not want to be an attacker that hears a Goyo creeping up behind you today, because it could be cyber, it could be handy, but you're getting pelted with lead. Go trying to get more angles on this bottom floor. Both the shields fall. It was one R6 room and office attack that worked for 9Z. And of the other 2 attempts, it came from the Skybridge side. And after that success, 9Z decided to try the strategy that they lost in round 1, and they lose by even worse margins. 2 flawless rounds in a row for FaZe. They close out the half 5-1.
Well, considering that FaZe have got a lot of big games coming up, and this not necessarily being a big game because of the opponent that they're going up against, but a big game for the stand-ins, they're giving a very good account of themselves right now. A 5-1 lead going into the half. You would be crazy to think of any other outcome than FaZe winning this in regulation and walking away with a full 3 points. We have seen a couple of different sides to this FaZe roster so far this stage. We've seen a very loose and aggressive and a team that just wants to take gunfights, and they got punished against Loud. But since then, we've seen them stabilize a little bit, and they've played a lot more like the FaZe that we know and enjoy watching, because they play good Siege.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
What we've seen already so far today, I'd say that we're seeing the latter again.
You think this has been good siege? You think a 5-1 half on layer defense has been evidence of good siege?
Well, it's been... The scoreline evidence is good siege, but you could have easily got here with 9Z playing terribly, and I don't think that 9Z have played bad. Like, they've not played great. Well, FaZe have gone through the motions, and they haven't got too aggressive with it either. I think everything they've done's been very calculated.
I'd agree. And you would be shocked to see them bottle it here. Even though, you know, defense tended to have a bit of an easier time on layer. Very large map, a lot of corners. Especially that on this Arc 6 room. If you've got a smoke that can really hold down that sky bridge, even if he has to use some of his toxic canisters early, you can have a really, really strong setup on this top floor. I'm a bit surprised, I will say that. Don't see any hard breach denial on this top floor. We got the Cade ban, sure, but we saw how much that tripped up 9Z on their attacks. FaZe bringing the bandits, bringing the Cade, and lacking the ability to open up that double panel really put 9Z in a bad spot, and now FaZe can seemingly just do it for free if they want to.
Bit unusual. FaZe taking the full precautions here. They've got KDS watching that sky bridge. That's just been punched open. Maybe they are going to just rotate. We can see Vita King getting himself into a position as well to start watching onto that. Just give a little bit of presence there, not give the peek from Skybridge for free. We can hear the Selmas opening the wall, so that job's been done. If you're not going to bring any sort of denial, you need to be willing to peek that window and for the consequences that are going to come off it, because you just give away so much control already to the attack. FaZe already can now start to work on removing some of this utility and get a player in below as well if they like to. They've not really got any great soft destruction from below. You've got the lifeline as Zafir. It can do a little bit. They should be fairly comfortable now with that breach open, and Handy can rotate himself around to the bottom of Rocket.
The one attack we saw success from 9Z is when they rotated this Rocket side.
Dear.
Ooh, that's rough. That's not great. Ooh, KDS going down too. Oh, and Handy looking at the floor. I think his head just sticks above that shield ever so slightly. Early 5v3 for 9Z. Should be able to close this round out pretty effectively as all the positions are intact. Still holding on to Rocket, still holding on to Skybridge. Almost all these FaZe attackers on the bottom floor. Vita King just barely spots the Frost. That angle's too tight to get anything done with. I'd like to see a reset for the next 20 seconds, Ali, but I think this round's going to end exactly the way it looks right now.
I feel bad for Souls on that hop-in, because that kind of felt like the start of the 3-2-1 that FaZe were trying to pull off. And now it's not really going to be too much of a 3-2-1, is it? You've got a couple of players walking up Rocket stairs. That's about it. Great flash onto Will, but immediately traded. Cyber and Souls with a lot to do in 25.
Doesn't seem like it's possible, unfortunately. Souls has one impact, and the Legion... Okay, hold on. Ooh, I was about to say Nitro probably doesn't need to go for a little waddle like that, but he will get the kill, and if you're going to push a position you shouldn't or don't need to with low time, at least do your team a favor and get the kill. That's what they do. Oh, we'll get the deployable shield for good measure, but it's still a 9Z round, and it's been the case since a minute 30.
It's 3 versus 1. Like, do you really need to be holding that ang? That's a disgusting angle to be holding in a 3 versus 1.
Honestly, shout out, though. That boosted my confidence in them for this half by like 10%. We're holding NJR angles in a 3v1 with 5 seconds left.
Good start for 9Z on the defense. That whole round comes down to one single frost mat. I really want to see what FaZe we're going to do if Souls doesn't get caught in the frost mat there. Because Handy doesn't die, because he doesn't all of a sudden stall at Rocket Door right in the middle of it and just sort of go, well, what now? And then he's not even finished saying the word now and his head's been taken off. Bit of a shame. However, FaZe have got themselves a really nice buffer, and 9Z need to get a little bit more active in the game. And if they're going to get the rounds on defense, well, so be it. It just means that they've got a bit of a mental game to overcome at the same time, because every round that they lose puts FaZe one round closer, and FaZe only need 2. Naza going to be bringing the Scopos, looking to stretch his legs on that top floor a little bit, give himself an option to rotate back down to site later. With Zhao on the Vigil as well, this kind of telegraphs a roam-heavy setup. And I want to see if FaZe either choose to deal with that directly or instead try and bait it out by just taking a little bit of mid-floor pressure and holding some angles.
I was going to say, knowing FaZe, the strategy might be the cutoffs. They like their structure. I mean, they can push, don't get me wrong, but I think when you see two roamers on the top floor, sure, one might be a Scopos, but that Vigil's going to have to walk in front of you at some point. Could drop down a hatch, but because it's the basement site, you'll have to take that mid-floor pressure anyway. But then again, I was about to say, if Joe either wants to make any vert holes or just hold the top floor directly, or the middle floor directly, the attack will have to push into him to deal with that or require that vertical control. Cyber creeping up. Dokubi call goes out. Scopos on the phone. Will he decide to rotate back? Yes, he will. Right as that flashbang goes out. Really good timing. Even though that drone might be destroyed. Alza retreats back to the site successfully, and now FaZe have to deal with the complete mid-floor setup, which I believe encompasses Joe and Will milling about.
And some Vulcan packs on the floor as well.
Really like the setup.
They've invested quite a lot into this mid-floors. Castle barricades, Vulcan packs. They really are going for it. And why not? The mid-floor is really important when you're attacking this basement site. FaZe have doubled down on that soft destruction, and we're clearly looking to take full advantage of that. The more time that they spend up here chasing shadows, the less opportunity they're actually going to have to be able to do that. Cyber can take advantage of the skeleton key there and destroy both floors, mid-floor and top floor, and get a good line of sight into the actual basement. Another Dokubi call coming in now. Seems as though FaZe have taken control for the time being. But all of this has taken them quite some time. Bit of an engagement there for KDS, but isn't too interested in that right now. Instead, just needs to hold that cut off and let the rest of his team continue to do this work. To have all 10 players alive at the 45-second mark, quite impressive. Saying that, though, they start to come in.
Poor timing for 9Z. Gonna wish Ollie never had opened his mouth. Handy and KDS both on for one. Cyber might be going for the team ace as he joins in for the third. Nitro can slip past for the moment. Vidiking's fallen off the diffuser. He's been found in the vertical angle, though. And no team ace today. Handy, Cyber give FaZe their third flawless round on layers so far. 3 out of 9. That was round 8. Never mind.
Nice try.
3 out of 8.
There it is.
3 of the last 4, actually. That's a 75% flawless round win rate if you just exclude the other half of the game.
I can't believe that so many kills came from that hatch. Like, as the defender, you know where the hatch is. You know, like, what not to do and just don't expose yourself to it. It was almost as if the bodies on the site were just there as pure bait and distraction for the players above watching through the hatch.
Well, actually...
Yeah, sure, you just go in. We'll watch this from the hatch, no worries.
On that point, literally something I thought about as the round was going on, you see Vidiking just fall off the diffuse plant. I think they're like, oh, I don't even think we need to do this. Well, to be fair, he had to fall for the Vulcan pack. That's not strictly speaking true, but that's at least just what it felt like. Vidiking was like, we can win the round another way.
It really feels like they can. FaZe not really putting too many feet wrong today. And 9Z, unfortunately, no timeout. And it feels like they've kind of not really got too many answers. I enjoy what they did in that previous round. I like the fact that they tried to take the fight to FaZe and they set up in the mid-floor with utility to say, we're going to play here for a bit. You can try and challenge us on it. And when we're bored of that, we're going to drop off back to the site and play a little bit more turtle-based. I like that. And it worked to a point. It wasn't that failed in the round. It was then FaZe's sheer dominance once they got that control in manipulating what was happening in on the site. That's not really something that you can do too much about. It wasn't because the early round failed that was successful. Oh dear.
Oh,
that just sounded nasty.
Honestly, I disagree. It didn't sound nasty. It just sounded sad. Just an AK-12 spray and the castle goes 1
It was just 3 bullets and it was just like, you're gone.
Was it 3 bullets?
I think it was 3.
It sounded a bit more than that.
I think it,
I could be wrong though. I'm not gonna. This is not a. Well,
listen, we don't want to do Cyber a disservice.
That's true. We'll round down. We'll say it was 3.
I see it.
Another 5v4 for FaZe. But so far has been a game of FaZe opening advantages. Hey, This being the 9th round, it has been 6 out of 9 that they've got the opening pick. On only 3 out of 9 they've lost it. And honestly, the first one doesn't even count. Nitro got an opening pick with like 8 seconds left. That's literally an opening pick only in statistics. In effect, it doesn't even really matter.
Loading new mag.
All right.
Cyber's fallen, but he's probably done his job at this point. And he got an opening pick and was able to open the wall. I'm a little bit worried about KDS upstairs because there are a lot of players that are sort of lurking for him right now. But at the same time, they're a little bit out of the fight. FaZe have still got a lot of time left. They've got a minute. They've got some decent control. Nitro on green stairs could be a bit of a problem for anyone that's trying to hop in. It looks like, to some degrees, FaZe are struggling with the same problems that 9Z themselves struggled with in terms of getting in and getting that control. We've got KDS ripping the floor open, but where are the rest of them? He's about to get flanked by Zhao.
Oh! Oh no. Giving the game away a bit on that one. Second Dokubi call goes out, but KDS will just throw a flash, try to stave it off. FaZe really are running into these same issues. Fight taken on the vert, good trade over by Green. Vidiking might have control of the site, but look at the cost which he's had to pay. There's one. Nitro maybe getting a little too antsy. 15 seconds isn't a lot of time, but it can be enough if you keep giving Vidiking these 1v1s. But Joe has control of the vert. C4 goes down to open it up, but I don't think he can find it. Vidiking can get this down completely and move us into the post. There's no angle by which he can see him. Joe's trying to do some reconstruction. He will secure the kill on KDS, but Vidiking completely leaves the building. It's vacant now. He can get this post-plant position, and now it's Joe with the lackluster intel. I mean, neither has good options, don't get me wrong. But you favor Vidiking here. He knows where Joe has to go. Joe's got no idea where Vidiking is, fires a couple shots. That's the doorway where he was. Go in to start debate as Vidiking will creep in. Just only a couple chances for Joe to try to close this out. Already halfway gone. Sprints and he doesn't even fall off! He thinks pros don't fake, but Vidiking commits when he needs to. 7-2 for FaZe, all but securing playoffs on Lair.
What a result there by FaZe. I mean, the scoreline tells one story, and there are 2 rounds in that game that tell a very different story. We had a Souls clutch early on and a Vidiking clutch to close it out, but through and through, a dominant scoreline from FaZe, and they'll be very happy with themselves and how they played there today. There were some problems in that last round, I'll be honest, but that's what you get when you buy into the FaZe team. You get players that have that ability to clutch up. And we saw it today. It was beautiful. Vidiking, what a fantastic game. You can't say anything bad about him throughout the whole fixture. Wasn't in, you know, in with massive Hollywood moments throughout the regular rounds, but can clutch up when it counts. And you just think, 9Z, just fake it a little bit. Play the game. It's so exciting when you see defenders just bait and get off and then get back on. And I was really hoping for a bit of back and forth.
Too, but I mean, it's a nice clutch to. No, it's fine. I don't want to. I just, you know, I wanted to gas up FaZe. I wanted to gas up Vidiking. I wanted to gas up Souls. They're my favorite team ever, but it's fine. Throw to Gassan. It doesn't matter anyway. I don't want to talk to you. Bye.
Please take it to the desk.
You know what, Lynx? Alpha was saying something mean, then again, he looks like a shrimp. So
why am I so pink? What's going on? I don't know. I swear my camera. I swear my camera doesn't show it to me. I don't know why I'm so pink. Either I'm blushing extremely, way too much. Either I'm sunburned like time 1000. I don't know what's going on. Okay, I'm not pink on my screen.
Jack, I can't believe it. We have a celebrity appearance on SAL. It's the Pink Panther joining us on the show to talk about FaZe's incredible victory on Lair. Yeah, just don't play the music. That's copywritten. Anyways, let's talk about this because FaZe were dominant throughout the whole first half, and then there was a swap, and we're thinking, okay, now what do you do on your attacking side? Turns out they can still get the work done, Jack.
Yeah, I think so. I think for 9Z, it was a lot of the same symptoms that we'd seen in terms of they did a lot of the round well, but the crucial part of the round badly. And I think realistically, the first 2 rounds encapsulated that. The first round, they don't have anybody on the display window. The second round, they fall to what ultimately was a 1 versus 2, but should have been quite an easy round to convert. So it actually should have started out with 9Z being 2-0 up. It ended up being 0-3 down. And they really didn't get to grips in terms of the game. I thought FaZe were very, very good for the most part on their defense as to when they wanted to get aggressive. They were doing it a lot more together. They were picking their moments to flank. As you can see here, Cyber with a big double flank. And realistically from then, again, 9Z, all attacking the basement, all on the middle floor. Nobody's sat there controlling the flanks. Flank drones, hello. It's the same kind of symptoms that we're seeing. And one of the best teams in the world at exploiting those issues is going to be FaZe Clan with that talent that they've got on the roster.
Yeah, and it was consistent, I feel like. You saw the 2 game styles, right? On the other hand, I think 9Z came in with the right plan. They have used the double shield, they have used the Ying, they have used the Sense, and the Capitao as well. So they have clear ideas on how to execute, they have clear ideas on bringing fresh ideas of attacks. The reality is, you have FaZe with incredible gunners on the side that were trying to be disruptive to that plan. They knew that 9Z, should they lose 1 or 2 players, had no issue, or I guess no adaptation or solution to win these rounds in equal man count. And even in situations like this, in a situation where they're in the 3v1, the inexperience shows. Why is that guy picking here? Why is he picking? Why are you picking? You know, there is no reason to do it. Once again, so for me, 9Z came in again with the right ideas. Again, they seem to have some potential, but again, the inexperience shows, and that's why they again lose 1 more time.
Well, gentlemen, let's have a chat actually with our winning team. Coach JP joined us from FaZe Clan on the interview. Hello, hello, and good to see you, JP. Again, congratulations on the win today. A big and easy one. All 3 points in this. How does it feel? And what about Lair today?
Abre ele, abre entrevista. Abre entrevista.
Okay, so I'm not the only one that could not hear JP. Good. Sorry about that. We'll get that fixed up and then give him a little ring once more and see how that would go. But I saw smiles there, Leo. It's joy.
Yeah, I mean, I just love to see FaZe win, I guess. I just love to see them back. I think they're such an amazing team that what they've showed at Boston was incredible, and I would hate it to see them fall to the ASI curse, I guess. So I kind of want to see them play in playoffs and BO3s and qualify to another event.
Well, let's bring him in now. We got JP on here. And there we go. JP! Wonderful. Yes, we can. The beautiful voice, exactly what we needed today. JP, congrats on the win. Why Lair today? I see smiles on your face.
Yeah, I was saying, like, we're expecting today we might play a map that we didn't have info from them, because the map they play like Club, Bank, Chalet, and Cafe. 4 maps that we like to play. So we have info from them on 4 maps that we like to play. So we are expecting them to try to bring to a map that we don't have information from them. So that's why we play Lair today. The map like mostly came down on the defense. They're planning to attack us. They have like double shields and things that usually you expect them to play quick and fast, but they didn't. They were too slow on this composition. So I think like was their biggest problem. Like they should play fast, and like was an easy read. They play slow with double shields. It was like very easy to defend.
Fair enough.
When you're going against a team that you don't have information on, so you know when you're going on to La, you don't really have any information. How did you prepare your team for that? Because obviously you've not seen necessarily what they're going to do.
Yeah, usually we see their preferences in the other maps that we have info. So how they attack, usually like their most used operators and stuff like that, their style, and we like focus on our game, like reviewing our defenses, our attacks, and just go to the game, to be fair.
JP, I need to ask you, as part of the coaching staff, I assume you have an eye on other regions. Are there any team right now from EML, from NAL, or other regions that you find are particularly interesting to watch?
I always like to watch Secret. Like I was with them last year, and I like to watch their games. So I love to watch them playing. I respect a lot Vivas and Twister. So and Savage. Those 3 guys are very smart. So I love to see them play. In particular, I like to watch them.
Fair enough.
Yeah, they're super entertaining. I would be actually amazed to see Secret versus FaZe at EWC. It would be really cool.
We hope that.
Maybe something that we get to see here. Now, look, JP, this is going so far quite well for FaZe today with the 3 points that you collected. You're of course number 1 for the day. Next play day is FaZe. After that, is NIP, then W7M. There's 2 tough opponents to close out this stage. What's your take on that?
Yes, I mean, if you want to finish first, we have to beat the both teams. Will be hard games. NIP is playing like they never been playing the last year. Basically, they're playing very well, very aggressive play style. We like to play against them, but to be a hard game. Both games. W7M is playing like amazingly, but we are being preparing to play those guys. Hope we win.
Okay, there you go. Gentlemen, thanks so much for this, and thank you, JP, for joining us on the interview. Good luck in your next matches. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, guys. Yeah.
Thank you. And here we go. We got to hear a secret fan, which actually it does not, surprise me, obviously, given his past, but also given who the staff is on the team, Leo.
No, and I also think that clearly, if you have been watching other leagues, there are some teams that are stepping out of the shadows and are kind of in the spotlights. I think in EML you've got to look at Secret. I think in NA you've got to look at Dark Zero, and that's kind of the answer I was expecting. I'm assuming he has an eye on what other regions are cooking, especially in a new game like CJX. And so no, I guess no surprise to see Secret out there as his first pick.
That's fair enough, gents. We got to wrap this up in here. So, do we have our MVP for the matchup? Would you like to do that? Yes, we would. Who is it? It's Cyber. Wow, Cyber just keeps collecting MVPs. Offline, online, the man does it all, Jack.
Yeah, he really does. He hit, a couple of huge flanks playing on that Goyo as the primary defender as well. And strong KD, 3-0 on the entry. All of these stats are going to look absolutely great. I think even for Cyber as well, 44% survival rate, that's quite high for him because we know him. He likes to get aggressive. He likes to get in the face of some of these opposition players. So, yeah, he's had a great day. He was a source of a lot of things that were very good for FaZe today.
You know what? It was actually rated for me as one of the reasons FaZe was struggling so far in this stage. I think I had 2 reasons for this. Vitaking losing in entries and Cyber not being up to the level that we see, well, basically in international events. I think he was kind of dropping the ball. He was 4th best rated on that team, so 2nd worst rated. He had a neutral entry, and he didn't have the most kills. He was struggling in the kills department. And so today he stepped up, and today he made the difference. And look at FaZe, a convincing win. So for me, it is kind of a story for me where Cyber goes well, the rest of the team will go well as well.
It's good to see then this excellent performance from Cyber and FaZe Clan in general, because here on Lair, of course, they dominated. That first round looked quite shaky once they swapped to the attack track, but otherwise FaZe recovered. And actually, this is something that tricks me. I don't know if there's other people that fall into that same thing. Lair still confuses me as a player and as a viewer. Would you qualify it as more comfortable for attackers once you figure out how things would go?
Yeah, I think so. I think once the attack have got their attacks down, it's a very, very good map. And it's a very straightforward map to attack, particularly. The flanks are usually quite easy to control. The walls breaching is usually not too bad. But where an attack isn't in sync, or if they're not controlling the flanks, or they're not doing the basics, there's a lot of opportunity on Lair for the defenders to be disruptive. And I think that was the story of this game, really. For the most part, 90 actually, I thought attacked okay. Especially considering who they're up against. They just gave away some really silly mistakes that allowed FaZe to get so aggressive. JP spoke about it in the interview, actually. We were expecting them to be fast and aggressive, and they weren't. And they gave a lot of opportunity, therefore, for the flanks to happen, for the late round clutches to happen. Take those away, that's a much closer game on Lair.
Yeah, I think if you think of the way they've been playing it, I would say in general, Lair kind of looks like if you take away the basement, kind of feels like a coastline. It's all about getting the first, zone control, and then you have to crack and work on the bomb site. And if it's any of the middle grounds one, you just work with a vertical play. And even if it's top floor, you just send someone and play vertical with Deimos and Buck. It's quite clear, and almost each of the time, like every time, it's one side or the other. I think now it's getting a bit clearer for teams, and that's why we see it being very well balanced between attack and defense.
Okay. Gentlemen, that was game number 1 for us today. Locked in pretty quickly, I have to say. I expected it to go fast, but this is kind of breaking records here in SAL. We'll see if our next 4 matches can bring up that temperature a bit higher. ENX versus Loud after the break.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
And welcome back, everybody. This is a view over Lima, Peru. As always, we have some beautiful views that we go over here in SAL because there's just so much beauty to witness. Our first match was a beauty in that it was very quick and beautifully fast in its own right. But what happens once we dive deeper into our playday? Welcome back to the desk. I'm Milosh, with me are Fresh and Alpha Ma. Gents, let's head directly into it. ENX versus Loud here. What can ENX offer for us today? Because there is a hope that they could maybe, perhaps, potentially break into the top 6, Jack.
Yeah, absolutely. They're right on the precipice of attacking themselves into the top 6. It would take a big upset today, I think, for them to get there. As we can see, they are currently in that 7th position. 6 points thanks to a couple of wins in the last 3 play days. And ENX are one of only 2 teams to actually had every single result. They've had regulation wins, regulation losses, overtime wins, and overtime losses as well. So it has been a real mixed bag for them. That being said, a regulation win today, it won't put them up into 6th place, but it will put a whole load of pressure onto Furia up above them.
I think looking at ENX, I've seen a consistent story of improvement. They came in with most of the team not having played in Tier 1 before, Sexy Cat having been away for 2 years from the Brazilian league. So looking at it, they didn't have much expectation on them. Actually, 9Z and Los probably would have expected to be better placed than them. And especially Team Liquid, right? And if you look at their results recently, and you look at their form, even their last loss, these guys, they've improved drastically. They've beaten Liquid 8-7 on Bond. Dramatically, yeah. They've beaten Liquid 8-7 in a Barbunder game on border. They almost took an IP to overtime. They performed against big teams. And for me, it's a story of, again, emerging talents. I think Boxzera especially has stepped up as the young fragger that we expected him to be. I think Florio, who was on Black Dragons before, has shown that he's a great support that can clutch quite a lot. So we see some great signs from these guys. Is it enough to beat a Loud that is in full momentum? I'm not sure. But now is the moment to perform because they can make it to playoffs.
They absolutely can. That's a lot of pressure here on the squad. Of course, Sexy Cake being back in competition, as we're talking about here with ENX. What is more to them? For someone who has just joined for the first time in SAL for this stage, what is there to look at other than the name of Sexy Cake that many viewers will know?
I think they've got some exciting rookies, Bok, Nigel. There's some exciting players to make the step up, but they're not quite, I would say, fully making the step up yet. There's a lot of potential still to be realized with this team, Milosh. If we look in terms of their individual stats, as Leo mentioned, Bok is actually having a decent enough stage. Across the board, everyone else is statistically struggling. And when you start thinking about the team stats, that also continues in terms of the struggles. They've got below 50% attack win rate, below 50% defense win rate, below 50% entry rate as well. So statistically, ENX are actually looking right down the bottom of the table. What that means is they're overperforming their stats slightly because they're actually in contention to still get a playoff spot. Sexy Cake's been playing a lot of shields for them, so I want to see them kind of play around that a little bit more. Whenever they've done well, it has been around the explosiveness, around the shields, and going as a team. So that's what I want to see more of them today.
I think it's been quite a limiting factor for them. You've said they were below 50% attacker win rate. Actually, it's well below that. It's 40% attacker win rate, which places them 4th worst attacking team in the world. They're struggling heavily. Like I don't think the shield should be a main gateway. I think you should try and have other things than that. And even if it's a crutch, I don't think it's been that much of a successful crutch for these guys. So I think they really need to step up over there.
How do they fare against a team like Wild, for example? Very randomly.
Well, I would say that ENX has better chances of over, I guess, upsetting big teams. I think from what I've seen last week, beating Liquid and taking an IP to 5-7, they were consistently doing a good job at fighting some of the biggest teams in the hardest region. So yeah, upset potential, ENX will be better.
Again, with Loud here, I mean, there's a lot of pressure on this team to just get it across the line, Jack. It has to happen after reload, after the difficulties of the stage. They're so close to getting it across the line.
Yeah, I think so. I think they joined a big organization, obviously, for Reload, and actually that, I think, did okay in terms of their Reload performance. They then started the stage very, very slow. And it's actually taken them to come on strong as the kind of form team inside of Brazil at the minute to bring it back. In terms of the style of Siege that they play, I know Leo loves to call them the Brazilian Virtus Pro. It's very, very heavy for the plant statistics. In fact, that guy on the right-hand side of your screen, Basetto, 12 plants. He's leading worldwide for plants in terms of anybody else. Nobody in the world has more plants than him across every professional player in every professional league. However, interestingly, he's also 0 and 10 on the entry engagements, which what that says to me is that this team gets to the plant in 5v5 often, and either Basetto gets the plant and they win the round, or he gets C4'd or killed as he's planting and thus doesn't get an entry engagement. So I can kind of forgive his 30 to 48 KD, because 10 of them deaths are very likely from dying whilst planting.
That's been a great surprise so far. I think when we saw the beginning that was struggling in the stage, and then last week they beat FaZe, they beat W7M, and they proved to everyone that they deserve to be in the Big Six that makes it in playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. They are close, and we want to see them compete more internationally. I think that is the next big step for this team, but it has to happen here first. Our map ends. Leo, can you take us through it, please?
Yeah, absolutely. So obviously, ENX being a new team, we have less, I guess, information on them at Vito, only based on the Challenger League series. Now, they've played it on Chalet, actually, and played it quite consistently and used it as a crutch all the way back at the end of 2024 when they're trying to qualify to Montreal Major through the LCQ. Quite consistent crutch for them. Played it 5 times, won it 4, but that was against tier 2 teams. If you look on the sides of Loud, it's not looking too well. They actually played it against Black Dragon at the beginning of this stage, were demolished 7-3, and now they also played it at Reload and also got demolished. I don't know if you remember, it was in quarterfinals against Furia, and it was an absolute nightmare for these guys. They struggled heavily against the aggression of Furia. So it's not looking great for them. 0% win rate with that roster on that map. But at the same time, I will say this, it was against some of the biggest teams or the biggest momentum, and learning, losing is learning. So to play it against ENX, I assume that they've learned a lot.
For me, I would say, if you look at how both of these teams play, you've got one very shield-heavy, kind of aggressive team in ENX, and then you've got quite a slow, methodical team in terms of Loud. Going on a map like Chalet, it would speak that that's much more favorable to the shield team, but I will say, so like in terms of just the raw kind of how the game is played, but I will say Loud, in my opinion, are a higher quality team, and that probably balances the equilibrium a little bit more.
Okay. Gentlemen, I'm happy to report that our match is indeed ready. So thank you very much, my friends. Almost ready? 5 screen. Okay, let's bring them up. We'll have a chat. Good. I don't want to I hate throwing it directly to the casters just as they get into game. I like to have a chat with my friends, even though last time was quite fast. I'm not going to lie. Lynx, you cut yourself off there at the end of the previous match. Is there anything you'd like to add? Yeah, it was funny.
To the last match or this match? Wait.
I mean, in general, this match.
For this match, I actually was talking to Ollie about this. It feels weird that Louder in the position they are. I feel like because of how slow they started, both in terms of their results and the game pace, I kind of don't really think of them as having 11 points like right behind the top teams, and also their past victories being over MIP above them, W7M above them, and FaZe the world champions. Just because of how they play the game, it doesn't feel that they're as big a threat as they are, but they very much are.
Do you agree with that, Ollie?
Yeah, I think that Louder are a great team. Obviously, there's some nice old names in there that old timer like me will recognise from when some of these players maybe came onto the scene inside of Brazil. So it's always good to see players that have progressed and developed and where they've ended up. And like Leo said, Loud, it was a big pickup for Reload, and this roster's looking to sort of make a start. It does feel strange, their position in the standings, I'll be honest, and they have had some very impressive wins. This game that they're going into today, it shouldn't be too difficult for them, really. Like, they should still be in with a very good potential for being in and around that mid-table. And it just makes... if you're a Furia fan, you better be worried.
I don't know, though. I saw Sexy Cock doing flank watches blitz on the border game last week.
Who?
So...
Sexy what?
Sexy what?
Well, I said Sexy Cake.
Oh.
Is that not what I said?
I mean...
Not quite.
I think a few people heard something a bit different.
Sorry, I just recovered mentally from that. Lynx, I love your outfit. That's all I'm gonna say. To Lynx's point, ENX, they have upset so far in the stage. They have over the past couple of weeks as well. So, Sexy Cake or not, or others, it definitely can hit today, Lynx.
We don't have to throw back to me. We can talk to somebody else. I'm sure Jack is
Leo.
I'm not recovering from it. Why do you go to me?
Ollie.
Jack looks fairly... Jack's fairly composed. We've not heard too much from Fresh today.
Go on, Milosh, ask me a question. Let's change
Jack's
topic
been
of
growing
conversation.
sunflowers.
I have been growing sunflowers, actually. I've gotten into gardening quite recently.
Into gardening?
Yeah.
In real life?
In real life as well, yeah.
Okay. Well, what have you been farming, Jack?
Oh, we don't need to talk about that. But you know who will be farming? Loud. When they win this game.
I agree.
Sexy Cake was holding flank as blitz.
That was clean. He was doing that, dude. He was holding East Stairs flank as blitz. Like, who does that? Like, I don't know. That was weird. That was a weird game.
An absolute maniac. Is the only person that does just ADS like that. That's all you need. Who needs rifles? Just with a pistol at 15 meters distance. Anyways, I mean, fair enough. Turns out, by the way, we're yapping not for just the fact that we like to yap, but apparently somebody got disconnected, so our match was ready, and then it really was not anymore. So, Ollie, you're talking about Loud, and we want them, like, we see them, that they have the skills to make it through. They're in the top 6 currently, but honestly, ENX have upset before. They can potentially do it again. I mean, they've hurt Black Dragons. They lowered them a bit. They're in 3rd place, kind of because of that. Can ENX do the same or more?
I think it's very difficult, isn't it? Because it's a best of 1 and it's a game of Siege. So yes, there is always a chance. But based off the Siege that we've seen, bear in mind we're in Playday 7 now. You've got to look at it for what it is. And I think you've got to look at it and say, ENX maybe not necessarily lucky to be where they are, but against the top teams, they've really struggled. And against the teams that are more on their level, it hasn't been a very good game. The Black Dragons game was the best game they had, and it was an overtime. And we see every top team have a bad game in a stage. It just depends on who they have it against. So, look at the 9Z game. We were talking about that in our previous game, 9Z versus Furia last week. Like, it just is one of those things, isn't it? Everyone's going to have a bad game, and there's going to be a chance, but the better team on the day is going to get that win, and it tends to be the more experienced team and the more storied team. It's not to say that Loud are the most experienced or storied team here, but if you're going to base it off the Siege that we've seen, which is fair to do in Playday 7, I think ENX have got a big battle on their hands today.
That's very fair. Thank you, Jack, for your incredible analysis.
I disagree.
Oh, attention! The girls are fighting.
I disagree.
Sounds like we've got debate club coming in now.
Oh, we do have debate.
Lynx has done debate club. I wouldn't get into that.
Well, okay, it's been a few years. It's been about 5 years. I'm out of practice. I mean, you know, like, to be fair, I mean, obviously I think Louder the favorite opponent, but I think Jack's point is the most noteworthy, which is we're going to a map in which ENX's playstyle is going to be the most favored. I think you got it. You can't discount that on a map like Chalet.
I would love to hear your answer, Jack, to that, and I'm sure it'd be very deep and very intriguing, but I'm going to leave that for another day because their game is apparently quite ready, and we're digging into it right now. Lynx, Exotroika, take it away.
See, that's the old debate club tactic. You level a charge against your opponent that you don't let him respond. That's why they pay me
You literally started that with, I agree with the point that Jack made. Like, what's he going to say? Is he going to start arguing against his own point?
Oh, no. I meant, like, your point.
Oh, right, okay.
But I guess you can respond, actually.
Well, I can respond now for the next 40 minutes directly to you with no referee.
I'm sorry, I'm still recovering.
Yeah, but I think a few people are. I think a few people are. Chalet, bit of variety.
Chalet. I'm shocked. 2 shield bans.
2 blitz bans.
Well, not 2 blitz bans,
so
but
good
we
you
got
ban him twice.
But Blackbeard, Blitz, 2 BL shield operators. That also function pretty similarly.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as
I would
many
just be
bombs
careful
as they
with the
can.
wordplay if I was you for now.
I'm sorry. I didn't try to do wordplay. I made a mistake. It was an accident.
ENX kicking things off on the attack here. Loud on the defense. There's no massive surprises here in the bans. I would expect full 3 shields to be banned, realistically, because of how well we've seen ENX utilize those shields. And it's been a big part of that plan strategy, and likewise for Loud as well. It's been a big part of their strategy as well. So it's probably going to be a Chalet where not many shields are played. Now, are shields that important on Chalet? Yes and no. I think there's a lot of other good things that you can bring.
Yeah. There's definitely a lot of other good things you can bring, because the role that the shields play, the reason it's so good is, obviously, one thing you have to consider on Chalet attack, you can hold a lot of exterior angles, right? You can get a lot of control, a lot of pressure on the defense without having to enter the building. But then, if you're trying to, say, play office and you're holding piano, well, you get a shield maybe hopping in a window behind you and running in the doorway in front of you, and things get real complicated real quick. And so, taking out the shields is good, but the problem still exists and can still be abused with different operators left on the board, like a Ying, a Dokkaebi, a Capitao, a Grim, all these operators. And by the way, none of them have been brought in round 1. Now, obviously, maybe it's because it's a different site. It being basement, obviously, Ollie, as we can see. You're going to have a lot more focus on vertical, a lot more focus on hard breaching. So much so that while we don't have 3 breachers, we have 2 sets of hard breaching and 2 sets of EMPs.
They should be getting walls open. That is a given. But what are they going to do once they've got the wall open? They've got a couple of nades. They've got some flashes. Soft breach charges, for goodness sake, on the Thatcher. Not really too sure what this lineup is good at, aside from getting something open.
It's great at attacking Chile in 2017.
I mean, and guess what? They've got the breach open. But now what? This could be a minute and a half of not a lot. Really, which is a bit scary when you consider what the defenders have brought themselves. Plenty of traps. Goyo. Legion. We've got the FNATs. C4. Bulletproofs. They've got things going for them. Not only that, they're also spread out a little bit as well. Live's still upstairs. I say still in a kind of dramatic way with a bit of inflection on it, because there's a minute left on the clock and no one really from the attacking side has gone up to clear that. The hatch is open above that breach. You cannot walk in.
This is just like classic Chalet basement conundrum. I mean, I've been seeing this hatch pose problems on that breach for years now. Daffodil's able to find one, getting pushed by a 1v1 up blitz. Really nice flick, and now another one. The Warden drops the hatch. It's been completely undealt with. Daffodil letting that one slip away just a little bit. With the 2 breachers getting active, each on for 1. Got some intel going their way, but their control of the site is tenuous at best. Daffodils had firm control of blue. Perez dropping down the hatch in turn. Baseto in a really difficult spot that finds himself with both feet in the grave. It's taken a long time for Loud to ststart trading these kills effectively, and finally they've done so. A lot of time has been burned. And the 1v2! Perez gives it away. Florio might just have time to pick Sexy Cake back up. Defender pushing in, but he doesn't land the shots. Huge individual play from Daffodil, but a whole lot more required of him by the end than we thought would be demanded at the beginning.
Nice little bait there as well, like going for the revive, giving that sound cue, coming off, going for the swing. I feel like you have to swing there as Daff. I don't think that you can let that player get revived. There was 11 seconds on the clock when Sexy Cake is getting revived there, and you just think, you can't really let that happen, can you? That's too much time for it to be over 2 versus 1. Yeah, you know where both of them are, but all it takes is a lucky flick. All it takes is one headshot. And Flo had already hit a pretty nasty shot earlier on in that round. Strange to see it come down that close, and even stranger, in my opinion, to see the man count advantage flip to the side of ENX in those final 15 seconds. Because Loud had really good control, and ENX had not really taken any sort of map control. They were just kind of trying to walk in and drop into sight. And you just sort of think, is that really what we're doing? If a lot of denial had been brought by Loud, it would have been even easier to keep them out. They'd have brought smoke. They'd have brought anything like that. If they'd have brought more C4s, I don't think anyone from ENX had even gotten into the site.
Over. It's been rough to say the least. I'm glad to see in this next round, though, ENX deciding to switch up their lineup and bring a lot of the more powerful operators left on the board. I mentioned Grim. Obviously, didn't even mention Deimos. Lion doesn't really get banned. Often can be kind of a sleeper when you look at the other things the attack usually has available to it. This is the kind of lineup I would want to deal with a library hold, Ollie. I mean, obviously you got the Beast for the Execute. You could use a couple of them early on, too, but you could use the Deimos to hunt down roamers, try to get intel or on the guy playing mezzanine to try to just power through that position, especially give intel to these 6 nades being brought by ENX. This is the benefit of that Jaeger change, though. SDK is going to feel a whole lot more at home.
So the Death Mark track onto STK inside a library. What are they going to do about it? Yeah, you know he's here. Very good chance that someone is going to be there. But what are you going to do? I'm waiting for a nade to get parkoured in. Okay, we're going to throw a Twitch drone at him. A little shock drone. Daff is there to support as well. Okay, got rid of one of the ADSs. Now, you've got 6 nades, so you don't really need to do that. Okay, he's tanked 1. Where's the next? Still got 5. Where are these nades coming from? Because they're not coming fast enough.
Start throwing them in. Yeah. Okay, 2 nades have been thrown now, and I have no idea where they've been thrown.
Who throws 1 nade to that spot, by the way? Throw 2. You don't pay per nade.
There's a nade fee. What? We know he's there.
Oh, he might have moved. He might have slipped the net. You never know. You can never be too careful. Someone's going to die to STK, I guarantee it. We've still got 3 nades. Another one gets sent in, and it's fallen down. It's fallen down the hole that the first nade made. Now, that's why you don't throw nades one at a time. Everyone watching. That's why you throw nades in 2s. Because they can't then fall down the same hole that the other nade made.
This is brilliant. Oh my god, this is awesome. Please use the third. Please use it. Please use the third. If you use the third, I'm gonna cry.
The Siege of Chalet, STK, tucked in library. July 2025. He's still there. Another nade is getting tossed in. It's got caught. ADS there, yoinked it straight away. Then the flash goes in. I mean, it's GG. STK got a kill. STK got a kill. Brilliant.
Oh, hold on. 4v4 though, and STK trying to thwart every single attacker coming his way. We've got 3 people on this Aruni problem, and it's taken 2 minutes and 55 seconds to solve. Whoa! What a round.
That was a round of CJX, everybody. That was a round.
Hold on. 6 nades, 2 Twitch drones, 2 death marks, and we couldn't get the Aruni.
1 Aruni.
1 Aruni.
Tune in next week.
That was great.
You got 2 kills.
One of them was on like where did hold on.
We didn't see the first one. We saw the second one when the horde started to flood him.
Oh my god, he just literally Sexy Cake solo hopped in the double window.
Yeah, I mean, it was always going to happen, wasn't it?
With diffuser.
That's not even like the best operator to play in that position, by the way. That spot in library, super popular, super common. With the changes to Jaeger, you put the ADSs down now, anticipating their Capital is going to be played. Because previously there was only Capital that could really do anything to you in there. So you place the ADS down, you know you're pretty safe. Usually you play it as a dock.
Yeah.
You don't often play it with a DMR.
I mean, I've even seen like a Liquid at, I think it was Montreal. They even ran a strat where they had Maya play that corner as Scopos. There's a lot of different options you could do. I don't know. It's a strange round, and not exactly.
That's the beauty.
Not exactly the kind of. Yeah.
We don't know, do we?
No.
We are just observers.
But I think, Ollie, if we were to say anything, not the kind of round you want to see for a pretty standard hold of library at this point. The only change being ADSs, which, sure, they've been out of play for a while, but everyone on the planet knows how to deal with an ADS at this point, because of how oppressive Jaeger was for so long.
Yeah.
And ample utility to do it. The fact they were struggling with that on Chalet is a bit worrying.
Oh, dear.
Here's a sound cue on that breach charge. That's why we shoot open barricades. Sometimes that can happen.
Breach charge on a barricade.
Yeah, in 2025?
Just
Are we
shoot it
actually
open.
playing 2017?
Because now we're going to shoot it open because it was a bad idea to put a breach charge on it. I mean, checks out, right?
What do you gain from breaching? What do you gain from that?
I have no idea. Ooh.
Is this guy in trophy by himself? So they try to pinch the guy blue stairs, but Angels is by himself inside, and the site is dining. I'm gonna be honest, I don't really see the vision.
No, Loud probably just take that because they've literally got a lot of information from the Warden dying. They know where at least 2 people are now. We know we've got one on Solar Repel. We know that we have one outside of Trophy. We've got a hop in there. Gumine's going to have to be removed. Ash left on 1 HP. Flo finds 1. Okay, it's not looking terrible right now, but there's still a C4 to try and get through.
Still C4, still vertical angles, still Basetto inside of the site. ENX were advantaged briefly, but in terms of positioning, Loud certainly have a lot to work with. Ooh, Perez really trying to find this kill on a Sexy Kid. Could be kicking himself for not finding it on that initial push. The 2 attackers still softened up as there's a lot of firepower being laid down on Basetto. Bach holding the bedroom window has found 1. There goes the site player. Now it's Daffo in a 1v2. Sexy Cake peppered. Finally put on the floor. Basetto can recover, Bach can recover this diffuser, can finish off Basetto. Can Daffodil find the right angles? 15 seconds left, moving over. We'll have to do some work in the middle right as the diffuse goes down. Just spots him rotating away. And all the softened up attackers and defenders have been dealt with. Full HP for both. Bach also 2 nades to force Daffodil off that plant. He does not have to peek. Castle in a very problematic position. First nade goes out. Likely to destroy some utility. Daffodil struggling. Where is this Sens? Where have they gone? He's got to start getting on this diffuser. He's so worried. First tick. Immediately backs off. One more chance as Bach has a long line of sight on it. And now Daffodil has to commit. Sens pushing in should be an easy find. It's a bit of a tight squeeze when you base the whole attack on West Main. Once they send Sens up on a bedroom window, by some miracle, ENX find the advantage and convert.
It really was a miracle as well with the way that that attack was started out. I don't think I've ever seen just such a minimalistic take. It was almost a shock for how little had been done upstairs when Vert was then trying to be open to get a bit of a line of sight on where the plant was assumed to be going down. What are we going to see removed in round 4? We get a Brava and a Clash ban. So we haven't really seen any Clash. I guess it maybe warrants a ban. But the Brava has been brought a few times by ENX, and I can only imagine that it has nicked away some pretty crucial pieces of information, namely bulletproof cameras. So that makes sense for Loud to take it out. Now, interestingly, even though ENX won the last round, they've also opted to take their time out. Now, it was a round on a fairly fine margin. It was a 1 versus 1. Yeah, the diffuser was planted, but it was kind of anyone's until that point.
Yeah.
And if the vert was found, then it would have been very straightforward for Live to close it out on the Legion. So I kind of accept this timeout coming at this point. And I think it's maybe got a little bit more to do with what we saw in round number 2.
Or even what we saw in the first half of round 3. It didn't look like the most well put together early round, and they were basing quite a lot on that West main push. And I think, who was it on the mute? Come on. Perez. Perez on the SMG-11 has Sexy Cake completely in his line of sight on the vertical angle, but just misses some key SMG-11 shots. But that could be a kill right there. That could be the difference maker for Loud to win it over. Daffodil on another engagement, maybe he gets a bit more lucky with the timing. Like you said, very fine margin, but because of the setup, that's all it was based on. And I think ENX, sure, talking about round 2, but I think also round 3, it very much was not completely in their control. It was a tug of war until the very end. And with attacks on Chalet, if you had 2 rounds where you never really got a start, and even the one where you did get started, Loud consistently were able to fight back, you should be setting the pace on a map like Chalet. You can basically pressure almost every defensive position from outside the building, whether it's blue stairs or piano.
Don't forget
anywhere
about
on that second floor. Library? How could I forget library? How could I have forgotten library? You just shouldn't be letting Loud keep this advantage so consistently. And even if it's not advantage in man count, advantage in control.
I like the lineup that ENX are bringing. It still seems a little bit outdated, I'll be honest.
It's just a mute.
Like, they don't need to go so fancy. But it is going to give them a little bit of option later on. And at least this time, they have the shock drones, which are going to be able to go in and, well, have a chance at removing some FNATs. Have a chance at exploding some Vulcan canisters, but it isn't going to happen for the first one at least.
I'm so confused by this game plan from ENX. In the game that Loud played against Black Dragons, on their defenses, Loud didn't run Bandit a single time. If they ran any hard breach to now, it was mute, because Cade was banned as well, just like ENX had banned it here. I really don't understand why they're bringing the Thatcher so much. It can disable all this utility, and with that Banshee being disabled, I can see a bit more of the purpose here, but again, they're letting Loud find ways in. Nigel put to 1 HP, bot cut down, but if they get the defuse plant behind Trash, maybe it's all worth something. Maybe it all matters, because now as Perez goes down, ENX can retreat back to these positions. Again, it's slim, but there is a clear game plan. Off that smoke, we moved into the post, and ENX maintained their advantage. Nigel, playing his life inside of the site, lost a lot of HP, got 2 kills for it. You make that deal every time, and Loud are grasping for solutions. They can't find purchase on any of them. Making Vert late, trying to rotate down, so much time lost again. Live will try to pick up this defuse just around the corner. STK providing some biblical coverage. How does he come away with that one on long angles out garage door? He puts ENX in the dirt.
I love the vision from ENX. I commented saying it was a bit of an outdated lineup. And the reason is that anytime you see the Thatcher nowadays, when you know you're not going up against a bandit, you kind of think there's a lot of other ways and means of dealing with this, and there's often better ways and means of dealing with it. But it was brought for a very specific purpose, and it kind of tracks back to why we've had the Brava ban. Brava gadgets going in and getting rid of those Banshees and swapping them over and hacking them and taking them and all that defender utility, it's causing problems. So what do you do when you need to get rid of that defender utility? Well, you know, send a Thatcher at it. Send a Thatcher at it, explode it, do something. Thatcher may be the operator that can do that, and a few other things the best. So potentially was the right choice. And Nigel's play off the back of it was really good because he pushed into connector, he was able to effect then on into wide, and had a successful round. The 2 defenders that had to make their way back to the site were both off-site or had rotated out at the key moment. and STK manages to fight his way back like that. It's not a round that Loud should be getting away with by any stretch.
No, not at all.
And it's a round that ENX need to go back and rewatch and understand where those key mistakes were, because there were some gaping holes in that post plant, and you can't be letting people have that kind of an opportunity, because any of these players can hit shots. STK, Perez, Daff, whoever it might be, they are capable of hitting these kind of shots.
It's also three clutches. Ted, not 3 1vx's, as that was a 2vx, obviously, but 3 clutches for the winning team. One being box 1v2 on Kitchen, and obviously Daffodil in round 1, but that itself was a failed 2v4 from ENX. Been a consistent theme in this game, unless you're defending bar games, that whoever holds the advantage very quickly finds it slipping away at certain points in the round, especially in the late game. It's happened to Loud, it's happened to ENX especially, obviously. It's a big reason why Loud has this 2-round lead on the defense, a side you've really got to be worried about. So far, guaranteeing a 3-3 half. You're feeling quite nice. Nice long angle by Nigel, by the way. Oh, that's just brutal timing. Right as Daffodil crosses. Still have the control, and maybe he doesn't pick up the kill, and honestly, just Nigel holding this position, it being a match to bedroom attack, that's the more important thing.
Can start to make good on some of that vert with the skeleton key. Loud just shuffling around upstairs a little bit, finding some alternate positions with a little bit more of a stable footing, something that isn't going to get ripped open. ENX still desperate to try and find these outside to win kills, but STK, he's not going to be giving it away. We're going to activate and unactivate the sends device there just to bait people into peeking. STK is tempted, but he does need to be cautious. He's on half HP. The longer that you can keep the attackers interested in this, the better, because it is essentially just wasting time. Almost gets caught with a nade in his hand there, but STK is able to get himself out of the way. Perez would be the player that I'm looking at. Oh, and a beautiful bait there from Perez as he tempts fate on that bathroom window, and STK is there ready to deliver.
Very prolonged game of cat and mouse. I like the idea from the Sens. I like the usage of that ROU, but not working out. And unfortunately for ENX, it's not like the rest have been going well. This util clear on the bathroom shield is coming with 30 seconds left. Look at how well coordinated it was. But it's coming with 30 seconds left. All the bolts, all the flashes through the floor, and he just rotates out. You don't even get him. ENX do have control of solar, and that's the most important part. But they've used all the bees. They've used all the flashes. All they've got are the Capitao smokes. And Nigel creeping his way in. 5 seconds left, found by STK around the corner. It's close again, but on time. Loud might not have it. Florio putting his defuse down. He's the only one left. Trying to go for the West Main run out. How close can these rounds be?
ENX spending every second on the clock there and even needing to extend it by getting that plant down. And again, forcing Loud into these unfavorable gunfights. It was a great execute onto Bathroom. We mentioned it at the time. There was a lot of util going in the same direction. But Loud looked as though they could have just stood firm. Eventually, ENX found a pocket of safety, a real smidge in which they could start to get that diffuser down, and the post plant was already set up. They had that player on the double window, and there's nothing that Loud could do about it. See that final kill cam there from Daffo coming in as he was trying to run out of the bottom of trench there and pick that kill up, but it was not meant to be. Scoreline suggests a 3-2, but this game, it feels far more stressful than that so far.
These rounds have been brutal, and I don't mean that in terms of the quality, just in terms of how late things are getting pushed and how evenly matched these two teams are in the final 15 to 10 seconds. I think the defining factor for me so far, Ali, is just the fact that both of these teams are hitting really, really good shots and winning their fights. Not everybody across the board, but it's not like one team is looking sharper on the mechanics than the other, and it basically creates these situations where our ENX are attacking way too slow, but they are giving Loud a run for their money, and if Loud could just win a couple more 50-50s, this could be a 4-1. This could be a 5-0. Who knows? With how close things have been, the fact that ENX are getting the kills they are, the fact that you have 3 players positive and 1 at 4-4, That's probably your saving grace on this attacking side, which you still are guaranteed not even to win.
I think something Loud will have in the back of their mind at the moment is that they actually are better on the attack than the defense.
True.
They have a 58% win rate on the attack, and it's around 47 on the defense, so it's a fairly big margin. Oh dear.
Oh dear.
Dear, oh dear.
We are quickly approaching 3-3 territory, picking up the smoke in the first minute and putting STK to 1 HP.
Reloading ammo. Let's see the right.
Just get into library. You don't know how to take library. Surely you're safe in there.
You think so? Especially now that targeted by the Deimos. Live trying to bring a pick back in the 3v5. Long angle. Wow, what a shot by Daffo. But he's revealed his position, and it's just still confirmed by the death mark. Basetto will try to provide him some support, holding that library double window. It is a nice reset from ENX, though. They're not looking to throw this 4v2. They still have 5 drones on board. Continue collecting some information as the firebolt goes out. Daffodil trying to take an aggressive stance just ahead of that fire, but now trapped in the corner as a result. Position that seems good in the short term, but in the long run, you've got no good options. Seto put to very low HP. Again, spotted by the death mark. The last thing you want to see in a 1vx, because your chances drop astronomically. With how close these rounds have been, anything but a tie game would have seemed silly, but with Loud's best side by a wide margin coming up, we'll see if it's enough.
ENX have really upped the pace, and I think they've upped the work rate as well, up until these final attacks. It feels like they've slowly but surely got a bit better grasp of things, and that they're obviously aggravating Loud a little bit as well. Loud were peaking way too aggressively there, and I think there was certainly an element of trying to get something back for what's already been lost. Maybe a little bit of sunk cost fallacy in there that, oh, we've lost 2 people, we need to get something back. I'm going to have to peak this to try and get a kill just to make it a bit easier for later on. And there was definitely a little bit of that creeping in from Loud there, and maybe they lacked a little bit of discipline there in round 6. ENX coming up with much better ways of taking control now, and it's funny because they weren't changing their operators too much. They weren't doing things too differently. It was just much better focus in what really mattered. But as the side switched, as we've mentioned already, this is by far and away Loud's better side. But ENX, it isn't a terrible side. It is better than their attacks. So for both of these teams, you're expecting good things on this half. You're expecting good, solid defensive from ENX. You're expecting good attacks from Loud. Slightly different in the ban scenario this time. We actually get rid of a Valkyrie and a Cade.
Setting the welcome mat.
Makes sense, though. Slight difference, but you're never going to question getting those cameras off the board, never question getting rid of some of that hard breach denial. Especially as Jack pointed out on the desk, different point than the shield one, but I was going to agree with that. A lot of the times Basetto can suffer in the opening duels because the rounds go so late. When he goes to put the diffuser down, he just happens to be the opening pick and he gets blown up by a C4. Last thing you want to do is face a lot of hard breach denial, and ENX not playing the Bandit but bringing the Tuber out. I imagine if that Cade had been left up, we'd be seeing a Cade Tuber out combo on quite a few of these sites, at least through the first 3. So it makes sense for Loud, shoring up one of their few weaknesses on a side that, as obviously as Ali talked about, 58%. Attack has been quite strong for them through the Brazil League so far.
STK is at a great spot here. Just ready and waiting for a little bit of chaos, for a little bit of a go button. And he's likely going to burst himself in. Nigel isn't going to get caught, or is going to get caught, with a two-brow in his hand, and STK immediately pushes in. He knew exactly where he was going to be there.
Came across like a rabid dog on that play. The moment that last Zoto went out, he was spraying open that door like a madman. Finds the kill around the corner. Sure, the utility's been used, but used early and used to, I guess, decent effect, but the breach still opened. Just really like that coordination. That in-round play by Loud there. Live following it up onto Angels. The Sexy Cake will try to look to bring that man count back, but Dokeby call. That'll ring out right on the opposite side of the door. He's trying not to trip over Nigel's corpse as he holds this same position, and with Loud stacking even more resources around this, he's feeling so much pressure. So Live will creep up. Just around the corner, Nade goes out, softens him up, but he misses his opportunity. Terras and Basetto hungry for it. Florio might find one, but call it a flawless round for Loud out the gate.
I mean, we could call it a nearly flawless round.
That's a flawless round. If it gets to a 1v5, that's a flawless round. If it gets to a 1v5 and only one guy dies, that's flawless.
I mean, by its very definition, it isn't.
But effectively.
We can't just be dishing out these flawless rounds.
Dude.
There's people that there's stat trackers out there. They'll care about that sort of thing.
Well, yeah, I'm not talking about statistically. I'm not talking about quantitatively. I'm talking about qualitatively. I'm talking about eye test, okay? if a troll comm goes out in the team and some guy swings a 1v1, he knows he shouldn't be swinging. The round preceding it, the bulk of what actually happened, the bulk of what actually mattered, was flawless. A troll comm doesn't count.
This sounds like you're coping for your own ranked games.
What do you mean? What, coping for what? What do you
so
mean
that
coping?
You can troll.
Okay, no. I always am on site. I am always playing Breach when you guys give troll, and then I'm sitting there in the 1v1 that I have to clutch because somebody decided on skyscraper defense to throw a 1v4.
Oh, that sounds like you remember. That sounds like something that happened.
I think that was the game I got. That game I got so mad I just deafened. You remember that game?
The way that you said that, it sounded quite. I don't remember it. The way that you said it, though, sounded fairly real.
There was a consulate game where we literally choked like so many rounds, and I think for the entire last round, I just deafened because I was like, I was gone at that point.
Full stack just planned afterwards.
I almost disbanded my entire career.
The PC disband.
Yeah, anyway. Bar Games defense, I pray to God nobody's playing Library.
Well, you know what? I actually hope they are. Because I hope that Loud shows how it's done. We do have a player in Library. We have Bot on the Fenrir. So, what are we going to do? You might be panicking right now because there are no nades in Loud's lineup. But wait, they're going to have other ideas. They have a Capitao that they're going to try and use. Now, don't forget, Jaeger's ADS captures Capitao bolts now. So there's going to need to be a little bit of coordination. We do have EMPs. We could throw those on the outside of the wall, disable the ADS. Alternatively, we could look to burn it with something like a flash. So watch this space, and I really hope that it gets shown to us. Ooh, we're actually going for a new ang. A little bit of Capitao up above to then open up that closet wall. Remove the ability for the mirror to be able to play in there.
I love that. Oh, hello. Era's got to be careful. There. That's Sexy Cake going hunting. It's actually called Bach, who was the player in the Library corner. So Library actually, I think, it's just been seeded. Ooh, Live right at the door to the site will fall. Daffodil found as well by Nigel. He's taking the top floor, not going well at all. In fact, Loud have really been focusing on every area but that. Got the stock single panel. Got one guy creeping around down outside of long right now. It's Perez holding flank. So I guess now we're getting on this Library position as Nigel is rotated in there. But yeah, he's just throwing magnets up, and there he goes. Not exactly the greatest Library clear we've ever seen, but a lot has gone wrong preceding this moment, Ollie.
I think the Library clear can be given a good mark out of 10, but the general entry into the building is looking a little bit shabby at the moment. Live and Daft both going down. It's not a big problem. It just means you're going to have a lot less eyes and a lot less guns pointed in really crucial positions. And if you're going to stack up on that double, it's never going to be easy to get yourself through, especially with what's being brought here. Nigel, unfortunate there. It looks like he's almost going to go down. Gets put to pretty much 1 HP. Flo taking a ton of damage as well. Good information being gathered by Sexy Kate right now, but he too needs to be cautious.
Upasetto trying to go for this backstab, might find all the defenders looking away, but again, the context surrounding these plays, these little small moments, it's just so grim. Nice idea opening up the wall, nice little backstab to try to bring things back, but losing those two players early in a very spread out attack from Loud, it's very easy for ENX to isolate them.
And that's the takeaway, isn't it? Really spread out. no potential for a trade. Everybody trying to get their job done and almost win a gunfight at the same time. And they weren't always 50-50 gunfights. You round a corner and you bearing down on a clash. Yeah, you can punch it and run the other way, but you better believe that someone's coming to cut you off, because you're down in the basement. There's only a couple of ways you can go. ENX very quick to react off the information gathered by Sexy Cake and the clash there. I don't think we need to guess as to what the ban will be at the end of this round. Probably going to be the clash. But Loud need to find an answer for a side that they're meant to be pretty good on. It's a level game once again. It was level at the half, end of round 6. And as we enter round 9, it has remained level 4-4. Bit of a 6-pick from Loud. Looking to restrict some of that movement. They had got the Dokkaebi to find people, and now they've switched that over to the Nomad to stop people from being able to move and rotate. We do still have the Deimos in there as well, so great roam hunting tools, if that's what they feel like they're going to need. And there is a little bit of presence off-site. Anytime that you see the castle be brought, you know that there's going to be somebody just milling around upstairs, up to no good.
There's a reason that usually whenever teams are looking to remove extending off the site as an option for teams, the first operator they ban is Castle. And if it's not Castle, it's usually a zombie. And Castle comes second. Just allows you to completely shut off angles, not even have to think about them, and also force the attack to use utility to clear it. Nigel having that. As Loud had it too. We'll obviously have the utility placed early on, but then you get the EMP with a longer range sight you can focus on instead, trying to just hunt for frags. Be very, very dangerous in a player that is feeling very, very good. First minute in, we don't see any presence from ENX on the top floor, so Loud will take it. Feeling quite comfortable to do so, but it's the middle where they've got problems. Player looking to push aggressively up main. One player sitting inside a dining right now with a mirror window. This will be the problem that Loud will have to deal with.
It's a very standard mirror window, so it shouldn't be too difficult for Loud to just flow into the motion and start to deal with that. A lot depends on what's going on inside of Trophy. The answer to that is that Bok is going to be underneath. Like he attempted a bit of a C4 there, and he's going to find it. Perez gets caught out entirely. The mirror window will be smashed. Live can't really move too much from this position now either. He's got himself tucked in. Bear in mind, this is a basement defense. There are a lot of players off-site right now, and Loud are spending a heck of a long time to try and deal with them.
I really think we're starting to see some of that Chalet Rust that we saw at Reload, that we saw against Black Dragons earlier in this stage. On a side that Loud have done quite well on a map that attacks usually don't find all too difficult. Loud are struggling to figure out these solutions, struggling to deal with common positions. That mirror window, as you mentioned. You lose a Deimos, just get C4'd from the position you're trying to clear. They're so worried about it, they haven't even pushed him out. Basetto will find one. It's looking like an ENX round. One that doesn't come down to the overall structure. One that comes down to winning the frags in the moment you're giving them. Florio swing out will get one. Another roamer moving up top. This Nomad really glad you invested in those air jabs. It gives you the time you need to put that plant down behind trash. But Nigel, that flank upstairs materializing, dropping down the hatch will find him, and it's all on the post. One on main and one deep outside. Live on that long angle will cut down Angels. It's coming low. Nigel again on the swing, but it's STK. He's got utility around the corner. Can he land that firebolt? First kill goes down. Drop comes through. Pre-fire's gonna work. 2 in a row for the Capitan. No utility required. And all that for just a 1-round lead.
That's SDK's map right there. That's his bomb site. He clutched up on the defense, and he's clutched up there on the attack in round 9. Great position that he was holding there, upstairs, inside a walk-in. There's a nice, it's a tiny little angle, but it's an angle that, as a defender, you really don't expect. You expect yourself to be able to expose to that and it not to be too much of a problem. You could argue that ENX kind of threw that a little bit, peeking the breach one by one. But they were able to convert the kill on the breach player. It was STK upstairs that they just didn't really have any idea where he was. That really came down to winning the gunfights in the moment, as you mentioned. It was far more about that than anything else. Especially given that ENX actually got the opening pick in that round as well. As the bans come in at the start of round 10, a Capitao and a Clash have both been removed. The Clash is something that ENX have really crutched onto throughout their defenses here. Sexy Cake has played it every round and really tried to get the most out of it, and in some cases has done a great job of gathering that information, and his team's been able to react to it. With that now being removed, we're going to have to see a little bit of something else from the ENX. Compound that with the fact that Loud just won the last round, and they are one round away from a map point. It does put ENX in a bit of a tricky spot.
Feels like both teams always find themselves in those spots, though. I mean, how close of a game has this been? It feels like every single round, almost, maybe about 50-50, has had one or two people left alive. We've had some dominant ones, to be sure. Absolutely have.
It just feels like there's been so many close rounds, though, doesn't it?
Yeah. Even rounds that didn't feel like they'd be all that close have come down to the wire in certain cases.
Yeah, shouldn't have been close, but still ended up close.
Yeah. Indicative of the 5-4 scoreline, perhaps. Be a vertical clear, it will have to be with the extension up top, but we saw how they struggled to just deal with one mirror window, a solo position last time. Even with the Deimos, with the Nomad all looking at it. Now you've got 3 players up top, you've got breaching you've got to do, Maverick going out, will spot one, but Nigel turns on him! How do you lose that for Brasetto right in front of you in just that tiny whiff, even with the surprise? Yeah, you get the mirror window, I guess.
I feel like Live screwed that up a little bit for Brasetto. I don't know if throwing the Selma on it at the same time as the Maverick. I think if the Maverick's just going to go for a little kill, you just got to let him do it and try and cause a little bit of distraction at the same time. I guess the sound cue is going to work in your favor, but you're always going to be worried about that breach being open then. Ooh, Tubral there was attempted to be thrown out, but isn't going to do anything. No pressure coming in from the balcony door at the moment either. Perez actually just going to go and try and send it straight through. Dodges out of the flash and will find the kill onto Nigel playing on that door. Might free things up a little bit more, and it could force ENX to try and rotate off this top floor. They've held it for a good amount of time.
Held it for so long, true. But again, it's just Loud in these small, isolated moments. The overall strategy is failing. But when they manage to find gunfights, they're winning them, but again, dying to C4 in sight. To positions they've known about for ages, to players they've been focused on for 2.5 minutes. Bach just swings around the corner, the Frost's been sitting up there the whole time. ACOG, job done. And now Live's got to rotate all the way around. STK sitting on bathroom window with 20 seconds left. What do you do? You've got no good options. You've got to hope. You've got to pray that ENX give you fights. And that with a razor-thin margin, you somehow find a way through, and they both get cleaned up. As predictable as could be, another tie game, but Loud are looking remarkably beatable on these attacks.
The second time we've seen Perez die to a C4. Pretty much exactly the same spot as well. ENX are being very effective with these C4s. Loud are going to choose to take their tactical timeout, and I don't blame them. Things really not been going their way. Definite lack of coordination. And to have 2 people outside when there's so much going on that top floor, when the whole focus is to clear that top floor. We didn't have anybody on solar rappel. I think we did have someone on bathroom, didn't we? And we had someone on balcony. But there needs to be a little bit more dynamism in the way that they're playing this. We had the big window player. We didn't have anybody on piano. So all of a sudden we've got piano as a whole, and we've got solar stairs. You need to try and cut these players off. They did a great job of pushing them back into solar, but then the defenders realized, oh, we can just stay in solar for a little bit. We can just hang out in master and in solar and just flex between the two, because Yeah, sure, we've given them office, but it doesn't mean that we have to give it all over to them.
Attackers need to locate.
And even in giving over office, they still were able to get a kill with the C4.
Bomb located by attackers.
Credit to ENX, honestly. Good defenses so far.
I agree. It's good defenses, but at the same time, it's good defenses combined with, as often we see, I feel like in Rainbow Six, often we see in many other games, it's good defenses combined with attack that is failing to figure out the puzzle, and what often is a pretty standard puzzle. One that isn't really throwing a lot of new things at them. It's not like ENX is going for these late flanks that disrupt them at the perfect time. ENX are playing good defenses that Loud are just standing there, scratching their heads, trying to figure out the solution. But you gotta give credit to the defenses, especially for not overextending their hand in any given moment. They know the positions they're playing are good. They know the strats they're running are solid, so they don't need to overcomplicate things. They know if they just keep it simple that they'll win. And so far, that hypothesis has proven completely and entirely correct. Now in barring games, we will have that library position with the Jaeger and the Wamai setup. It didn't really cause Loud that much trouble dealing with it, but they only dealt with it at like 45 seconds remaining. And well, that's a problem in and of itself.
Loud do use a lot of the time. And they're not a team that are going to rush things. I'd love to see them come up with a real good solution for this mirror, because mirror's been a consistent pick from ENX. I mean, I'd love to see an Ash squeezed into the lineup here somewhere. I feel like STK on striker. Could he bring the Ash instead? What are we going to see out of the 2 nades and the 2 flashes that he's bringing? Like, is it going to be game-changing enough to warrant not bringing any sort of unique utility? I guess time will tell. Trying to get a kill here onto Ivy window. So SK doesn't really need to challenge this and can just get himself back to that deployable shield. Get back to those blue stairs and the safety that provides. No nades either. So you're really relying quite heavily on those Flores drones to deal with these shields. Burn the ADS, but is there anything really going to follow it up? Well, there was a couple of nades for STK, but they're both gone now. So again, relying on other things to deal with that shield at the top of those blue stairs. No pressure at the moment coming into this library player behind the mirror window, and I don't think that there's going to be any.
What have we spent all this time doing? And I mean that as a genuine question. Only with a minute left is the util killer coming in. We've spent 8 drones, 2 nades, a bunch of flashes, and the Flores just died. The guy with the only utility left to deal with that shield has just fallen. We've seen this Roar strat before. We've seen Shopify run it. You close off that double, close off that single, then just full send it a blue hole. But Sexy Cake, who still has this mirror window, just takes the fight behind it. Box got his second kill from where? I don't know. But what is the game plan from Loud? On Chalet Attack, they did not have to play this map. They could have banned anything else. And yet it seems that this attack, even Agachi, they literally played about 2 rounds ago. They just cannot, for the life of them, figure out. In ENX, a team that needs every point they can get their hands on, has just secured 1.
There was a bulletproof camera opposite Ivy Double, and it was feeding information for the entirety of the round. It wasn't dealt with. We had shock drones, we had nades,
Rotero drones.
We had all sorts. Quite literally a bag of all sorts. And we don't deal with a camera that pretty much lost them the round, by the way, because it was the information off the BP that enabled the run out onto the Flores that was crucial in removing those Rotero drones. It was then the information off the BP that could see what the Aurora was trying to do and the doors that were getting put up. And it was the information on the BP that told Cityscape when he needs to push. Now the round, I mean, there's a bit more to it than just a single bulletproof camera, but that gets removed. Start looking at a very different round. Kind of questioned the striker pick in the previous round, and I'll question it again here and now. If you're moving from a Dokkaebi to a striker, you better have a good reason for it. Because you do really hamstring yourself in the amount of utility you bring, and it isn't bettering your ability to deal with anything in particular that the attack are looking to... that the defense are putting up in your way. Comes back to it. I would love some soft breach. I would love some sort of soft destruction. And it looks like ENX have read into that. I mean, they've played Castle a couple of times already, and it hasn't been too much of a drama for them. They're going to be able to get away with the Castle barricades yet again here. And there isn't necessarily a direct counter for them. Yeah, you can get a Blackbeard up to it and push it. Yeah, you can throw a nade onto the ledge. But dealing with it effectively at range, you haven't really got away.
This lineup just puts fear into my heart for what Loud are going to manage to do. I mean, Castle barricades, Kiba barricades, Mirror windows, a deployable shield. ENX have perfectly read into what is Loud's issue, and they're looking to abuse it. Could be a nice idea as Daffodil completely opens up the mirror window from below. That's the problem solving we need to see. That's the kind of initiative we've been wanting the past 3 rounds. You've got Daffodil applying pressure from below, 2 players watching that mirror's cut off, down Nigel goes. You've just acquired library control within a minute and 15 seconds. Not complete control, as ENX are continuing to put problems in their way with that deployable shield, but at least control in a side where Loud have struggled for every bit they could get, and they only acquire very little.
Much better from Loud. Really good push, really good catch. It's now about building off the back of that. And they've got some really tough problems to solve. This FNAT could cause a bit of a problem out on the balcony. They're getting tracked. They're going to bait the FNAT out. What a brilliant nade to push the player back. It doesn't matter about the FNAT if you can't do anything about it. That's one thing dealt with. Still worried about this army inside a piano. And the pace. Loud, it feels like they're stalling out a little bit at the moment. Just giving a couple of shots away there as well. STK and Bassetto both low right now, but STK finds another. His second on the round through that piano window. Still the small problem of Angels tucked in behind the grand piano. With these defenders having super powerful positions, the attack is going to have to hit some shots right now.
We'll have to. If ENX were able to win it this way, you'd be kicking yourself if you're Loud. Florio finds the first. Loud still hold on to their lead. Sexy Cake spotted 2. Should be overtime on the cards. Finds 1. Finds the second. Just gotta back up now. Run like hell, but somebody coming up library stairs will push Loud into OT. It comes so late in the game, but Loud finally play Chalet as it's meant to be played.
All of that off the man count advantage they had at the start as well. If they hadn't been so effective at getting that first pick, there's no way they would have been in that sort of a position. It really felt like ENX were going to be able to hold on there and just sort of pop up out of the woodwork and pick up the kills as they needed to. But fortunately, for Loud, there was a bit more time left on the clock. It was 12 seconds, so it's not loads, but it was enough to at least find that final player. They had good information as to where he was and where he was headed.
Bomb located by attackers.
Flow it a life shot in that round as well. Single tap onto the piano window. I was thinking it's over. You're hitting shots like that, it is just plainly over. But we've guaranteed an overtime in what has without a doubt been the closest game of the day. Now that isn't saying much because the game one was fairly one-sided, but I believe this could be the closest game that we are going to see all day long. 6-6, Loud staying on the attack and ENX staying on the defense. So if you were going to wager this, you'd say, well, ENX have done fairly well on the defense. You'd be quite happy to stay on that side. But Loud seem to have figured a couple of things out, particularly in that last round. If they can do that again here, they might put themselves in a good position going into this OT.
That is a big if, though. Very large if they can do it. We've only seen one round. And that improvement comes at a key moment, but at the same time, it's consistency in a best of one. It's consistency that comes very late in the game when you have very little time to make a mistake, very little room for a setback. Also, looking at the scoreboard, I mean, obviously it's a very large STK game, but just the sheer lack of performances on the side of Loud across the board generally. Sure, you have Daffodil and Live putting up some decent numbers, but when Macedo is playing operators like Blackbeard, is playing with the diffuser, playing very key roles, you want him at least surviving a little longer, having a bit more impact. Starting off with a clear across the map. Taking control of Master Bedroom and Office. But this same setup, ENX have run it every single time. Jaeger, Wamai, no shield on blue this time to be fair. But it's still the same bits of utility and still the same positions that Loud have just banged their head against every single time.
I like the change from Loud in this round, though. Perez has brought the Ash. Now, he hasn't lit the world up on the scoreboard tonight, but do you feel like he's got good tools to work with in this round? We think back, it was a bulletproof camera, it was the mirror window. They were things that really hampered the attack. Ash is going to be good at dealing with both of those things. And here, there, that the mirror window is going to get blown out. So Sexycake's position is going to be somewhat weakened. It looks like the BP, if it was placed opposite Ivy, has been dealt with as well. Sexycake going to be forced to move there, but no one able to catch him as that Rotero drone explodes at his feet. The hatch is already open, so he can drop off there whenever he needs. And the longer he can linger up here, the better. Still, 50 seconds and all 10 players alive is some going. And there's no way that Sexycake wants to give up on this position. He is playing there until the end, it feels like. You might have destroyed the mirror window, but you've still got to get in there and deal with him. Finally, now we're starting to see some players from ENX drop. But this doesn't leave a lot of time for Loud to work with.
Extremely little time. Sexycake even gets one. Even finds STK, the top performer for Loud. Bach might be down, but he's with the rest of his team. He can be picked back up. You're fine dropping Angels. You got so much support on the site, but it's all softened up, save for Florio. Sexycake, Nigel, Bach. A bit easier for Loud to find, and in 10 seconds, we've seen how close these games can be. Seen how just a couple gunfights can make things swing the other way, and it's just moments like that that are all you need. From one doorway with one clip. Live puts Loud on match point.
That's what we like to see. Far better from Loud. And I feel like with their playstyle, there is inherently going to be some kind of confidence issues. When you're running the clock that low, it is going to be a bit of a bottle job as to whether you're going to be able to pull it off again and again. They were able to pull it off there, and it was partly off the back of some of the defenders lining up, but you don't really expect there to be someone just waiting at the doorway. Live playing a really good sort of lurk role there. And a lot of hard work being done in the early part of the round as well. The big difference there is the operator selection. I've commented on it a few times this game so far, bringing the Ash to have a real effective way of dealing with that mirror window at range. Sexycake still got a kill from that mirror window, so it wasn't the perfect solution, but it stopped the visual. It stopped him from being able to swing off it as a piece of information and instead just posted up on it and used it as an angle. It makes the world of difference when you're then able to push in and take the top floor a little bit more effectively. Yeah, it costs Loud bodies, but it also costs DNX utility and time. So it's a fair trade. I'm glad to see Loud made that adaptation, even if it was a little bit too late. This game now being split points, it's going to throw the standings a little bit, that's for sure. And ENX ideally needed to come away with a clean 3. Loud as well, coming away with a clean 3 would have been good, but it still leaves them in and around that mid-table.
It won't put them directly into contention with Furia for the moment. An OT win, they'll be at 8, Furia at 9. Based on the other results, they might find themselves in a more advantageous position, but our top 6 will very much be secure by the end of the day, no matter what happens. As the play days like this grow longer, as the matches grow closer, in your room to try and leapfrog one of the top 6 teams, when those opportunities just decrease, you want everything you can get. Moments like that aren't going to help. Box solo over on blue stairs, thinks he's found a gap. Perez hears it, swings around the corner, no option for a trade. Nobody nearby for ENX to bring that back. Not your top performer, but there goes your second in the blink of an eye.
Fox been hitting some really nasty shots as well. But down to half HP on the Nook. This is really where ENX struggled. I think Loud will be fairly confident at the moment on this defense side. It was a 3-3 split, but the rounds that they won looked fantastic. Perez gets another kill from the same spot. I mean, yeah, you assume that he's moved, but devastating right now. And again, zero trade potential.
Just looks a bit shocked. Fox solo, Nigel solo. Angel's by himself now on 50 HP. Solo peeking the double door out front about a minute and a half prior. Harris doesn't even have to do anything. He's got the shotgun close. Final nade goes out. He's not getting dislodged. No flashes. One Dokubi call sure. But Perez is fine playing his life here because he knows he's in the favored position. He doesn't know that it's Angels peeking him. He doesn't know that he's on low HP. But he backs off. He's at the key moment. Will this give Angels the way in? Might be able to creep down blue stairs, but Perez has the angle and ENX still completely lacking a way in. Maybe he can creep up dining as Sexy Cakes acquired the vertical control, but Loud have all fallen back, holding these long angles, waiting for ENX to walk in. And once they do, once they avail themselves to these angles, they should all fall by the wayside. And yet ENX, with 2 seconds remaining, just barely hold on. But with no time, a bitter pill to swallow. As despite 2 players' best efforts, ENX come up short.
I don't think that game could have been summed up any better. We went to an overtime. The last round still comes down to a 1 versus 1, and the time's running out. It was one of the closest games we have seen so far in Brazil, and almost for all the wrong reasons. You look at that last round where Perez was playing on those lower blue stairs. The site was dying. Like, why it took so long for anyone to go up and come in through garage, God only knows. Some real big question marks there from both sides, not just ENX, but also from Loud. They might have got the win, but they really should have been walking away with a full 3 points, and their lack of adaptation on attack really punished them today.
But Loud are the one with 2 points at least, and that basically cements them in top 6. Could change going forward, but it's Loud who had the most to lose from today's game, and maybe not the most to lose, but wanted to cement their position at the top, and it's ENX in a really difficult spot down below. But that's all nonsense for you and me, Ollie. That's for the desk to discuss.
Thank you very much, Lynx and Extra Turka. I think you can take a break with this. It is officially July 5th, 2026. Yes. You're not mishearing this. It has been a year since this game started, and it is finally over because of how incredibly slow it has been. Jack, how does it feel to age 1 year throughout this game?
Yeah, no, it was crazy. It was crazy to see some of the results. You know, the team that won the Munich Major. Incredible stuff, Milosh. No, obviously that was a very slow-paced game, and it really, really did come down to those composure and that utility in the late round, and I think Link summed it up perfectly. That round, or it might have been Ollie actually, that round really encapsulated what happened in the game. The very final round, the player not being able to plant because of a goo mine in his foot with literally 0 seconds on the clock. It started off with this round 1, late round clutch, and it was just clutch, late round execute, clutch, late round execute, non-stop.
Yeah, I mean, look at that round 2. We spent 2 minutes and 55 seconds on library balcony waiting to see someone kill the library corner player, Aruni. They spent 8 nades to try and make that guy move. Eventually, he never moved and got 2 kills. And yeah, I guess that was the story of the map. That was the story of the map, that every team in defense was extremely static, and every team in attack was struggling hard to be proactive and problem solve any crossfire, which is always struggling, or I guess always weird when you think of Chalet, because Chalet is supposed to be a little bit excited. It's supposed to be, to a certain degree, I guess, facilitating to the attacking team to problem solve, because most of the setups you're facing are most of the times the same one. It will be one game to reflect on, I think, for both teams to improve on it. Not necessarily the highest quality that we've seen from both of these teams. In the end, Loud takes it, but even in that last final round, I mean, even that one, that was a clutch as well. I mean, I think in total, we're looking at 4 clutches in that single match in a BO1. I mean, that tells you so much about just how close these games were. And many opening kills as well happening in the last minute.
It has definitely been a long series. As Ollie said, even on the cast, probably for the wrong reasons. A lot of setup, as they're all mentioning here, and you'll see basically the first round of our OT and overtime in general, Jack, that led to the end being with the goo mine in the foot.
Yeah,
not the greatest part to be.
No, I will say for Loud though, I think maybe the result at this point is more important than the performance. I think getting points on the board, keeping yourself in that conversation for top 4, certainly making the playoffs will be of most importance to them. It would be very, very difficult for them not to make playoffs at this point. So as far as that regard, job is very much done. Obviously there's a lot of learnings from that performance. Chalet doesn't seem to be a very hot map for them, but they got the win and they'll move on to tomorrow now, chasing into the top 4.
All right, my friends, our interview is ready. Daffodil joining us. Hello, Daffo. Thank you so much for joining us here on the interview. Congratulations. I'm just going to leave it to my analysts to ask you questions here. So, Leo, all yours.
Yeah, Daffo, I need to ask you, because you guys had, I guess, a rough start of the stage. And then last week, you beat FaZe, you beat W7M. Now you have another victory. That's 3 wins in a row. Can you tell me what happened in the team to just change that momentum?
Yeah, first of all, hello, guys. The best thing that changed is our mentality, because in the beginning we are a little feeling the pressure because we come from a great tournament in Rio. So we have a talk about the things we can change to be ourselves in the server, and that's it.
Did you have clear example of what were those things that you guys changed? Like a couple of examples of what you guys, improved on?
Like more aggressive when we have the feeling, play more in the feeling sometimes, because we are giving so much space to them in the defense. They can attack very well. So that's one of the main things that we changed.
Nice. And then in terms of Chalet, the map, obviously it's a map that has been a little bit 50-50 for you guys. How come you chose to play that map today?
Yeah, we are coming from a very good week of practice in Chalet. So we were very confident to play against them. We know that 6K is a very crazy people, like play styles with shields that it doesn't use too well this last match. So we are very confident in our gaming plan in defense too. We know that our defense is not the best of the tournament, but I think that's it.
Okay, well, Daffo, I mean, today still the important thing, this is something analysts were mentioning, the important thing was to get at least the 2 points today, and that's, job done, big win in that case, very good. Tomorrow you go up against Furia, and after that, your final game will be against Team Liquid. What's your preparation for Furia tomorrow? What do you think there are the angles that you need to really focus on for that match?
I think against Furia we need to focus on our game, focus on the things we're gonna do in the match, because this line don't win against them in a long time, I think. But it's time to change this. We are very confident. And like against Team Liquid too, we know that in this league there's no silly team, and it's a tournament that you play in the weekend. So 1 week a team can change completely.
Yeah, that's a very good way of putting it. Daffodil, again, thanks so much for joining us. We really appreciate the quick chat on here, and congratulations on the win today. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. Don't to buy the skins of Louding, Buck.
Bring him back. Bring him back. Is he still here? There you go. Daffo, say that again, please.
A quick reminder, don't forget to buy the share of Loud. The skin Buck is absolutely insane. and I want to thanks to my family, to my parents in home watching me, my sister, and thanks God to another day in the office.
Thank you very much, Daffo. Yeah, buy the skin right now, or Daffo will be sad. Thank you very much for joining us. Now,
you buy the skin, Milosh?
No, actually, I've had a very, very busy week, so I haven't been able to buy any of the skins. So at least that's equally across the board. However, there's a couple of orgs that have been very generous. I think to not just myself but other people within the team. So leave it at that. Regardless, buy the skins. The teams really do appreciate it, and a lot of the money does go to the players and to the organization to support them, which is very important for our entire ecosystem. Though, from here on, our MVP of the matchup, who was it? The casters. No, it's SDK.
I think he got it entirely for that play inside of library.
How many grenades do you need to push SDK off of a spot?
Well, 8 isn't enough, so probably next time bring 10, I guess.
You can't bring any more than that. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, stubbornness. So obviously, he picked up a couple of kills on that round. Very, very stubborn inside of that position, not moving, no matter how it was attacked into him. And yeah, I thought he had a very solid game. We've seen generally from time to time, or especially across Reload, Leo, I know that you love him. The guy we just interviewed, Daffo, was huge for this roster. And then I think STK is kind of taking a little bit of a backseat. But again, in terms of the game today, was very, very good. Was coming in with the important kills, the important clutches, you know, in the right moments. High impact player.
I think he actually took the spot of Daffo. Daffo used to be the main fragger at Reload when he was just picked up. And as Daffo struggled a little bit, you know, this stage, he was barely positive going into this matchup. STK was the one that stepped up in terms of fragging power. A great example of that, Melusi on the snow balcony window with the impact grenades, persistent to try and impact the Sense gadget and get the kill. That was just another example of his aggression. And I think it's exactly what Daffo mentioned. These guys, on loud, especially when in attack, giving too much space to the team in defense. But when they're in defense, the same story, completely playing turtle, giving all the zone control to ENX. And that's what they try to change. They try to be more aggressive. And I think STK and Daffo were both the main stakeholders of that change, of trying to be a little bit more aggressive, not giving that much space for free. And in the end, made the difference. I will point out on the side of ENX, look at Florio, look at Boxera. The two guys that we highlighted as the standout player for ENX, a great support in the likes of Florio and the up-and-coming fragger in the likes of Boxera. Both of them stepping up massively today. And once again, must be a little bit defeating for this guy, missing on another victory, because they were not that far away from playoffs run, but now it's becoming a little bit harder.
I tell you what, Furia, they're going to be very, very happy that Loud got this victory, because you know, once hit round 11, it was looking a little bit scary for them, and obviously they'd have been under a lot of pressure. Just a very quick one as well. I'm on Bassetto, entry kill, entry death watch. He's now 0 and 14 because he got 2 entry deaths in that game. And I actually checked it, one of only 4 players worldwide not to have an entry kill. And I won't say who the other 3 are. 2 of them are in North America, though.
Jack,
I hope there will be a segment about that. Yeah.
How many opening death for the 2 guys that didn't get an open kill? Can you check that?
Oh, it's like 2 and 3.
All right, so they're on 2 opening death, 3 opening death, and then 14 for massive.
And then 14, yeah. It's crazy.
That's insane.
Well, it is good to know somebody has worse stats in opening than I do. Anyways, Fresh Leo, thank you very much. That was our second match of the day. ENX versus Loud. Loud victorious. That'll be 2 points. Sorely needed to get deeper into or higher up in the standings. Game number 3 about to begin in a few minutes. Lost versus Liquid. See you in a bit.
They say it's not the destination, it's the journey.
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step.
They're right.
Welcome back, everybody, to SAL Florianopolis. In front of us, beautiful beaches as always, man. I understand why Portuguese and Spanish didn't want to leave here, and of course, an incredible view that we have. However, we do have to chat about our next matchup, and before that, we'll set up the entire standings and really give you a broad point of view of all of it. And also, thank you all for the glaze in the chat. For all of us, really, I am a big fan of Fresh's
It's
looks
only for you, Miloš.
as well. hey, I like to spread the love, Leo. And right now the numbers are cut between all the top 6, but it was getting close. Furia did manage to escape here, but the fight is between Liquid and Loss on 8 and 10. Why is this game important for them, Leo?
I think it's key right now because realistically, with ENX losing today, they still at 1 point, don't get me wrong. But Liquid is still in a position where mathematically they could still overtake Furia should they win 3 regulation wins and Furia struggle hard. On the other hand, Liquid are on the back of 4 loss streak against some of the biggest teams in this league. And then finally last week started putting rounds, on the table. It just might be the beginning of a remontada. If it's true, then they need to win absolutely every single round they can to even have a chance to qualify to playoffs. We already said it last week. It should have started with a win against ENX on border, and it didn't happen. They lost in overtime there. It's basically the question, is it ever too late for White Knights? Can they do it again? And that, for me, is the question. If it's not to qualify to playoffs, at least it's to provide their community with a sentiment of relief that there is some potential in this roster. Because after these 2 roster moves, the loss of Palu, it's looking pretty bad for these guys to not even make it to playoffs.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's, for me, this game is about pride. It's just the one word, pride. Pride not to be the bottom team, pride to show to your fans and the community, as Leo just said, that you're better than that.
And pride has definitely been smoked here. With Team Liquid, of course, last they won international tournament. We're talking that big Pro League victory that they had was, drumroll please, over 7 years ago. Let's snap back to reality.
Up Atlantic City every single time we speak.
Look, man, I almost fell to my death at that event. I'm gonna keep remembering it every single time I see Team Liquid. But here, they're at the bottom. What's the chances of them making it up into the top 6?
I think it's very, very slim. I think, like we said with Jack, I think it's more a matter of these guys proving that this roster has some potential. I think they started doing so by beating convincingly a really strong Black Dragons last week, 7-3, proving that they have potential, proving that the new pickups, to some degree, are working. I'm happy with Diaz so far in performance in game, but I'm a little bit afraid of Ask. Once again, replacing a Lagonis that was heavily underperforming, even though he was playing the hard roles. I assume that as coming from Black Dragons, having had a good season, he would be able to overperform what Lagonis was doing, and so far it's just not working. That's my biggest worry with this. And we're starting to see some momentum. Is it because the pressure is off their shoulders because they know there's barely any chance for them to qualify? Maybe that's the beginning of an answer right there. Social media pressure off their shoulders.
It's very hard to diagnose because you look at all these players individually and you think they're incredible players. They're so talented. They've got basically everything it takes. Look at Maya across multiple tournaments at an international level. He's an absolute game winner. Nesk, the longevity he has. Diaz, international now in terms of 2 regions, has always been very strong. Ask and Resets as well are absolutely solid. I know Ask is not having particularly the best stage so far. And then you start looking collectively and you think, well, a lot of the time they're not looking too hot collectively. And it's very, very hard to diagnose the reasons why. And I think I do come back to that word that you said as well, Leo. Pressure. The pressure of playing for this organization and for these fans is tremendous. And it can do strange things to people.
Doctor, give me the news. I got a bad case of losing games. That's Team Liquid, but also loss in many ways. Both teams start with L in their names. Now, loss are a bit deeper in that bracket, a bit lower in it, trying to claw back up. Of course, we're kind of setting that aside. Today is a proof for themselves.
Yeah, speaking of losing games, Loss have been losing a lot of them, I will say, apart from one incredible attacking display on Nighthaven Labs where they managed to force an upset against Loud. In terms of this team, there's not a great deal to shout home about. I think it was always going to be a stage where it was about discovery of themselves as a team, about coordination, collecting these individuals, putting them into this team alongside the existing core that came back from North America. It was always going to be about the experience and really focusing on stage 2. So I'm not necessarily surprised to see them out of the playoff race. What I am surprised about is some of the headline numbers that they've got. 36% attack win rate, 32% defense win rate, 39% defense win rate, and only 39% entry rate. Sorry, I'm getting all my numbers mixed up here because they're all in the 30%. That is extraordinarily low for any professional Rainbow Six Siege team. And it would be even lower, like I said, but for one absolutely stunning creative display when they played Nighthaven Labs against Loud. That would be even worse, and that has been their sole victory so far. It's looked a little bit disjointed. They've looked a level below Tier 1 so far, and like I said earlier, this game is about pride to prove that they deserve to be at this level.
Yeah, when you look at the numbers, you're looking at the entry, for example. You've said it, Jack. Stats are really bad. They're the third worst in opening engagement in the world. They get absolutely battered in opening engagements. And when that doesn't happen, when they can execute a preset plan like we've seen it on Nighthaven Labs, it would be really interesting. Honestly, they did show some great stints, but whenever a team gets disruptive and aggressive towards them, that's the end of the story. And right now, if they lose, it's the end of their stage for me. I don't see them bounce back, and I don't see them have enough points to even be in contention for playoffs.
Well, let's dig deeper into it with our map bans. Of course, from 9, we're left with 1. Leo, can you take on the rest?
Yeah, let's take a look. We're going to see Lair and Consulate being banged by Los, which are actually driving us towards Labs, which would be interesting to see. Yeah, we're going to end up on Labs. So I'm actually super interested. I think that's the best map that we've seen from Los so far. And on the other hand, it's a map that Liquid doesn't like a lot. I don't know if you guys remember. How did they get eliminated from Reload?
It was in Nighthaven Labs against Cyclops.
It was against Cyclops. It was a 5-7. They struggled hard, and they bring it back. They play this stage against FaZe. They get battered 7-3 on the same map. It's not been looking too good. Now, however, they've played it almost 4 days ago during the Copa Sudamericana against a Tier 2 team. They beat them quite convincingly, but not the same level as Los. Maybe they've improved a little bit on that one, but still unsure about that map pick.
Okay, it feels crazy to me to give the one map that Loss have won on and the one map that they have looked good on, genuinely, give them that map inside of a best of 1. It feels a little bit ill-advised for me.
And of course, here's some head-to-head stats between the two squads, and in many ways, they have been underperforming, so the stats are actually not that distant from one another. However, at least in the kills department, Liquid has had an advantage. They have been able to push some of these games into overtime and then fumble the bag as it got quite close to closing it. However, before our game is all set up and ready, let's have a chat with our casters who hopefully they've had some time because that last game was incredibly slow. Now we're going to pick up the pace, right, on Nighthaven Links?
Yeah, exactly. On last map, I aged 5 years, so I'm now 6 years old. A lot of life I've just lived from the beginning to the end of Chalet. On Nighthaven, I hope we pick up the pace. By the love of God, I hope we pick up the pace, because if Chalet is supposed to be a quicker map than Nighthaven, and Nighthaven is somehow slower than Chalet was, we'll probably be here until like Rainbow Six Siege X2. So. Well,
look, if anything, this match quantifies to you the feeling of being a Virtus Pro fan and then watching them throughout a tournament. Yeah, see? Oh my god, so you must be like 70 years old at this point.
Yeah, my two favorite teams are Virtus Pro and FaZe. I love teams that like spend 2 minutes not seemingly doing anything. But they are doing things. That's why they're the best anyway.
Yeah, FaZe are at least. Anyways, that was in the last game. What happened? Ollie, you've had some time to recover. Are you ready for this one? Liquid again?
I mean, all I'm going to say is that Lynx now work North America, and that last game was nothing compared to what I see over there.
all right. No.
That region will send you to sleep very
I am not.
easily.
No, I am not accepting
Especially
that.
when
You
it's
may
3
go
a.m.
on.
in the morning, Ollie.
And not just because it's 3 a.m.
I watched some of those matches.
So I'm going to use the classic debate tactic of now changing the subject and talking about what we're actually going to be talking about.
Strawman.
Last week, I got the tingles for Liquid. Like, I felt it in my bones, and I said to Lynx at the time, I said, Liquid are winning this thing. And sure enough, they went out.
This thing.
By the way, where did Liquid come from last week? Because that was an entirely different team to the team that we've seen all stage. They looked like they were playing with no pressure. They looked like they're playing with no sort of preconceived idea. They were just going in and getting the job done. I made a joke during the cast that it was, what was it? It was something like, right, guys, what are we struggling with? Well, we're struggling with everything. Okay, what can we do to make this better? Let's just be quicker about everything. Let's make the round end quicker. Let's just get in and get the plan down. It looked like a Team Liquid way back from like 3 years ago when Sexy Kate was on the roster, when it was literally just get in, get the plant down, and you've got Nesk and Palu holding flanks. It was beautiful to watch, and they played with some conviction on that Consulate game. I just hope they can do it here again tonight. I don't think they'll be too worried that Lost have already won here. Like, so what? Everyone wins everywhere.
There's
Lost
one thing.
Only on this map.
Well, that is actually directly counters that point, Fresh. Well done.
We're in debate club tonight, mate.
Speaking of debate club, one argument you could make as to why this will be a weird game. The reason Liquid did so well on console was they were abusing shields on attack, right? But Los have Arthur, who basically only plays shields. So normally I'd think if any other team were playing against Liquid, they'd ban the shields and we'd be like, okay, Liquid will probably have a problem, right? But are you gonna ban Arthur's 2 favorite ops? I don't think so. I don't know.
Can Arthur swap to any other operator? A pseudo shield?
Fuse shield, surely.
Kind of.
We saw Fuse shield last week. So
did.
Shield got banned in the Liquid game,
of that too.
and we actually saw the Fuse shield get brought.
And then,
It was really effective as well.
We saw Arthur get switched to Thermite, and it didn't go great.
Counterpoint, I'll just ban the operator. Anyways, our game is starting. Extra Tracker Links, thank you so much. Take us through the gas, please. All yours.
Thank you very much, Gassan. It is, I have to say, probably the most important thing we need to discuss is there are 9 maps in the pool. Liquid could have gone to any of the 8 they wanted to. Well, not any of the 8, but they had their pick, right? And they have decided, through this ban phase, to give Los the one map they have won inside of the South America League so far. And not just a map that they won, a map that they won 7-3 over a team that currently has 13 points. Ollie, I know you have the Liquid tingles, but I am a little nervous.
That's all part of the Liquid tingles, don't worry. That's a very normal side effect. I can actually send you a list of side effects if you'd like. It's very all-inclusive.
I was about to say, given the things Liquid have done to their fans over the past 7 years, it's probably actually gone through pretty rigorous pharmaceutical testing.
It's been tested. Side effects.
There's a lot of data,
basically. There is data. There's certainly some data.
What do they need to improve? Everything.
Everything. Yeah. What are the side effects? All of them.
Bans have gone through. Ollie, big shock. Double hard breach denial ban on Night Haven. Pretty standard.
Double shield ban.
That actually is surprising. I gotta give
fairly
Los,
standard. Like, you know, you're gonna force the Monty out. I respect it. I can already see it's going to be a clash Monty for the bans at the end of round 3. That's just what it will be. Let's see how Liquid do on the attack. A lot of their success on Consulate last week, and it's a game that we'll reference probably quite a few times because they did look really good in comparison to the rest of the stage. It was only last week, and it was a game that we did, so I guess just sorry but not sorry. It's one that we will reference quite heavily. A lot of the success came through very confident plays, a lot of early map control, and some good early aggression as well. And they use their drones to great effect to gain that. Now, Night Haven Labs is very different to Consulate. There's not a lot of places you can just sort of hop in and make something happen. You've very often got to play a bit of a long, drawn-out utility game. One of the benefits of banning both the hard breach deniers is that you're going to be able to get the walls open easier, but it leaves open an Azami, which is an absolute nightmare on this map.
Playing the exact position Legacy's playing right now, at least on this site in particular. Making Garage very, very difficult to take if you're the attacking team. Gotta have a lot of utility to deal with all those Kibas. And Resets, a minute in, has already used every single one of his Rotero drones. Loud could never. Very efficient utility use. Well, I don't know if it's efficient. For all I know, those Rotero drones went nowhere. But assuming they actually hit targets, very efficient utility usage early on. With the soft wall, now opened up just a little bit. Very deep line being held by that player on Repel. Nesk also pushing in quite aggressively inside of IT, but Akiba will allow Mr. Outlaw to swing around and contest Nesk. EMR might be able to do away with that position, but this Brava's going nowhere and should probably be very thankful they put Mr. Outlaw as low as he has.
You just worry what's next for Liquid, because there's been quite a stall out here. Yeah, you've got the breach open. Looks like we're getting some flashes in onto the balcony. Nesk is still locked in holding this angle. Reset's trying to hit the backside on those fish stairs. Maya could look to try and walk up and make something happen.
Oh.
Isn't going to need to, though. Nesk just walks in the breach and absolutely domes Arthur.
Ooh. Now from the backside. It's looking like a very simple attack from Team Liquid. Start wrapping around the site. Pulling it in close and giving one long kiss goodnight. Liquid with their first on the board. Seemed a bit weird. Can't blame them for getting the W.
Well, they really didn't try and overcomplicate it too much, did they?
No,
They got the breach open.
I was
and
getting
played for
psyched out by
picks.
it.
Yeah. It was opposing what they did last week. Last week it was all about getting into the building, getting an opening pick, getting the plant down. That was very much just, that looked like a really patient EU team almost. Like, we're just going to open it and we're going to wait for the defenders to get itchy feet. They'll move, they always do. And sure enough, they moved. Or they just couldn't watch everything at once. They applied really good pressure from multiple angles. Maya did a great job baiting at the bottom of Garage and throwing up those stuns. They were really working together. There were 3 players working together for that catwalk play, because as soon as the catwalk falls, that's it, it's game over. I was quite surprised to not see Ask actually bullying that catwalk player, but he was, I don't really know where he was. We didn't get a great visual on where he was playing in that round. But Liquid get it done, and they get a first one on the board.
We did see the Monty in play as well. So, was a shield. But kind of something we talked about last game. The Blitz and the Blackbeard both have kind of their very defined roles, whereas the Monty can be a bit slower, and just because Liquid are bringing the shield as we just saw, they can play things a lot slower. The shield will change hands. It was Ask last time, now it's Resets bringing up the full extended shield of that Bontaine. But a Ying and a Glaz in the lineup. Really excites as to what we might see. We don't have, well, I mean, obviously we have the Thermite, but, you know, a lot of the times, Ollie, feel like on this site, we see the Maverick and the Glass, for example, but no, instead, going for the smoke, Monty pushing in deep, not with the diffuser, drawing a lot of intention, but Ask right before he puts that diffuser down, gun up will demolish Arthur holding that angle, and Legacy has made his stand, and not only is it not prevented the diffuser from going down, he stepped out from behind it and immediately died. Mr. Outlaw and Farius both will try to mount a retake down Exo Stairs, which is firmly in the hands of Maya, a player that I'd be shaking in my boots, that I might have to have the unfortunate luck of facing the moment I make this rotate. There's 1, there's 2, add that up, you get 3 overall. And what's this? 4 bodies over Kurtz, a 1v5? Well, make that a 1v3, since the Monty's got his gun down. But if we were looking at a slow Liquid in round 1, boy, I felt like I was right back on Consulate that one.
You could almost call that a flawless round. Almost, not quite.
I'm not. No, I'm not giving you that.
No nibble, no bite.
No. We're not fishing today.
I'll just do my job then. So, Liquid in round 2. It was out of the playbook from Consulate, wasn't it? That was exactly the kind of explosive play that we saw. I love how they've brought it in that round where they've recognized, guys, the site looks a little bit light here. We've got no real way of denying the breach. we can get this open. Let's not have the Monty plant. Instead, we'll have the Thermite plant, and we'll let the Monty just go through, bully, and gather information. At the point where Clash places the shield down, you kind of feel like the round is over at that point, because what are you really going to do? Like, you're better off keeping that shield up, gathering information, and at least guaranteeing that people get back to the site safely. And that's something that teams do quite often when a quick plant goes down, is there's a big overreaction. And in reality, you kind of need to wait for everyone to get back to the same place, then to mount it as an equal 5 versus 5, 5 versus 4, whatever it might be. Try and stack some numbers back in your favor, because if they've got the plant down, it's probably because things are a little bit light over on the site, and that was definitely the case there in round number 2. Liquid now leaving us guessing. Are they going to play quick? Are they going to play slow? Are we back to a Liquid that can play at any level and can just match the pacing of a game perfectly?
Well, and leaving us guessing is whatever, you know. It's our job. It's our job to have to ask those questions. But there's one team or 5 people in this lobby that are gonna be guessing, and you feel really bad for them, and that's Los. Because now Liquid are gonna keep them guessing. They've played slow, they played fast, they won it both times, and Los are not gonna entirely know what is coming their way. There's not many advantages to sucking for as long as Liquid have this stage, but one advantage is if you start doing well, and you start doing well in different ways. It's not exactly like teams have a lot of VOD of you being well or doing well in recent history. Los don't entirely know what to expect.
Nearly a nice entry there. Arthur gets put down pretty low. Already the plan going down.
Oh, not again.
So Nest's just hopped in, getting the plan down. He's going to die for it, but it just doesn't matter. You've still got a Monty in this post plan, and you've got everybody posted up outside. You're just going to walk out of the breach. Okay, Mr. Outlaw finds one. Still a player still a player detected outside. That's a big distraction. Where's the body that's going for the defuse? There it is. Arthur starting to get that defuse off. And players for Liquid are dropping like flies. A much better retake from Lost this time. Nipping it in the bud that Liquid can't just hop in and get a plant down willy-nilly.
You got to give a lot of credit to Nesk on having the confidence to stick that defuse. I genuinely cannot believe that, as he basically almost got smoked at the perfect time. Was like, nope, I've got it. I've got it. That's years of instinct built up right there, or just luck. Could be either one. But I'll choose to give Nesk the respect by naming it the former. But then as Ask hops out that window, tries to get set up in the post plant position, you gotta give a lot to Farius there. Sure, I mean, you obviously have players, finding angles from different windows, but Farius going on that run out and keeping the attackers so concerned about just taking the normal line on that window. Just holding that position, swinging around to try and get an angle on the diffuser. Farius didn't even kill the Montaigne, but just by being that pressure and also not overextending his hand, just playing behind the shipping crate, you could clearly see it upset Liquid, and then we didn't see it, but then a Kiba barricade on the window, I believe, as well, to give the Warden cover to go for the defuse. It was a really nice retake, but got to give it to Los, of course, as a whole for committing to the retake a lot more aggressively and quickly than they did before, but also I just really liked what Farius did, somehow running out and not overextending while you're outside the building.
It was brilliant, wasn't it? It was a great example of just being a massive distraction. And it's even better because when the attack is scared about players that they don't know the location of, you quite literally know his location, and it's even more terrifying for some reason. And you've got tons of other things to watch at the same time. Lost are going to have to get pretty good at that if Liquid continue to play in that fashion. I don't think they necessarily needed to go for anything too quick there, and they didn't really have the lineup to do anything quick either. It's not like they brought a Grim or a Glaz or a, Capita or a Ying or anything like that. They were just trying to felt like they were trying to make it happen in a lot of ways. Got a few more tools this time in round 4. No surprise to see those bans come in as the Azami and the Monty. It's either going to be the Clash or the Azami, and I think the Azami does hold a little bit more value here for Lost, so that being removed will make places like Catwalk a little bit easier to take. That's going to be Liquid's intention in this round.
More util clear from resets. Saw him expend those Rotero drones pretty quickly on the previous side, but as Liquid are not looking to push everybody through IT like they tried to do before. It's a bit more spread out, trying to get a lot more options, and with how effective these Rotero drones and these Clutch drones have been, finding the Banshee IT, the Banshee atop Aqua, the BP top Aqua as well, all of which are just the ones we saw. Really, really nice work. Like that air jab from Maya as well, especially with no impact grenades on the board. I don't think anybody's going to burn a C4, but it will make Maya feel really comfortable pushing up to the top of these rafters.
That's going to open things up, and the Capital Fire just displaces Legacy off the mirror window, allowing people to walk up that catwalk, destroy the mirror, and continue taking a bit of control. Liquid have an advantage here, and they've got quite a long time to work with it. A C4 unsuccessful from below. Nesk is still just trying to hold an angle through into A site. Maybe looking a little bit one-dimensional at the moment, and you do sort of wonder what's Liquid's way in here. Is it just off the back of Nesk's gun skill?
The answer is yes. If you were curious, the answer, as you can see, was yes. 3 kills to start from Nesk, 2 to finish off that round from Ask. A flawless for Liquid. As I was just thinking, and as you said, Ollie, there's a lot of people over on this IT side again. That seems a bit risky. Well, right when they needed it, right when they needed something extra, Ask hits the backstab that was set up all the way at the beginning of the round.
Yeah, he'd cleared out the BP with the Rotero right at the start, so it was a freebie to walk in. I mean, Liquid are doing quite a lot with very little if you really think about it. What have they done there? They've taken Breach, they've got into Catwalk, and then a late round backstab through Aqua Double. It's not loads, is it? It's not like they've had a really complicated, like, utility exchange and connector or electrical or any of those sort of places. It's been fairly straightforward, and I'm surprised to not see Lost just recognize that and tuck in. Find places in the site that you're not going to expose yourself to Nesk. Give yourself a few more advantages.
Didn't even use another floor. We've seen Maya go on Deimos on other sites, the one site they lost, to apply some vertical pressure from below. And on second floor, probably the site, not only where you would use Deimos to do that, but the site I have seen Liquid do that. Though I think that it was often Palu who would go below and try to pressure people around electrical with the Deimos inside of first floor. They're just like, no, don't need to. Don't need it. We're all good. Is it the kind of game plan that I think will work against some of the best teams of the league? No, but you're just trying to find your footing. You're trying to recover, and Los are clearly allowing this to happen. Even if they're not taking direct 1v1s with Nesk, they're exposing themselves to positions that he has been looking at for quite a long time. And similar to last game with ENX, where you're just looking to find anything, just put something on the board to make it closer and make you catch a little bit up to Furia. That's what both of these teams need right now. Liquid at 5 and Los at 4. This is very much a game of who can put their foot in the other's face and climb to, not even to the top of the heap, but just a little bit higher up on what is a pile and a bar that is rapidly escaping both of these teams.
Just crawl up the heap a little bit further.
The battle of the
more of an
downtrodden.
extension. It really is. I was just looking back over some of Loss's lineups in the previous few rounds because I just felt like something was missing, you know? Something with a bit of heat to it, maybe.
Nagging at you.
Someone that's maybe a little bit green.
Oh, not Tachanka then.
No, the Goyo.
Castle 90 HP.
I mean, that's crucial right now. Ooh, reset's just over half, though, which is of note. But there's been no Goyo play from Loss.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's intentional or if they're, I assume they're not forgetting it, but Liquid are taking a lot of space here. Kurt's the great pick there onto Ask, just responding to that earlier opener. We do have the Clash just hanging around at the top of these Exo stairs as well, but it isn't stopping Liquid from operating.
Somehow finding ways through it. Ooh, nice C4 by Arthur. Tossed from the depths will land right at the Ace's feet. Those for the first time really feel like they're keeping it consistent against Liquid. They were able to repel a post plant. So it's not like it's the first time Los have looked competitive, but it still resulted in Liquid getting a pretty big win in terms of control and pressure. And now, as Liquid make 1 inch of progress into this map, there is a Los defender looking to stop them at the gates. Resets around the corner, 4-0 at the moment. Will find one. It's the clash. They will meet each other. Make eye contact through the floor, but this is a clash that is not like she used to be. Having to switch the shield, put it on her back to get the gun out. Legacy can plant his feet, put that shield down, and almost use it like a mirror window. I don't think the 2 barbed wire will be all that useful. Maybe it's some good luck charm. As Resets pushes in, spots the clash again. We'll try to move into the opposite site. Smokes go out to deny the line of sight. Now we go. Got 1 drone in pocket if he wants to throw it for intel later on, but now Legacy will push in, start shocking. We'll try to bait the Brava off as Resets looks to commit to a push. Legacy just has to dodge it just for 7 seconds! But he catches himself on his own rotate hole! He could have kited them for a full 7 seconds, but stuck inside of the site gives Resets the angle.
In a 1 versus 1, as a shield, distance is your friend. You have to maintain distance between you and the attacker in the case of it being a clash. You cannot let that attacker break that distance and close that ground because you will just get smashed. Boom with a melee, the shield goes to the side, and that needs to happen twice, sometimes even once, depending on how much HP you're on. One of the benefits that Liquid had in that clutch was the amount of time. Because they're moving quite quickly through the early part of the round, they're not struggling for time when it comes down to the late portion. There was a whole minute for that clutch. That 1 versus 1, there was plenty of time for anything to happen. I think it was a great idea to throw the smoke, bait the plant, break up that line of sight for the clash, and force that distance closure. Another good round there from Liquid. Even if the opening didn't go sort of peachy smooth, it was still a round that they're going to chalk up. And Loss, I mean, they really need some answers. They've taken the time out. They're stuck in the ways with this sort of, with this lineup that they're bringing. They're bringing the FNAT, they're bringing the Legion, they're bringing the Mirror nearly every time. And I just don't really see what it's giving them at the moment.
It doesn't feel like they've got it right now. And I don't mean like one particular thing. It just doesn't. You don't feel anything looking at any of this. Even that 1v5, which was nice, not 1v5, but even that post plant, right? That flawless round that Los won in round 3. Like, we're still able to get the diffuser down. We're still able to get that control, and Los won the fights. But since then, it's like Liquid are pushing an IT. All right, well, Los will try to stop us, and we'll kill him. That's fine. Oh, resets us into 1v1 with the Clash. Okay, well, as the Clash, I'm gonna slowly walk back, like you always see the shield players do, and then I'm gonna stop moving and allow him to catch up. Ollie was talking smack about NAL, but I didn't see Fultz make that mistake last week. That's all I'm saying.
I was only joking about NAL.
I wasn't. I don't play about my region. Ooh, Kurtz, hello. Go back down.
One of the slower rounds for Liquid, really. Looks like the track stingers aren't going to be successful the second time either. Maya isn't finished with this.
That's just the third set of track stingers.
He's a curious cat, isn't he? Oh, Neska's been domed!
He has been holding that angle every single time.
It is his angle, isn't it?
Oh my goodness. We certainly did not. I'm certainly feeling things this round. I apologize, Los. What do you do here?
You just got to play. I mean, you've still got 50 seconds, so you kind of just got to play for a pick. You've got to hope that somebody gets a little bit antsy. There's still 2 C4s for Loss right now. Player
Kurtz.
moving up Aqua eventually gets taken out. Maya's found his one. Just so happens that 3 of his teammates also managed to perish.
Oh!
Good damage found and some good information on the site. It's going to give them points of damage, but not a confirm. 20 seconds left or so. It's going to be time to start flipping their attention, but with how little has happened in this map, it's going to be very difficult for them to go into anything other than a single doorway, a double doorway, or a window.
Okay, well, Maya will find one. They've recovered the diffuser. DS has got to be absolutely lethal on this coverage. Oh, but they rotate to the site. Legacy is just moved to. Not really spoiled for choice, unfortunately. Liquid left with bad options and worse ones. All it gets is a 2-4 half or low. Still in the disadvantage. That Clash plays a little bit better. It's a tie game.
And it's crazy to think as well, because you think about the early couple of rounds and Liquid were dominant. Lost have warmed up a little bit, but I feel like Liquid were just really trying to walk in that last round. They weren't... I never really saw the full vision of what they were trying to accomplish. Sucks for Maya, though. He won every engagement in 3 versus 4. You just get the feeling that if he had a little bit more time and a bit more support around him, it could have gone very differently. We'd be potentially looking at a 5-1 half here for Liquid. Still, a 4-2 is very good. And I would argue that it is an improvement, certainly of the Liquid that we've seen in previous weeks in the stage. As we enter the second half of the game now, we still have a double shield ban, and we have half of an electrification ban. So we have the Cade removed, Bandit will be available, but the mirror has gone instead. No surprise to see Liquid target the shields, and Arthur has immediately picked onto the Blackbeard, where he will likely remain for the next few rounds until it gets removed. But no Bandit ban. Does give the option for Liquid if they want to, although they haven't chosen it here in round 7.
Didn't see them play it much in their game against FaZe, even though it was available. FaZe actually banned very little Harbridge on that game, just the Tuberow, that was it. Yet Liquid didn't really run much Cade, no Bandit at all. So it would be very valid prep work for Los to be like, yeah, you know, we'll ban the Cade for comfort, but we're not really worried about anything else. Be consistent with what Liquid did previously, but depending on how these defenses go, it was, I mean, talk about that Consulate game, it was a bit of a weird one in that there was a lot of that lead created on the attacking side, but Liquid did still win 3 defenses. And with how well Maya was doing that day overall, I'd be scary leaving him a tool like the Valkyrie.
Yeah, you're always going to be leaving some tools available, aren't you? Maya on a Valkyrie sounds pretty scary. And Azami also sounds pretty scary on Labs. Really is going to be the lesser of a few evils. It's like Loss are making handy work on getting the breaches open, though. Arthur is kind of poised and ready to make a little walk-up backside as well. It looks as though, for the meantime, Loss are trying to set themselves up. Nice little drone network, get some flanks covered. And Arthur can start to push in now, in and around the meeting area and through into Connector. I don't think Connector has been opened yet, and it is going to be castle barricaded as well, so it's going to be a primary focus. Has the wall to the site been left half soft as well? It has. But no mirror. So kind of difficult to play off, and definitely more of you're just going to be throwing things through there. There is a C4 ripped and ready if Arthur does choose to charge through, but it looks like it's just a utility clear for the time being.
There are also no pocket reinforcements for Liquid, so that hole in the wall will remain the entire duration of the round. If Liquid start losing control on that side of the map, they could find it working against them very quickly. But Los so far have not really found much secure. No clean way into this setup so far, so the utility goes out, and Arthur will try his lot inside a garage. Look at this fortress that's been set up by the defense, by the Azami. 2 defenders sitting behind that Kiba. DS picks up the first. Mr. Outlaw going down, all his utilities been placed. But with how much is still in Los's way, how little they've been able to affect change against this Kiba setup. An advantage favoring Liquid feels a lot more daunting than a 5v4 already does. What a backstab by Kurtz. This hole that's been left soft in the wall. It could completely dismantle Liquid if he finds the right timing, finds the right engagements, but will Los be able to make enough progress on the opposite side? Ass catching Arthur. Everybody coming from Garage and IT. Kurtz finds one, but the other leg of it, it's all fallen, but still they find a way through. 15 seconds, 1v1, but on 1 HP. Resets with his own backstab, sitting inside of Electrical! Has completely slipped into the Ash's blind spot, retrod the same path, and learned from the best to get Liquid's first defense.
How has Resets made it into Electrical there? Like, Curtis has literally just moved through it. Oh, honestly, I thought it was over when it was becoming such a one-dimensional push. Then you see the flank from Curtis and you think, oh, there's potential here. But I think Lost just had too many things that didn't go their way in the early portion of that round. They really struggled with a lot of that utility clear. Those Keybers, you need to be bringing the Floras if you're going to be leaving his army up. You need to be bringing something to deal with those Keeper barricades because you can't afford for them just to be left there. The Mute Jammers caused a massive headache there for Lost. There was a Selma placed on the electric wall, the wall interconnector into site, and the Selma was just buzzing away on it because the Mute Jammer had never been cleared from it. Just a couple of little things, really simple pieces of utility that have really slipped Lost up there. And you kind of question what they brought and think, well, it wasn't really the best tool for the job, was it? Because you kind of didn't get where you needed to be with it. And I'm not saying that if they'd have, solved all that utility issue, then they would have won the round, but they would have put themselves in a much better position other than relying on just a really sort of late flank to work off. Because, I mean, the late flank nearly worked, but Liquid had the man count, and if Resets is dug in and full HP and is able to make a little move of his own, not going to be an easy player to tie down.
Liquid picking up a key round.
Gotta reload.
Low showing they could shoot back, and Liquid just still shut them out of it. Denied them any fruit of that effort, albeit very late and very singular effort. Coming from only a couple players on the roster. Now Liquid doing a very loose roam around the top floor. Will try to look to apply, not necessarily probably some direct pressure, but Nesk's looking to just deny some intel. Raise questions in the mind of Los. Furious, look to hold that cutoff inside a garage. Nesk does not have to go that way. In fact, the safer option would be down Aqua, but he's spotted. And I was actually wrong. The safest option is through the hatch opened all the way at the beginning of the round. Maya, who's also been creeping around this top floor, finds one. He's dropped down to the middle floor too. We've got 4 defenders. Is that all 5? No, we still got 1 down below.
Nice little loose roam from Liquid, isn't it? Loose roam, pick up a kill. They do lose Ask. This utility has been placed. The big difference already in this lineup is that Liquid are bringing the Goyo. That's going to claw back vital seconds later on into the round. Nesk is still way out of the picture. And is unlikely to affect onto the site directly. Instead, he's going to be looking at timing a nice little flank or catching an attacker, as they make a rotation. The longer he goes unnoticed for, the better. There's always the worry that the attackers will just hit the site when they realise they have a bit of an advantage, but I don't feel like Lost are in that position right now. Pull out in the Goyo, trying to get rid of that Vulcan pack. That'll start to dissipate now, but Nesk's movements here, he can be crispy with it. There are quite a few cameras available, it is worth saying, for Lost, and you can see those getting flicked by Arthur. So there's a chance he'll get seen on the cams, but if anyone's able to react is a different question entirely.
You want to be careful, though. It is a 4v4 with low time, but Los are committing, and now is the time for Nesk to strike. If Mr. Outlaw's watching flank, that's a gun that's not on the site. For attackers and defenders actually down on the basement floor, it will be even odds against even guns. Outlaw caught with a flash in hand, anticipates the flank, but Nest catches him off guard, retakes the vert, runs out of ammo, but it's fine. That's why you have teammates. That's why you've got friends. 2 in a row for Liquid, 6-2, only 1 away.
Nesk might be back.
All right, let's calm down.
No, he might be back.
No, Ollie.
Look, I've been a big Nesk skeptic for a long time.
That's true. I'll give you that.
And so for me to say that he's back is no small feat. Like, I'm not just throwing that out there, for the fun of it.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many
Last week he went
bombs as they
equal.
can.
He went 8-8. This week he's going 7-5. let's not look at the amount of kills. Let's
7-5
look at
against the
impact.
worst team in the league at the moment.
Let's look at the impact of those kills. He absolutely owned the IT angle upstairs on the attack, playing Hibana. Playing Hibana, by the way, quite a difficult gun.
Held it 3 rounds in a row, then he just got pre-fired the 3rd time because the defense was like, hey, Neska's been here every time.
It's 6-2. Then he pulls off the flank of the century.
That's
in
true,
a
I'll give
game
you
that
that
has
one.
already had good flanks in it. Like, hats off to Kurtz. Great flank. But the flanker got flanked in that instance. And Neska's he's just come out of nowhere.
You could argue, though, that I think the Dokkaebi was, Mr. Outlaw was overcooking it a little bit with that flash.
I mean, potentially. But Nesk can only play on the field that's set for him.
What helps?
You know?
Helps when his opponent has decided to sit on his hands.
Just to numb him before he plays a game.
Yeah, exactly.
So he really can't feel those fingers.
I do see your point, though. I do see your point. He's had some good impact this game, and I do think that flank was really good in the impact that it had. Obviously, usually nothing is 100% brilliance. It usually is brilliance plus timing. You certainly cannot blame Nesk for doing well with an opportunity given to him, which is exactly what he did. Potentially the final round of this game against Liquid versus Los. Again, both teams down at the bottom. Los with 4, Liquid with 5. Neither will overtake Furia in 6th place, the gatekeeper of top 6. They're just looking to get to 7th, looking to keep it as close as possible to set them up in a good position in the next couple playdays.
Candela is going to go in. That's usually a signal of something happening. It's enough to bait out a C4. Don't think the C4 got popped instantly. Well, it will get popped there. We do have Deimos below as well, and with some nades coming into the site, it's becoming quite an uncomfortable place for Liquid. But a lot of utility has been sent, and not much has happened off the back of it. So Lost potentially trying to bait an overreaction there, or looking for something that maybe wasn't there in the first place. Spent 2 nades, or 3 nades, excuse me. And they've spent a couple of Candelas as well. There's Army to plug up the hole in the breach. There's going to be something else to deal with. I think if you look at the position of the diffuser all the way on the roof, you kind of see that whatever the plan A was didn't really work out, and instead they're going to opt for a bit more of a full clear. Nesk is going to come under some pressure here, but he deals with it handsomely.
Maya 2. Oh my god. Okay, Nesk might be back. Alright, he might be back, guys. I might have spoke a little too soon. So, to give you the story of that round, as Arthur gets his 1 impactless frag, Los bet everything on hard pushing into the site. Nesk's 3rd, by the way. Los bet everything on hard pushing into the site, and then 1 mute jammer. 1 mute jammer. Stop Diaz from getting Deathmark tracked, and he's also Warden. So he just looked through the Candelas, didn't care. Deathmark tracker got destroyed, didn't care. Which is a really good setup from Liquid. And now, they're at 8 points. Still in 7th, but 8 points.
Nesk going 10 and 5. Same scoreline as Maya. Telling you, he's back. I had the tingles. Look, I can't help it when I get the tingles.
That's
If I
true.
get the tingles, Liquid are going to win. So
this is 2 times you've had the Liquid tingles, and your Liquid sense has proven correct.
And it's also the 2 times that we've commentated on them. So I don't know. Maybe if you're a Team Liquid fan, maybe petition to get us on more of the Liquid games. Because if we might be the source,
That's not a bad idea. We've got our resumes lined up. Check out our LinkedIn. We got a lot of experience when it comes to making sure that Liquid get the points that they need. And now, just right below Furia, we've got the desk to talk about Liquid's glow up in the past couple playdays.
Lynx, you can't just do that. You can't just oh please, can you hook us up on LinkedIn? Get us on to cast all the Liquid games? Hey, I don't care. I can hear Lynx speaking, by the way. I'm not speaking into the ether. But yes, indeed, Lynx was indeed wrong, and Ollie was correct in this prediction, and that's what we got at the end of the day. Liquid looking completely rejuvenated, Jack.
Yeah, do we all have the Liquid tingles now? Is that what's going on?
Can you feel it now, Mr. Krabs?
The keyword for Liquid, I think, and the keyword when we discuss Liquid is pressure. When they feel under pressure, it looks very lost, and it has looked very lost across the season. At the point that they kind of hit this point in the stage. It was a real defining point where they played a lot of the good teams, and all the pressure had already got to them. They'd already lost, so they were now playing without pressure. And we're finally starting to see the Liquid that I would say, Leo, is like kind of true to self, true to form, and true to our expectations.
I think it's exactly what we saw today. We saw the clear gap between these two teams. We saw a clear gap between what should be a top tier team in Brazil and a lower tier team in Brazil. And I think it's a matter of multiple things. I think, yes, there's the element of pressure being off their shoulders because they're not expected to qualify to playoffs. I think there's a question of maturity of the team. Let's be mindful that these guys, when they started playing Reload, they only played 4 games, as this new roster. When they came into this first stage, they hadn't played for a long time together with these 2 new players. And they started against the better teams. They started against W7M, FaZe, NIP, and Furia. I mean, sure, they're supposed to be a top contender in Brazil, but they were hit with full force of Brazil as soon as they started the stage. Now they're starting to reveal their potential. They took Furia to 8-7. They lost it. They took ENX. That should have been a win, but they went all the way to overtime again. They were looking okay. And then finally started to flip the switch last week, 7-3 against BD, and now this convincing victory, against Loss. That's it. We're starting to see the Liquid potential that we expected. The real question is it because Loss is a team that struggles right now, or is that Liquid gonna show up against some of the better teams? I think they're gonna play loud later, in the few matches that are left. Are we gonna see that Liquid again against these top teams? That's what I hope to see, because it's beautiful to see when these guys click together.
It really is. It feels like, as Ollie was also saying during the cast, it harkens back to a bygone era, to 3 years ago, 2-3 years ago, hell, even to Manchester a year ago, where Liquid were performing so well, and you're thinking, man, even if they lose out, they already made it to the main stage, and that's something that's incredibly impressive given the state that they arrived in at that event through the open quals, etc. But in this case, what's the chances of them actually making it to top 6? Is there a hope in hell, Jack?
There is a hope. It very heavily depends on the next game, I would say, in terms of whether Furia managed to get a victory or not. Because realistically, Liquid have taken themselves up to 8 points now. They are 1 point behind Furia, sitting there in a playoff position on 9 points. So Furia end up losing their game. They've got a target to hunt down. If Furia get that clean 3 points victory, it's 4 points to make up with 6 games to go. It does feel a little bit far.
Yeah, it's tough because Furia is playing Black Dragons right now. Black Dragons, full of momentum. If you don't account for that loss against Liquid last play day, it's a tough matchup for Furia that's been struggling and inconsistent in the O1s. Then they play Loud that was on a really good momentum, Loud that beat FaZe, that beat W7M, that should be able to beat Furia. So there's still a world that Liquid can do this. Once again, they're playing against the weaker teams. They play 9Z, and then they play Loud. It's very doable for them, just they're far behind right now.
Well, let's have a chat with Sensi joining us on the interview from Team Liquid. Hello, Sensi. Muito obrigado. Thank you so much for joining us here. Congrats on the win. It's crazy. We see you smile for the second time now.
Yes, it feels good to smile after a game. I gotta say that.
It looked like you had absolutely no pressure. Everybody was playing well. People were smiling. Is this just the continuation for us to expect from your last win to today and beyond?
This is one of the things that we always try to pass along to the team. Like, we know that Team Liquid, FaZe Clan, all of these big orgs usually bring some kind of pressure to the players. And one of our job here is to try to mitigate the kind of pressure. I mean, it's normal, right, for players to be pressured by. It's part of the competition. If you're good, you are going to be part of a greater organization, greater team, and thus raising that pressure higher. Our job here is try to, make them feel more comfortable in the pressure. Not trying to push them in a position where they feel like, oh my god, we cannot lose this match, we cannot lose this game, we cannot be out of tournaments or whatever. So we try to, but yeah, I think that at the beginning of the season we've been seeing them struggling a little bit more, for the matches. They're also, well, W7M, FaZe Clan, Furia, all of these teams are pretty great as well. So kudos to them too. But we need to work ourselves. And I heard you guys talking about qualification points and all of that. And yeah, we are behind. I think that it's kind of that feeling that, guys, we are already at the bottom. So let's worry about ourselves. No, do not worry about points. Do not worry about qualification, being out of majors or whatever. Just let's play our best game. Let's have fun. Let's enjoy the game and let's play as a team. Yeah, and we saw these for these two past matches, and it's been awesome to watch these guys play.
Do you feel like that's the main reasons you guys have flipped the switch and started winning? The reason that you guys are all the way at the bottom, and that I guess the pressure to qualify is kind of out of the window now that you were so far behind. Do you think that's relieved the players and that's why they're playing better right now?
I think so. There's so many things that we think what went wrong, what is going right in the right direction, of course. And honestly, pressure is one of the things that everybody that joins Team Liquid feels a little bit more than any other organization. We have the hugest fan base here. Everybody knows Team Liquid. We have a lot of structure. We have, players don't need to worry about anything. Team Liquid take care of that. Yeah, they don't need to care about rent, food, transportation, PCs, internet. Team Liquid has everything covered, and the only thing that they need to do is play. And when they feel this kind of pressure that they need to pay back, it's when things lost track. And we've been trying to work that. We've been trying really hard to make it work, to make them click together, and it's showing progress. It's going a little slow to my taste, but it's showing its progress, and I think that's pretty nice. Yeah.
It does look good when everything works out well. And so far, it has, especially in these past couple play days, as you're mentioning. Next play day tomorrow, you'll be playing against 9Z. An opportunity again to collect more points before ending the stage here against Loud. Maybe it'll come down to that game. I'm personally looking forward to this and seeing the trajectory of Team Liquid. Sensi, thank you so much for joining us here on the interview. Always a pleasure to speak with you, my friend.
Thanks, guys. Have a good night, too.
And here we are. It's good to have this chat. The training wheels are off. Everything is all set here for Team Liquid. Might have taken a while, but seems like trajectory is clear, even though not completely in their hands. However, it might be in the hands of the MVP of our matchup. Who is it? It's Maya. You can continue.
I think if you ask Ollie, it would be Nesk, but no, it was Maya. And he really is a game winner for this team. I mentioned it in the pregame. He's been a little bit quiet. We've seen him at international events be the man for Liquid, and he was that again today. Look at this again, almost perfect stats across the scoreboard.
I think if you think of his action, especially in the game, he was one of the main reasons why Liquid was able to execute so many times, I think, enabling the man advantage in many different scenarios, in many different rounds. I think, in general, looking at him, he was one of the only players that I think has stayed consistent throughout the different iteration of Liquid. And one of the, I guess, pickups that were the most effective from that team, whereas if you look at the different roster changes, it's not always been a clear-cut scenario where it was an upgrade or a downgrade. I think with Maya, it's always been a question of him being, I think, one of the best pickup, and it's normal to see the team rebuild around him. I kind of also want to praise Ask because he stepped up today, because he was positive, because he was struggling the entirety of the stage, and I felt like he was really much in the game. Once again, is it a question of loss underperforming, or is it a question of Liquid being back in shape? We've got to wait, I think, to see them play against 9Z and then against Loud eventually in the next few days. To really get that point. I think more generally speaking about Liquid, I'm wondering, is that performance especially towards the end of the stage, enough for the organization to trust this roster? Or are we going to see another change if they fail to qualify to WC? That's my, I guess, open question mark about this team.
I've decided, Leo, that Liquid are going to make playoffs. Ollie has converted me. I've got the team goals. And I've just been theory crafting some of the numbers behind this, right? So Loud currently sit in third position, 13 points. However, I'm going to say it, Liquid will take Loud's position in the playoffs. Here's why. Loud play Furia tomorrow, and Liquid are only 5 points behind.
Okay,
Loud lose, Liquid win. Liquid are then 2 points behind, and then Liquid beat them on the final play day to take their spot in the playoffs, and boom, Liquid are back.
There's a problem.
Is it
with
likely?
that.
Probably not, but
there's a problem
I'm a
with that
romantic,
logic.
what can I say?
The problem with that logic is that they will be facing Loud with the only chance for them to qualify would be a regulation win to get 3 points to get over them, which would mean that there would be pressure in the matchup.
We come full circle.
Okay, this is quite vicious if we continue to kind of theorycraft over how it goes, though. Leo, Fresh, thank you so very much. That was already past the halfway mark for us here in Playday number 7, Lost v Liquid. After the break, 2 games we've all been absolutely winning for NIP versus W7M.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to SAL. We continue on with our Playday, and it is beautiful Santiago, Chile, as we see on our screen. And man, the herald for the next 2 matches that we have in store for you. My God, there are going to be some great matches. And actually, let's just start talking about our next one. Hi, I'm Milos, with me are Fresh and Alphama, and we set up for NIP versus WCG. Let's talk about W7M. First up here, the squad that so far are number 1, right? They're not undefeated anymore. That was kind of dashed not long ago, but they're at the top. They're looking for more. They're looking to secure top 2 to propel them deeper into the playoffs bracket immediately on the get-go.
Yeah, absolutely. We're looking at probably one of the highest quality teams in the world right here. Some of the players on your screen, adding in Palu as well. And it's just fitted, that man on your screen. It's fitted like a glove, him coming into this roster. It was the breath of life that he needed from his personal perspective, but also this team needed. Another big name, another player that raises the bar of the expectation of this team. You know, we go back to Reload, semi-final, would have won it had they got to the final. They were undefeated up until last week. A blip on the radar, 7-5 against Loud. I'm not really reading too much into that. I love this team. I love how much talent they've got on the roster. I love the pace that they play with, the freedom they play with, and the creativity they play with. And across the board, they are individually all exceptional players. And big shout out to Dodes on the left-hand side of your screen, by the way, because he keeps going under the radar, I think, for a lot of teams. As like, he is one of the best fraggers in the world. You can see his KD there, his stats. He's up there in the top 10s of basically every stat for an individual player, but he's not traditionally known or respected inside of that role. Even off the bat, if you said, hey, who's the best fragger on W7M to a lot of people, he probably comes in maybe in that 3rd, 4th position. I think a lot of people would put Palu and Volps above him, maybe Lobin as well. But he's having quietly going about it, but he's having an excellent stage so far.
I would put some nuance on everything you've built here, Jack. Because I will say this.
Okay.
Yes, W7 is playing very well. They had a 4-win streak. But they had a 4-win streak against a really struggling Liquid in the first playday. And then they played 3 of the weakest teams in Lost, 9Z, and ENX. When they started playing against the big teams, what happened? They lost 2 games in a row. They lost to Furia, they lost to Loud. So right now, we still haven't seen W7M prove themselves and take a victory against a team that's in contention for playoffs. So this is the moment I'm expecting, right? That's the moment I'm waiting for. I'm waiting to see W7M step up against one of the big teams in Brazil, and that needs to start today against the NIP. It's a good moment to prove it.
And currently there's...
Counter nuance. They are the major champions, so the last major they played, they won everything. And Reload, they only lost to Furia in the semi-final. Had they have won that, they would have won that event. So we're talking about a team that would have won the last, potentially, could have, maybe should have won the last 2 events. Excluding that event called Six Invitational, where they were kind of mid.
Counterpoint. Montreal was how many months ago now?
Exactly. No. Counterpoint. That's longevity for you because they've been at the top level for that long.
Let's move on.
Counterpoint. They're playing online, and that's something else. Anyways, they have to do it here against NIP on the other side. If anybody can really take down W7M, just looking at pure numbers and standings, it's Ninjas in pajamas. If I would have said this before that Montreal major, I think Jack would just bring a mallet and start hitting me over the head because he'd tell me you are absolutely crazy for saying that. But they're here. They're doing it. They're making it happen.
Yeah, you wouldn't be crazy anymore to tell that. They basically, if W7M is the dominant team, NIP isn't, right? NIP likes to make it hard for themselves. They've played 74 rounds of Siege in 6 games. That's more than, that's more than 12 per game. I mean, and somehow they always come out on top. Somehow it seems to work. Somehow they rely on amazing fragging machines that you see here on your screen, Fantasy, Haters. I think these guys have massively stepped up. Fantasy, especially one of the most looked up prospects from Brazil. 3 years ago, finally maturing and finally daring numbers. Cons transitioning into an IGL role as well for this team since the departure of Psycho. This team seems to work. This seems to have regained a vision, and you've heard it from other teams. They play a very aggressive Siege, a really Brazilian identity of playing the game, and it seems to click with this team. However, it is extremely relying on the opening engagements. So far, they're the 4th best in the world. What happens if they lose those opening engagements? They lose. So it's very much early in the round. That's most of these, I guess, rounds wins are being played here.
I'd like to add some nuance to Leo's point now this time. He's had a very, very fair assessment of Ninjas in Pajamas. I think I do like what they've got going on, but again, those overtimes, those amount of rounds, their last couple of results, you know, in terms of they managed to beat ENX, but it was a 7-5. They managed to beat Loss, but it was an 8-7. They are conceding rounds to teams that are lower down the league table, and I think today's going to be a huge test for them against W7M. And again, just compounding that thing on the entry engagements point, they're going to be against some of the best fraggers in the world today. So if they're going to have to continue with good entry engagements if they're going to find anything from this game.
It is going to be a tough matchup no matter how you cut this. And usually when it's 2 teams that are so high up in the standings that are performing really well in the stage, either it is a back and forth, which we've seen with FaZe Furia, for example, earlier on, or it is a one-sided washout. There's kind of no middle ground to how things go. I'm hoping we get the very close, good game, not just close in score, because close in score doesn't always mean a good game. Regardless, let's take a look at our map. Vito, Jack, if you'd like to take us through this to see where these will end up playing on.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to see early bans of Nighthaven Labs, and that's for NIP. It pretty much is their permaban, so I'm not surprised to see that. Same with, actually, it's surprising for W7M to ban rid of La for me, even though it is low preference for them. Anyway, I'll move through because we can go all day about those bans. We're going to play Consulate. Now, Consulate for both of these teams and both of these organizations, I dare say we've not actually seen them on it for a long time. I actually dare say, Leo, I don't think we've seen either of them on it, especially in terms of the Siege X era.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's actually not a map that they lack, both of them. Not a map that they play, at least. I mean, for an IP, I think we haven't seen it since the Open Qualifier of SI. Like, that's more than 7 months ago. And for W7M, it was at Six Invitational 2025, so not on Siege X either. First time seeing it with these rosters, with these changes of IGL, or with the bringing of Palu on the side of W7M. Open question here. Interesting to see how it goes. Not quite sure I guess which playstyle contract fits the most. I would say W7M maybe the most complete team, and able to. I guess that's still a map where you are able to punish aggression quite well if you just play strategical, methodical, and step by step. I would say it favors W7M, but I guess it's still an open question right now.
Yeah, I would say so. Off the raw data just from this stage, we've actually only seen Nip ban Consulate once. So they've been happy generally to go there. It's generally been their opponents that have banned it, whereas we've seen it be banned quite a lot by W7M as well. I think 3 times there. So it's a map realistically neither has obviously been to, but both have been happy to go to it on occasion. So yeah, I would generally side with you, Leo. I think W7M's playstyle suits this map slightly better, although we can only say this with a less degree of certainty because we've not seen either of these teams on this map in such a long time.
Yeah.
This is a real test really with CJX, propel mechanics, timings, and the whole shebang. Both teams pretty close in numbers here, but it's just that overall NIP's matches have gone on for so long that of course you see such a closeness between their kills and deaths, whereas W7M, when they've dominated hard, Leo.
Yeah, it's exactly the story. You've got 4 strong wins on the side of W7M at the beginning of this stage that basically boosted all of their stats. And they lost, last week 2 games, but the 2 games were really close, right? 5-7, and then the other one in overtime. So obviously they're still going to have really good stats. Actually interesting to see that the team that is supposed to be the most aggressive still has the most amount of points, but it still goes to show. I guess in the entry department, it perfectly highlights my point, right?
That's huge,
it seems to be it's a huge strong suit for an IP. I will say it's tough to do that against W7M. I mean, you're facing some of the biggest gunners in the game. It's gonna be a pain to try and I guess go that aggressive against a team that's perfectly unable to punish you. I mean, I remember playing against Palu, and it was always a nightmare in his prime to try and face this guy because you had to play, I guess, the debate of do we go aggressive and try to be disruptive against these guys? But if you do that against Palu, he will punish you instantly. Or do you try and give them space and punish them late round? But if you give them the space, they know how to execute properly. And I guess that's kind of the same story for W7M right now. So I assume NIP are going to stay strong to that game plan, which is being explosive, being unpredictable, and trying to be as disruptive as possible to W7M because they should be the better team today.
Well, we talk about that. We talk about spearheads, of course, players that really can bring the action forward and keep the entire pressure throughout this matchup. And of course, you've suffered before at the hands of Palu in the squad. But who is there that is controlling the flow of everything? Who is leading those teams that has to give the correct calls at the correct time because of how time sensitive a lot of these attacks are going to have to be? Okay.
Can you hear me? Yes?
Yes. Now we can.
Okay.
Were you saying anything?
No. I wasn't too sure about what you were saying. Sorry.
Just say it. You know, who's got to step up IGL-wise here? Because yes, there might be like the one IGL, but who's helping out with those calls? Who's timing things, supports in the back to allow that front line to move efficiently?
For NIP, it's been the role of Cons, right? He's had to step up into that role ever since Psycho left. And I guess it was a big question mark for us when we saw that departure is who's going to take the leadership of that team after 4 years of Psycho being there, even 5 years, if I remember correctly. So I think so far he's carried out the right way. We've interviewed him. He seems to be fine with that role. He seems actually rejuvenated and has to basically have more motivation in that role. And I think it's worked wonders for NIP. Is it enough to take over W7M? Again, I will say this, they're clearly the heavy favorite, and I'm assuming it's the same story as Matchco, Jack. I don't know how you feel, but I feel like NIP got the right way out of so many situations in overtime, and they're having an incredible amount of points. But are they up to the level of their points? I'm still not sure. They still have to prove it to me.
I don't know. You was very skeptical about W7M when I was talking about them in the pregame.
I just put some nuance, Jack. I just put some nuance.
No,
all right, gents.
I feel like you need to go and support Nip all the way here. Where's
Gents,
the blind faith, Leo?
Before you get thrown in one another through this, let's put up our 5 screen here and have a quick little checkup with our fellow casters Lynx and Xer Troika. Now, look, this is a big, big game, Ollie. This is the one we've been waiting for today.
I kind of side with Fresh a little bit on this one. I think it's a big game, but big games don't always deliver. And I am really worried about NIP. I don't know if they deserve the spot in the leaderboard where they currently are. I mean, maybe deserves a strong word, because obviously they're there, so I'm sure they deserve it. They've played the games that are in front of them. But I do think that W7M are a cut above.
Yeah, Lynx, you always have something to say.
And I pay the only team in the league that's 5-1.
Yeah, how many of that is the overtime?
Yeah, 2. I don't care. They won the game, did they not? Leo, did they get the majority of the points in that game? Did they get the most rounds in that game? Do I care if it's 8-7 or 7-2? No, I don't care. They won 5 games.
That's 8-7
majority of them in regulation.
That's 8-7 against a loss that's been hardly super struggling.
Yeah,
that's a
it's
7-5.
It's a best of 1 in
ENX.
Brazil. What do you expect? The bottom team could show up on a random day and completely nuke the server. These things happen in this league.
I can't like who Leo's cheering for here.
I think of everyone, Leo is most sat on the fence.
I can tell you, Leo's like, oh, I just went through nuance. He sounded like more of a debate kid than me.
I just like to put some facts and
a very good
balance into
impression,
this,
actually.
this match. But it's okay. I can start speaking.
I liked
with
you
the
better
French
when you were
accent,
pink,
and then
Leo.
and when I'm pink, it's okay. You know what? From now on, I don't even care. I will speak with the French accent. No one gives anything about me. I will be the big French cliché. Yeah, I know everything about the game. Great, good match.
Oui, je sais.
No,
right.
no French on the broadcast.
Oh,
It's
sorry,
an
my
English
bad.
broadcast.
Sorry, my bad.
Only
My bad,
Franglish,
bro.
if you're gonna
No,
do
wait.
it that way.
It's a restream. Can I do Portuguese? It's the South America League. We got Portuguese. I could do Spanish, Argentinian.
Argentinian? What do you want?
Oh no, I'm sorry. I should say not Argentinian, Argentina. I was saying Spanish, because Argentina speaks Spanish.
Argentina. Wonderful.
Also,
what else? Are we gonna play GeoGuessr after this? No, Lynx, we're not.
We could. Jesse's probably co-streaming.
I want to play Time Guesser with him, but he refuses to play it. Anyways, we're babbling because our lobby's almost set. One more time, Leo, I hope your cat is by you, snuggling up. No?
He left. The cat box is empty.
Oh no.
I hope it's empty.
That's usually where Lynx sits, by the way.
The point you're lifting it up. Yeah, I hope that thing's empty.
Our game is ready, by the way, so we're gonna save you all of that. Lynx, Xer Troika, take it away.
Thank you very much, Gassan. I was very confused. You were like, I hope it's empty. I'm like, why? Then the cat would be there. I was
waving it around his head.
I was missing the forest for the cat, so to speak. I kind of want to pick up on something you said though, which is that, you know, games of the day don't always deliver. And obviously this is a game of the rich getting richer. No matter who wins, they're still going to be in the top 2. Like literally, well, wait. No, that's technically not true. If you're playing Black Dragons could overtake one of these 2. But if Furia wins, this is just a game of the rich getting richer. And on Consulate, with a historically very slow team, could be I'm worried it could be a bit of a snoozer. In parts.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like the game of the day title, it sometimes does just put the kiss of death on a game, doesn't it? On paper, this should be a fantastic match. Like
you never
W7M
know.
versus NIP, you've got 2 of the top teams at the moment inside of Brazil, and I'm hoping it is. You know, I hope it is a top tier match. But you look at the map of Consulate. Neither of these 2 teams have played this map anything that you could consider recently. I had to go back into Narnia to find the last time these 2 teams had played it, and even then I still didn't find it. I think Leo made reference to one of them, and it's so far back it's irrelevant. 272 days ago, last time that NIP played this map against E1 Sports. You'll forgive me for not knowing that game off the top of my head.
That was in October.
Yeah, last year.
I know. I was just saying it. It was in October. I remember.
All right, so you'll remember it, but I don't remember it, unfortunately. And that is because I'm a little bit older than you. And then the last time that Liquid played this map was 145 days ago against Falcons.
Which Falcons?
Now, to save you doing the math, that was the 10th of Feb. So that was at SI.
Oh. Oh, I see.
They lost.
Oh, that's not good. Bad event. Bad event for them. As Jack mentioned, an interruption to what could have been W7M dominance. Because if they do beat Furia, they beat CAG. They beat CAG every day of the week in that final.
5 seconds to
I also appreciated, shout out to the desk. I appreciated the Dodez hype. I do think Dodez gets slept on for being, like, literally statistically the best player in the league right now, I'm pretty sure. And I think he has been slept on this roster for quite a while, as he came in from, ooh, I'm being tested. What team was Dodez on before this? God, what was it? Oh, it's on the tip of my tongue.
Who, Dodez?
He was on the Sexy Cake E1. That's what it was. He was on the Sexy Cake E1. Before he joined this roster.
That long?
Okay, you didn't say anything. Shut up, man. Like, come on.
No, I didn't know what you... I didn't really know what you were on about, to be honest.
Okay, well, I'm sorry. My bad. Minute so far. 50 seconds into... 50 seconds into the CEO attack. Didn't talk about the bans much. 2 shields. Not a big shock, especially on Consulate. One of the key ways to break through the defense. Azami, Cade taken off the board. We've talked ad nauseum about the power that both these operators have. What I am more surprised by is this lineup CEO, because CEO attacks can get pretty gimmicky, Ali. I think you'd agree. And aside from the glass, not a whole lot of gimmicks to be found.
No, there's not. And I love a gimmick.
I do too.
Big fan of a
John W.
gimmick.
Gimmick over here.
Hates is currently trying to get out of the dodge because he's just been droned downstairs and likely knows that there's going to be a full crack team on his tail. Now, if this is just going to be a CEO plan, it needs to start happening quite quickly. Because we've got Vulcan packs, we've got Smoke Toxic Babes, we've got a C4, there's a Warden. This whole defense is lined up to deal with the CEO window hopping. Hates on the roam downstairs. He's having a hard time navigating past these drones as well. They're very thorough at the moment. I really worry if this is just a hop-in, because I don't think that W7M have the tools to really deal with that. Only now they're going to start baiting things out.
Hate's found down below. At least got a 5v4 for W7M, and they are baiting out this utility quite well, but Pino still has 2 toxic canisters, and we're getting real low on time. One player just around the corner from Palu. We'll have to fall back with no resources to destroy that F, not really. Maybe that EMP can go out, maybe you can disable it. But NIP are doing such a good job at keeping W7M at bay. They're really getting the most they can out of these smoke canisters. Last one goes out as the flashbang goes in. C4 lands right at Dots' feet. Cons has read it perfectly. Another one will be fed to the MPX right as the air jab gets triggered. What the hell is that timing? Pino tries to swing around the corner, but Loban can hold with the coverage. Dota's stunned, put forth by that toxic smoke, just creeping up behind the CO desk. He gets it! Hell in a handbasket, that round's gone for NIP in complete pandemonium. W7M somehow find a win.
How have NIP thrown that? Like, really, how have they lost that round?
I cannot believe it.
Why did Pino expose himself to the door, to the window? And how did that final kill come out?
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Like, it wasn't even like he had an AR. He's literally got the Deimos pistol, the Vendetta. It's like it's a good gun. It's probably, it's a gun that if you're going to hit your shots, you want it in that situation. But you better be hitting your shots, because if you miss, that's it. All of that happening while we're in red time as well. Time was just ripping off the clock. I said that I was worried for W7M with their approach there because it was kind of one-dimensional. They were really just trying to bait out that utility. But there was so much that NIP had. And still, somehow, they managed to come away losing that round. Big question mark on Pino's play in that round for me.
I think you just can't be losing defenses like that.
You just can't be giving the opportunity away. Like, just hide, you know? Even the last player, he should just be prone by the desk. Because if he's prone by the desk, he doesn't die, and then, yeah, sure, he can hop in and pick the diffuser up, but what's he going to do? He's got no time. He has to plant. Like, you've just got to play survival at that point.
Well, he didn't. That's job done for W7M. Want to attack this early on, you don't really care the margins. That's the nice thing about Siege. We got no economy going on. It doesn't matter if the round comes in with a 1v1 with 0 seconds remaining. You just need to win the round. You don't suffer any negative consequences for how close it is. On a map where attacks can be hard to come by, W7M will lap that up, not even leave room for seconds. Little roam
Getting quite a slow approach. Yeah.
A little bit. Oh, hello. Fancy. Creeping just around the corner. 2 players outside. We'll spot him on the drone. W7M quite liberal with his drone economy.
They're not afraid to get stuck in, are they? Only got 3 left. But it's paid dividends. Opening pick onto Fancy. With a very quick response onto Dots. But with Hates falling, that's a successful clear in anyone's book. You've only lost your ace. You've still got 2 exothermics. And you've got a Hibana. You're going to take that every day of the week. It puts the pressure now onto NIP, so much so that Cons is at the top of Spiral, just looking if he can find someone walking down. He can't really afford to leave his team that isolated. NIP need to be playing these as crossfires and trades now, because that's the only way that they're going to come out on top. They need to get a kill out of nothing. W7M can just continue to tighten this net. They're going to start to try and get main breach open as well. Yellow's always going to be a concern. There's an active F not on that. We know we don't need to be looking at that. Dodez grabs another onto Pino. NIP, are they just going to get picked apart one at a time?
I think so. You got the backstab. You got Loban dashing on in and somehow doesn't fall. Flash goes out to pinch this remaining player. A lot of weight has to fall on Khan's shoulders, and every single flashbang has hit its mark. W7M unrelenting with that secondary utility, and Dodez lethal and precise with that server side backstab. 2 kills for him on that round. And when W7M could have just pushed all through the front and brute forced it, showing why he is the best player in the league at the moment.
Just a bit of a weird defense from NIP as well. Like, they tried for quite a loose roam, which isn't always like a bad thing, but W7M, they are like a rabid dog with those drones. Like, they're going after those roamers no matter what. It really didn't matter at all if you had someone out on the road. They were going to spend the drones, find you, and then start to execute a plan. And when they've got the man count advantage, and they've got that level of teamwork, they don't always need so many drones in the late portion of the round, because they can just play things as trades. It's a good investment early on to still have a strong position for the later portion of the round. So I'm kind of surprised to see NIP not fall into the trap, but go for that kind of loose roam with not too much up there supporting them. It's not like they were trying to roam on the top floor and play some Vert and, you know, play a Scopos or really start to get around there. It was just a Mutant and Vigil. They were just hanging around.
Attacker's objective is to defuse the bomb.
Now that we said I got 2 attacks in a row, we've only played 2 rounds on Consulate. That one looked better than the first. If you're NIP and you're trying to increase the distance between you and Black Dragons as much as possible, just try and secure your spot for top 2. I think, again, just to be clear, like, both these teams are gonna be in playoffs. Like, I think it's basically impossible for them not to be at this point, but like, well, not actually, but you get what I mean.
Very unlikely.
Very unlikely.
But I always
either
think
way,
that, you know, winning's all about form, isn't it? If you're on good form,
yes. That's what I was going to say.
Usually what we look to, isn't it? You know, we like the teams that consistently do well. You don't want a team that has a great start and has a poor finish. And
I think if you're NIP who have been struggling to actually assert yourself in the conversation, of Brazil the past couple years as a team that isn't just, you know, the team that used to be good, that used to be a champion, that used to be a contender. Getting a win over the current favorite in the league, the #1 ranked team, would be really quite nice. Nancy sees a nice opportunity right below. Running around, Loban making his head spin, but all he'll do with that very weak UMP is put him to about 60% health.
Swapping mags.
Loban can get by with a lot less than that.
Dodes continuing prowess from the previous round. Opening pick onto Cons this time. Wizard might be given an opportunity here on Spiral. He's going to activate his goggles just to be sure. Dodo's actually going to get taken out there. C4 going to get sent into nothing. So NIP have equalized now. They've gone for that more committed approach on this top floor. Got some good kill holes open now as well, and with the super shorty on Fancy, you can make more as and when they are required. Hate's currently on the death mark. Got to be worried about W7M and the ability just to push right in. And look at Palu's position right now. Finds one, lined up for a second, but gets taken out there by Wizard. Things stabilize. NIP start to look good into this last 45 seconds. You do worry if W7M just went a little bit slow.
A little bit slow, but Dot still finds himself inside of the site. Might have just found an opening. You can see, oh, what a nice play. Call given to Volps. He waits, catches Pino crossing. He's none the wiser. Now the advantage is shifted. W7M, not the advantage in man count anymore, but Wizard has to guess, has to figure out where this Grim is. Dot's recognizing he's below the hatch. So concerned because these vertical angles created so early on that are always a threat when you're attacking Expo. If Wizard can just find the right angle, find the right spot, he can dash W7M's chances at 3 in a row, and he's kept them guessing long enough. Hard fought for their first defensive victory. NIP looking quite good in it nonetheless.
I think NIP looked good in that round, but I question Palu pushing in on the Twitch on his own. Yeah, he gets one kill, but he immediately gets traded, and then somebody else from W7M starts to go in after it, and you just start to think, guys, like, sync up a little bit. If you push that together, you trade Palu, and you probably just win the round at that moment. You don't need to worry about getting the plant down. So maybe a little bit 1-by-1 from W7M on that top floor clear, but NIP managing to hold on, and, you know, a good scrappy defense on that top floor, only just holding on, then winning it through the vert. There's not much that's more satisfying, really, in this game than winning a round as a defender from the vert there when the plant's having to go down. The bans come in at the start of round number 4. We have a Warden and a Ying, so kind of two sides of the same coin removed there in a lot of ways. Warden being taken out, obviously giving a bit more power to those flashbangs and the smokes, but the main counter also being removed in that Ying.
The pattern with all these attacking operator bans on Consulate is just, okay, it doesn't even matter if that other team is necessarily playing them. It's just like the shields are going to be a big problem. Ying's going to be a big problem. Just don't want to worry about it. Now, see, especially if a team like W7M does play the Ying or does play the shields, you got to be careful about it. I do like this, though. Obviously, had the option to ban that third shield, didn't. The moment this round begins, Volp's now bringing out the Blitz. Operator, or kind of operator we mentioned, can be very strong on maps like Chalet, where so much pressure is already placed in the defense to hold power positions that one shield can break that control. But on Consulate, where it's so difficult to enter the building, case in point, that first CEO round, having a Blitz that can hop down yellow or push up a staircase might be the difference between you sitting and stalling for 2.5 minutes or actually making some progress.
I love this early play from Dots. Nice little bit of teamwork there. He throws a shock drone up onto the ledge, it gets shot open, and he's immediately getting rid of Vulcan packs, FNATs, whatever's in his way, basically. Very quickly dealing with that utility. Plus the Warden being banned, the Warden's been brought quite often. If he yings up, usually you will bring a Warden. It's got value beyond that, but looking through the smokes, it's a pretty decent option as well. Ooh, now we have a nice little battle here as one shield has been brought on the attack and likewise one on the defense. Cons on the clash. trying to keep hold of the top of yellow, so much so that Volp's actually going to be forced all the way back down and kind of just playing flank watch right now. And he should be. Hates is lurking at the bottom of these yellow stairs. Not sure if he got caught out on one of the earlier lion scans or not, but he will be allowed to just slip through now and could provide good bait, especially for the clash above.
I mean, there's a hell of a gap here if Hates decides to fill it. Volp's dashing past with Dota so focused on the clash in front. That call might come out. I mean, Volp's is rotated all the way over. There it is. Runs up the yellow staircase. Dota is trying to relieve some of that pressure. Over by yellow, now cut down by that beautiful lurk from the Goyo. And W7M's options are quite limited. Gonna be betting a lot on this blitz to break the stalemate around the long desk, but this is what the Clash can do. Wherever they spot that blitz going, wherever they spot the bulk of the pressure coming from, they can rotate her over. Dots tries to get active. Clash just barely saves the life of one of those SAS players. Hates trying to go for another. Will not find anything. Volp's damaged, but still alive. That might be the difference maker, especially now that W7M find the 4v3. It's not clean and it's not pretty, but they are putting Cons on his back heels, forcing him away. Cons might just be able to hit this lurk. There's no way they anticipate him slipping the net like this. You can see Dots worried about it. They'll move forward. Pre-fires around the corner. We'll spot him as Volps picks up another. W7M again in the advantage, but Fancy somehow finding two has put Dots in another unwinnable position, but he's stuck. He's in the corner. He's got nowhere to run. Bouncing back from that first loss, prone on the floor. Dots gets W7M their third.
I think Con should stick with the shield in his hand, I'm going to be honest. Because that was a horrendous engagement. Dots and Cons both missing every single shot on one another. And then Dots running through with the pistol, picking the kill up onto Cons, and then somehow getting the kill onto Fancy as well. Another nail-biter for a top-floor defense. And I'll be honest, neither of those rounds on the top floor should be given to W7M. There's no way they should be winning either of them. One was coming right down to the wire and required someone to hop in into smoke to pick up the final kill. And then the other requires a 2 versus 1 clutch against a Clash. And a Mute, by the way, who's perfect shotgun range and should have just absolutely deleted him. NIP really got caught up in the sauce there, and I think they just needed to take a little moment to breathe, a little step back, and just be like, right, look what we've got. We've got the time on our side. Did a Clash. Did the Mute. No too surprising to see the timeout brought there at the end of round 5. But even at this stage, you kind of look at it and go, is it a bit too little too late? We're on Consulate here, and W7M have got 3 attacks.
3 attacks on Consulate very much looks like W7M will be securing their place in top 6 at the end of this map. It's not impossible. We've seen crazier things happen. I mean, you never know. W7M have a tendency to get a bit antsy at times. I would say Furia aside, of many of the top teams in Brazil, W7M on defense have the tendency to maybe overswing a little too much. Maybe disrespect their opponents a little too much. But do I think they'll overcomplicate Consulate to that extent? I hope not. As going into the top team in Brazil, I hope they wouldn't do that. The 3 attacks is just such a daunting scoreline to stare down. It's good that NIP take their time out. They need these next 3. Because obviously a 5-1 or 6-0 comeback could happen on the attack, but if you let W7M get 4-2, get 5-1, it's just one of those maps where the odds on W7M winning are going to increase pretty drastically if that's the case.
It'll come as no surprise to learn that W7M are one of the better attacking teams in the league. They're also one of the teams that has a higher defensive win rate, so you would expect when they get onto that defensive side for them to be good. NIP, it's even more lopsided. They have a 47% win attack and a 60% win defense. The fact that they've dropped so many rounds here on this defense really doesn't bode well for them. They're going to have to do something they don't usually do, and that is win the majority of their attacking rounds. taking the time out, but I just get the feeling that gives W7M a little bit of time themselves to stabilize. Because let's be honest, with the couple of rounds that we've seen that have been fairly scrappy, think about round 1 and round 4 in particular, they've certainly got some things to iron out as well. Let's see if they can do that headed into round number 5. Slightly different lineup being brought this time. We've got a Sense coming in for the first time, but still going with that general theme of obstruction. Again, still going with the general theme of that roam clear with Volps on that Deimos and a good, strong early drone game. W7M already losing 3 of those drones in the first minute or so. Make that 4 as another one gets bipped off our view right there. They're searching for these admin players and the players that are tucked in to this top floor.
Difficult position to take. Not admin necessarily, but vending beyond it. Ooh. That is one reason why constantly can be difficult, though. If somehow somebody slips by, there's a lot of corners the defense can sit in and catch you off guard. Fancy dealt a lot of damage in turn, and Dotas can be picked back up, so neither party losing a player in that situation. But it will waste some precious seconds on a take that tends to go quite slow because, I mean, Ollie's I just mentioned, vending can be difficult to break past for the attack, especially as players like Hates might creep up vending stairs, throw something your way. That is, unless Volps has something to say about it, right around the corner. Waiting. He'll be rewarded, but he'll just bruise Hates as the Valkyrie retreats down to the bottom floor, though the Deimos might just decide to go hunting.
How is Hates not dead, by the way? Right, it looked like he tanked that to the face. I'm sure it must have been a shoulder, but a lot of kills going on elsewhere as Lobin going to be the next player to get taken down. Cons has put in huge work to pick up 2 kills there. NIP, they're looking alive here in round 5. We were concentrating on a bit of a roam clear, but it was a distraction for what else was going on. There are some players low at the moment on NIP, and it's going to be very difficult for W7M to make something happen, but it looks like Dots might try and bait a plant out here.
Ooh. We'll try to bait a plant out, and he just has a little bit of time. Not to bait out that toxic canister, unfortunately. You know, let's go with it pretty quick. Maybe there's just a little gap. An opportunity for Volps right there. Nade around the corner to prolong that push. It's only the Deimos that can cover this. He finds one. Dots making the play. Spending a little bit of that HP to get in position, but that C4 around the corner. Hates with both final kills. And IP are the ones to stabilize after that timeout, but still 1 round to go just to get an even half.
I love that Valkyrie skin. Kind of ironic that it's Hates to get those final couple of kills when he was the one that really kind of slipped the net earlier on. And if Volps had landed either another bullet or a different shot, a better shot, you could say, the round maybe goes a little bit differently. But W7M was still fighting from that back foot. Again, I don't think it'll deter them too much, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them save that timeout for the later half of this game. I don't think that there's going to be any major alarm bells just yet. Attacking into this mid-floor now, it was where they were successful in one of their previous defenses for NIP. Wizard managing to hold on that top floor, and no real way of getting the plant down in any sort of safety. W7M. But one of the holes that we've discovered was W7M kind of went a little bit solo on that top floor clear. So if Palu's able to buddy up a little bit this time, it might be slightly different. That is, if the hold is the same, which, to be honest, at the moment, it looks similar. We did have a castle back when we saw this in round number 3, though, and we don't have a castle now. Fancy instead is going to be on the Fenrir.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Fenrir is just such a powerful operator on console. You never really want to drop him. How many tight doorways the attack has to go through, whether on the top or the bottom floor, but especially in this case, on the top floor. F-Nauts can be quite a menace. Not nearly as much so now that, you don't have to waste an entire explosive on it. It makes sense why Fancy would want to swap to that. Didn't see a whole lot from that shield, both in terms of what we saw, but also in terms of the impact last round for W7M. Also seen Dodas trying to hold down the flank as Glaz over by Yellow Stairs just get flanked pretty quick. W7M are bringing good tools for the job, but they are struggling to keep a handle on NIP's positions, at least in the trend of the couple rounds we've seen NIP win. With the success of that previous round. Even if W7M get into position, even if they get Palu or Dodas or Volps into the spot they need, NIP are starting to show the kind of life in them that hopefully would make W7M realize that they can't just treat those positions for granted.
I do worry a little bit about the soft breach available right now for W7M. They've got guns and they've got secondaries, they've got Bailiff maybe on the brim, but it's not like they've not even got breaching charges, so they're really banking on a lot of this already being open for when they take the top floor. And a lot of the kill holes to already be established, which was the case in the previous attempt. So it's a fair assumption to make. These defenders are fairly well dug in right now. And a E1D isn't enough reason to move. A blitz charging you down might be, though.
I'd certainly start moving if I saw that just around the corner. Fancy takes the fight to him. Advantage W7M might widen as the Fenrir are trying to find their way. Hits the prone angle. Reveals Pino behind him. And Volp's caught completely off guard. Loban will have to rotate up. Retake that position. Aid the push as Dots moves in through the top floor. So focused on Pino, but one just around the corner for the trade. Another one found as it's all on Hates in the 1v2. Got two 1v1s right here, though. Oh, but Palu just dodges the angle. Advantage W7M going into their defensive half. NIP had one solid round, 2 victories. But their hopes might be diminished after a win from W7M.
Brilliant round from W7M. They did exactly what I asked, and that was to push together on that top floor. It was really well coordinated. You had the blitz lead in the charge, and for a moment, you thought, blooming heck, this cover's good from NIP. You've got Fancy getting pushed. You've got someone dug in deep in CEO, and the blitz is dead because he's unshielded around the corner. There was some really nice little nuanced bits of play there, but overwhelmingly too strong for W7M. The push up those yellow stairs, recognizing a lot of the action was going to go on that top floor, and really effectively being able to push a lot of different points at the same time. You had players coming in through meeting, you had players coming in through spiral, and you had that pressure inside of yellow. So an all-round, much better attack from W7M on their second try of that bomb site. And as such, they give themselves a healthy lead going into the second half of this game.
Magnet activated.
Do you think it can be overcome?
In a word, no.
Very blunt. It could be.
Well, look, it's a best of one and it's a game of Siege. I will always say there's a chance. But, and it's quite a big but in this instance, I just don't believe in NIP's attacks that much. And for a map that we've just got no sort of prior standing for them on it as this roster, kind of makes you wonder, doesn't it?
Well, that's what first rounds are for. Round 1 and round 7, we can always look to a team to quell our fears, answer our questions, or dash our hopes. Usually one of the 3. Maybe a couple. Certainly not all 3. Sad we don't get to see any Amaru play on the CEO site. We could, just neither team opting to do it. Instead, looking like an admin clear potentially for NIP. And with the utility that could be in their way, the magnets and the shield from Clash being 2 of the most potent threats that I'm looking at right now from W7M, could be problematic. But right now, I think they're just spread out, opening up windows, creating a little bit of phantom pressure, not committing themselves to anything just yet.
No, I don't think they need to commit too hard at the moment. They've got a nice flexible lineup here. The Ying being available in this early portion of their attack as well is something that they are likely going to use. Pino going to be bringing that. Again, we've got a bit of striker use, and I feel like I'm really critical on striker.
On you.
And I come down quite heavily on it.
This region loves striker.
I know, and I'm sure it's probably for the gun, and yeah, you can bring nades and flashes, you can be fairly self-sufficient in burning things, but I always think there's better things. And I will die on that hill, if anyone is wondering. Oh, I don't think anyone knows there's a player tucked in at the top of yellow here. Does Cons know this?
Oh, no, he doesn't. That's a nice little trade from Fancy, but Ollie, I mean, if you're Loban, you take that every day of the week, right?
Probably. I mean, you are on the Legion, so you've used a lot of your goo mines at this point. You're at the halfway point in the round, but you've got a big pick onto the Blackbeards. You probably don't really care.
Ooh. Don't care, it seems. Fancy. No caution whatsoever. Big find by Hates. Downing that Clash through the floor, gives the Nomad a way up, but Palu wrapping around. We'll keep it a 3v3. NIP might find their advantage, but they've at least these two remaining W7M players have retained control of the site. Arguably the most important thing, but another Deathmark tracker goes out. Nade right through that hole will force Palu out of position. Candela's blind him, but that doesn't matter. He's got the glasses, he can see through it, see through all of NIP's tricks. And now Pino hops in. His only support, that Deimos from below, rotating up the yellow stairs. They've got to play in tandem. They've got to use what remaining intel they have, but Pino gets too aggressive. The defense pushes, they win the 2v4. No doubts quelled by NIP in round 7. It's W7M to widen their lead and only get richer.
Palu's one of the most exciting players to watch because you never know what he's capable of. Playing the Warden there, I dare say it was to perfection. Activated the goggles at the perfect time, didn't get Candela flashed, was constantly in the right place at the right time, was getting perma Deimos deathmarked, by the way, and still able to pick up the kills. You've got to look at that and just go, that is how you play the Warden in that moment. It was a shame for NIP because they were very split up. They were trying to get him from below, but Palu plays enough Deimos to know, and he's historically played plenty of Book to know where's safe and where isn't. He ain't going to fall for those tricks. Yeah, you can blast a hole through the floor and throw a nade up, but all that did was push him into a more favourable angle where he could get a kill onto Wizard. It was really just as simple as that. I think Lobin opened the door with a nice bit of rat play at the start, just tucking in. Very off angle. I mean, there's a window right behind him, so you kind of, you know, you get seen from the skylight even. You know, he's not in the best position, really. But it was lackluster drone in from NIP, wasn't it? And they didn't pay that due diligence that there could be somebody there.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
I guess the saving grace is that round came down to the wire. That NIP were in a position to close it out, perhaps. They'll be punished for it going into round 8, but you will be punished for it in the trend of this game. Room for error decreasing with every round you drop. And odds of success decreasing with kills like that. Don't even know where Dodez was, but he takes down the Buck, the primary source of well, I don't know. You can call the Ram or the Buck the primary, but especially if one of those 3 C4s starts getting thrown at you, you kind of would wish you had hates for that redundancy, I imagine.
Well, Pino's playing Ram for the R4C. I'm sure of it. It is a blow. When you're attacking the basement, I don't think there's anything, you know, there's no such thing as too much. And especially if you've got a top floor clear to do as well, because very likely then you're going to have to clear the mid floor after that. And if you can open up both, even better. As it stands, it's not really sparked a reaction, has it, that opening pick onto Hayes? It's not like NIP have gone, oh, we've got to be, you know, good on this roam clear now. Not a lot has happened. Dodez has taken some damage and eventually will be finished off and pinched, but the trade's there straight away. Liquid's so consistent on this trade game.
Lobin looking quite nice. No way he goes for this again. Enough is enough, Lobin. Just go back to site.
But why not? He's basically won the round.
No, I know, but it just makes me nervous. It makes me antsy. It makes me feel like surely if 3 attackers are thrown at a vigil, surely somebody can do anything. Can find a kill, do some damage, set up his team for a win. I beg them to stop Lobin and that my prayers fall on deaf ears. Match point for W7M.
Listen, if you're feeling frisky with that boss GA cog, you just got to go for it. You got to full send it. You go, guys, look, I got 2 kills. I'm playing for me right now. I'm playing for the stats. And if you're the team, you've just got to go, that's fine. We accept it and we appreciate you letting us know. Lobin there, kind of single-handedly winning the round. A lone vigil that can't be dealt with. In 2025, with this much utility, I don't know about that one.
Bomb located by attackers.
Is the mid floor going to be the answer to NIP's prayers? Do you remember last week when we watched Consulate and it was nothing but split sites?
It's like 4 split sites and like. No,
we haven't. At least we haven't seen a split site today.
That was such a weird game.
I kind of miss it though. I was looking down at that. I was like, oh
no.
We're in piano. It'd be nice to see a split site.
I'm not entertaining this. I'm not entertaining this.
5 seconds remaining.
The fact that you're not sick of Split after we saw it like 8,000 times in a single game of Siege.
I think I just miss it because of how much we saw it. And I think that W7M are a team that could control it quite well, because on the defense, they do have quite a lot of map presence.
You need to
So
control
a split
yourself.
site... No, but a split site would suit their playstyle. And I think that NIP would find great pain in attacking onto it as well.
All right. We're just gonna agree to disagree on that one. I will say I like the Expo site. I like when when teams bring Solus and either try to play plant denial from the vertical or go from below in garage in the late round. I just like watching this site, so I'm a little bit biased when you make a point like that. Well, speaking of, Solus not above, not below, on the same floor as the site, and unfortunately spotted in front of a Visa drone that she is blissfully unaware of. Will be spotted by the Deimos and likely hunted down momentarily. There are some positions to cut her off, to be sure. But the bulk of the attention, at least from this Blackbeard at the moment, is the roam on the top floor. Fancy will find her, so no Specchio scanner in the late round, unfortunately. And he's got every single remaining defender to send a death mark after. A lot of potential intel for the Deimos to find.
I always find it funny when Solus gets pinged out on a drone. It's like, that's your only job. Like, your only job is to find the drones. And maybe to deny a plant later on if you live that long, but primarily let's just find some drones. A rare opening pick, though, for NIP. Are they going to be able to make good on it? W7M look fairly dug in right now. It's the pressure from below that could be the big problem for them. Nade's going to get sent in, but Fancy nearly getting caught flat-footed there in front of the doorway. It still is a very difficult area, regardless of if you've got a man count advantage to try and bust through, and especially when you've got a deployable shield in that sort of a position. They will be able to get into this vending corridor now, but how far can they push up?
I'll feel a little bit more comfortable pushing in the projector now that Loban's cut down, stuck inside of the little cubby right on the breach. Double swing out to long bar, but it's Dodez picking up both. DMR sounding quite nice to Palu's ears. Hearing the Aruni do so much work to make their chances a bit better. You know, just one bullet away from death. Wizard out of Candelas too. Only 2 Bs. The worry is, can NIP start rotating below? Can they find a way around these vertical angles? Both smokes from Wizard used as well. And with W7M not even really mounting this retake, NIP have completely ceded the vertical. They've let them take this spot. W7M didn't have to fight a single inch to retake these angles. And now they're scrambling. Pino down by the smoke. It's all left up to Wizard. We claimed this was the game of the day, and now it seemed NIP might just fall asleep yards behind the finish line. 5 seconds remaining. Planning and running right in front of Palu. No time to finish. It's all in W7M's hands. And with one drop, he doesn't see him, loses the fight. But no, Dodez manages it. Comes a little too close for comfort, but W7M smooth sailing in the playoffs.
Little bit of a scrappy end there to that final round where it was a frantic barrage of bullets being sent out of the DMR by Dodez. But a win is a win, and a 7-2 for W7M today against NIP. We kind of questioned the map coming into it. We were like, we've not seen these two teams play this map in a very long time. You could say we've not seen them really play it in their current forms. And maybe there's a reason we haven't seen NIP play it too much. And maybe there's also a reason why W7M let it through today, because they looked pretty good on it. They got a great split on the attack. There were a couple of rounds that, yeah, came down to 1 versus 1, so maybe a little bit scrappy. But overall, they played some incredible Siege. NIP, they just looked like they never got out of first gear today.
No, and especially that first half, so much damage done so early on with W7M taking a 4-2 split on attack. It was always going to be, at least in theory, a little bit problematic for NIP. And yeah, like you said, the attacks were not terrible, but as I think the desk is about to agree with us, they certainly weren't great.
Thank you very much, Links next to truck. And like we said, oh, Habibi! Oh no, it's small cat Links. Oh my god, it's so
just
pretty.
Really young. He was also
So
baffled
beautiful.
by the quality of Siege that we've just seen. So many frags, so many multi-kills. Insane.
Okay. I was gonna say, we had this conversation before the game started. When it's two teams that are at this level of competition, usually it's either an incredible game or an incredibly one-sided match, which is exactly what we had here, to the point where Alpha Muscat does require redemption from this Jack.
Scoreline one-sided, yeah, but in terms of control, I would say there's at least 3, maybe 4 rounds, Leo, that NIP strategically won, that W7M managed to get over the line. Those, on the balance of things, they go the other way. We're actually looking at a very, very close game. I actually started with this very first round. I don't know what the hell was going on inside of this first round. I don't know how this Deimos was repelled in with the Vendetta and managed to find the kill there. And that really set the tone for the game, I thought, because ultimately, I don't think NIP were too bad on their defense. I thought they were dominant, they were controlling a lot of things, and then it was just late round after late round after late round clutch for W7M to get over the line.
At some point, I think I said it to you, Jack, I was like, this should be 4-1 for NIP. Because I kind of disagree with Oli saying that NIP weren't in first gear today. I think actually they dominated the first half of the map. It's just that somehow, in some ways, W7M found a way, found a multi-kill, found something to bring back the rounds. The quality
this round
of the
was
players.
Crazy.
Yeah, once again, look at this.
Insane.
2 seconds left. He rushes in, gets the kill with the gun. In so many scenarios, it's like the first one where he happens in with the Deimos and somehow one-taps the last remaining player. In so many of these scenarios, these guys manage to bring back rounds they should never win. And what is the main reason for that? Let's listen to it. Round 1, Lobin gets a triple kill. Round 2, Dodes gets a triple kill. Round 4, Dots gets a 1v2 clutch. Round 7, Palu triple kill. Round 8, Lobin triple kill. Round 9, Dodes 4k and clutch. It's consistently individuals on the side of W7M that wins the round with multi-kills. Second thing, and I said it in the beginning, the strong suit of NIP is opening engagement. What happened in this match? They lost 6 out of 9. Yeah. And so for all of these reasons, we thought it was going to be a great matchup about great, level on each team. Well, it was a great matchup in terms of skill and gunplay.
Cat's meowing, by the way.
This, by the way, here from Lobin, he was, even then in that very final, he was just staying. He did not leave on that vigil. And that's just, it speaks to how confident this team are, right? The fact that they're just able, they're just wanting to take gunfights, especially once they're on the defense in W7M, and they're just staying in position. They're not leaving their position. If you want them out of that position, you're going to have to kill them. And it's so good. Like, their confidence must be sky high right now.
Absolutely. And actually, one person I do want to discuss the specific topic of confidence with is Palu, and that's exactly who we have on interview. Let's bring him up.
Hello guys. How are you doing?
Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much. It's good to have you back on here today. You and the entire team looked incredibly confident on Consulate. Why the map specifically? Because we haven't really seen either really on it, especially CJax.
It's hard to say. Like when I think the last lineup, they wasn't too confident on Consulate. They were struggling a little bit, but we were working on the map since I joined. And yeah, we haven't had the opportunity to play it, so we always had it like hiding it kind of. So yeah, it was a good opportunity to show off, and yeah, we did.
I've got to ask you, Palu. You guys, ever since you joined that roster, honestly, you've been looking super dominant, like barely any losses. And then last week, boom, 2 in a row. How did you guys manage to deal with that?
It's hard to say. I think last week our communication was really off. Like we were struggling on the last seconds of the round. We were like kind of playing as a team, everyone was like just playing by themselves. So yeah, we were struggling a little bit on our communication, but I think we just like put that in practice to try to stay calm on the end of the round, to like try to communicate and focus on one thing. And yeah, I think it worked a lot. So yeah.
Palu, since joining W7M, it's fair to say I think the team has done well, and you've also done well in terms of the team. How much fun is it playing with these guys as opposed to, obviously, he was on Liquid for a very long time?
Yeah, it's really fun. It's hard to say, like, it's so different to play in a team. Since I joined the competition, I only play for bootcamp, and now playing for W7M is amazing, like, to meet new guys. I never like spoke too much with them. Of course, we meet on the event, but we don't know how they are on the day normal. So yeah, it's always fun. Like they are always joking. We are having fun. So yeah, it's have been like a great experience for me. I've learned a lot, and I think I have how can I say? I improved as a player, learning new play styles, new things I can do. So yeah.
Yeah. On that, who do you think is the funniest person on your team?
The funniest? Maybe Dodas. Like he's really tiny and he just like removed some teeth, and he was like with his sticks really swallow. No. So yeah, he was so much.
Like is that why the communication was bad?
The whole time. Well, thank you very much, Paul. Thank you so much for joining us. Hello. Well, thanks so much for joining us, Paulo. Congratulations again on the victory. Good luck in your game tomorrow.
Thank you. See you guys.
Bye-bye.
Love the vibes.
It's pretty fun, isn't it? That's what you look for in a team like this, and that's why we emphasized when we're just saying Paulo is smiling or X player is smiling no matter the team, we're not just saying it for the fun of it or because it's funny or whatever. It's because we've seen over the years how the psychological impact of the environment that you're in as a player, and really anybody else, but specifically in this case as a player, has an impact on your performance. If, to really simplify it, your team passes the vibe check, especially on big game days like today, you're going to have a good performance. And that's what we got from W7M, from Paulo, and really from everybody on the squad. But it's what we got from one specific person, or MVP for this match. Who is it? It's Lobin.
It's Lobin. It could have been Dodas, Jack. I don't know what you think. I think both of them had incredible moments in that game. Both of them dropped double digits. Both of them went crazy for this team. And once again, I think it proves the point that you were saying before this matchup, where yes, this team is very dominant, and yes, they've added Palu, that's even more firepower. But if you look to the side of Palu, I mean, the amount of skill there is in each player there, like there's zero weak link. And if you think of it, they removed Dash, and Dash arguably was the best player on Wildcard at Reload. That just tells you how much talent this team has, you know?
Yeah. No, it's crazy. I mean, you remember Lobin all the way back to, I want to say, Atlanta Major? So you're talking a long time ago, where he was one of the main guys for this team, was previously known as Loss, a long time ago. He was one of the main guys along with Maya at that point. And then you start thinking, well, Volps has got that star player potential. We've seen him come alive at events. We've known Palu's got star player potential since day one. And Dodas is having a phenomenal season. And Dots is there very consistent as well. And it's just like, this team, these guys are absolutely crazy. And when it's like a perfect storm, when you've got all of these players individually playing great Siege, collectively they're playing amazing Siege, you can create something amazing from it. And that's what W7M are doing right now.
It looks good when we see it in this way, of course, with a different kind of scoreline as you saw in the matchup itself. But still, shout out to Emmy, by the way, wherever she may be watching us from, because apparently our broadcast is up in a bar somewhere, and they're having a lot of fun watching us, and also Leo's cat at some point on the broadcast. So, hey, we're having a lot of fun, and hopefully everybody's enjoying their time, drinking plenty of apple juice this evening. Fresh Alfama, that was game number 4, a washout, one-sided game 4. However, this can all change for our final matchup of the day, one that I'm also very much looking forward to. That is Furia versus Leo's favorite Black Dragons. We'll talk about that and more after the break.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Welcome back, everybody, to SAL. Our final matchup of the day is about to begin, and here we are, flying over wonderful Rio de Janeiro. This is
so much.
Copacabana, on the way to Pau de Azucar, which is the Sugarloaf Mountain, as you see in the distance. What a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful city it is. To me, walking in Rio de Janeiro is like being in Beirut, but just with a bigger beach. I'm sure it's very close to how Hull is, Jack.
Very, very, very similar. But no, that drone shot brought back some great memories. Copacabana had an amazing day there with Mystery and Chambers and Ace and Dez, and well, Dez was there, but the other two were there as well. That was great.
With friends like that, there's no need for and Des, yes, 3 friends and Des. Leo, we have to talk about our teams here, because first of all, let's take a look at the standings. I just want to make that clear here, because currently there is a lot happening here at the top, and if we're really zooming in up close on the 2 teams that are coming up next, that is Furia and Black Dragons. Currently, Furia are potentially on the edge of the top 6, but Black Dragons, of course, they haven't played their game. They have the opportunity to even jump up 2 or 3 even steps.
Yeah, I think Furia especially has been punished by these last 2 losses. If you look at them, 9 points, they're close to Liquid. They really need to start getting some points just to make sure that they stay in that top 6. Imagine a world where Furia just won the first ever international CGX event, and then they don't even make it to playoff the stage after. That would remind me of SI last year and what happened afterwards. I guess now is the moment to shine, but they're also playing against BD. And if you look at BD, Jack, they're in the 5th spot. Kind of same story.
Yeah, this is a very nervous game, I would say, because whoever loses, now, naturally, as you can see on the screen, Black Dragons have got a little bit more of a cushion, but whoever loses this game is going to have a Liquid that are firing, chasing them. In terms of the last 2 play days, it's not going to be an easy ride to playoffs. Conversely, whoever wins, especially if it's Black Dragons, are pretty much secure for the playoffs themselves. So there's a lot on the line. Obviously, you can see on the table there, W7 MFAs have already secured their spot in playoffs, 100% confirmed. So for Black Dragons, you're wanting to join them, and for W7M, you're at least wanting, not W7M, for Furia, I still call them W7M, you're at least wanting to join them.
Yeah, and you're not far off either, right? In a case like this, just a bit more effort really pull you across the line, but still maximum 9 point that you can collect anyways from these last few play days. However, our teams, Furia is up first, Jack, and from a team that we were touting as definitely at the top of the world, there's been some shakeups here that they haven't been able to handle well.
They have. There's been a consistent overtime story, I think. That's 3 overtimes out of their 6 games so far. They are one of, if not the best team in the world. They did win Reload. What they are not is a best of 1 team. What they are not is an online team. I think they're suffering a little bit because of that, but that's not an excuse. If you want to be the best team in the world, you should be able to overcome those slightly smaller hurdles. I think they've got an incredible front line. I think that KZ, JV, Herds front line is possibly the most perfect front line and balance that you could get, with Philippox and Nade kind of in the support side of things, but still equally as strong in their own right. This team seems to have the perfect mix of everything, but even though they're 4-2 in terms of the games won and lost, the fact that they've gone to overtimes has cost them significantly in the fact that they're still in a race for whether they're going to be in playoffs or not. If they were clean victories rather than overtime victories, we're talking about a team here that's kicking on going into playoffs, before they've even played. It's just that differential of losing those points that's been a bit of an issue for them.
We've said it with NIP, right, Milosh and Jack? We've said it that they had more points than their current level shows. I think it's the current opposite for Furia. I think that Furia has a very much high risk, high reward playstyle. I think everybody knows this. They said it themselves in Philippox's interviews. He said, we're better at LAN. He said, we're better in BO3s. They know they struggle with it. And it's because in a BO1, you get punished really hard in some mistakes, in some moments where you overextend, where you play a little bit too aggressive. You'll get punished for that by losing rounds you should not, and then eventually going in overtime, meaning that these guys, despite having a strong record in this stage, they are all the way only to 9 points, only 1 point above a Team Liquid that struggled heavily. So today, it's the kind of moment where they need to start putting up numbers and regulation wins. They need 3 points. They need to be safer for once. And it starts today against one of the teams that has had the most momentum of this stage here so far.
Exactly, and that's Black Dragons, of course, on the other side. If anything, a win today for Furia means that they're going to be fired up and probably stealing a bit of that momentum going into the final 2 games and propelling themselves higher up, but that is all in theory. Black Dragons, they've taken theory, they've turned it into pure practice and numbers on the board, Leo. That's where it matters.
Yeah, we've heard about that momentum, and I think it kind of stopped. Stopped last week because they had their first big loss, and also I guess an unexpected loss as well. I will say this: what Muzi has been saying in the interview that we saw earlier is very interesting. It seems to be good vibes on that team. It seems to be well created. If you look at that roster right now, it's just a beautiful story. You look at Flash3, you look at Muzi, it's an incredible redemption story from Flash3 being dropped by the current Loud, from Muzi taking a year-long break after struggling with an AP for years. And then it's the prizing of Makina, the best Brazilian rookie we've seen from last year that's been dropping heavy numbers. And then on top of that, you've got Rare, Omnetao, guys that have been there for a long time, but were not really spotlight players in Brazil, despite having great skill. All of it makes it a weird patchwork team, and yet they make it work. It seems that they have a clear vision, a clear direction, and a clear cohesion with that roster. It's been beautiful to see them, I guess, upset big teams and make it into the big 6. Is it a question right now of, I guess, Jack, consistency to bounce back after a first loss? That's my big question mark, because we've not seen them react to that yet.
Yeah, it's about getting back up after you've been hit ultimately for this team. I will say, you called them a patchwork team, Leo. I would completely agree with that. But it's a beautiful story. I don't think that needs to be taken in a kind of negative light whatsoever. One of the things that I love about this is the emphasis on teamwork. Black Dragons are the best team in the world for trading out their deaths at 24%, which 1 in 4 deaths will have a direct trade. Now that shows how much they're playing together, how close they are in terms of physical location, close to each other to trade those deaths out. And that's best team in the world. That's what's been the foundation of those successes. So sure, they can have a loss. Every team is going to lose at some point in the season, but it's about how you bounce back from that and find that consistency.
And today is, again, that moment for it. That there is no better moment where you can collect 3 points from today, plus go comfortably into tomorrow, and of course, the final play day of this stage with as many points as you can. Maybe even hit the top 2, which of course would be preferable. You get the bye in the first round. You'll be comfortable going into playoffs. That's something that I guess any team is fighting for, especially someone like Black Dragons, for example. Maybe Furia, if they go on a great run over the next couple play days with 9 points, that'll see them way ahead of the competition. They'll be pretty happy to see it, but those are all ifs and buts. Our map for this game, though, has already been set in stone. And which one will it be, Jack? Can you take us to this, please?
Yeah, absolutely. Furia Banishala is a surprise. It's a map that they absolutely love. Now, if you remember Furia once they was at Reload, I would say one of the maps that they set a trend on was Cafe particularly. Wow. It was a map they loved playing during Reload. And one of the things that they did in terms of Cafe, they were banning the Twitch and the Brava very often on that map and then playing a lot of utility, your Maestros, your Goyos, Malusi, all that kind of stuff. It was actually one of the key reasons that Felipox attributed to the fact that that team won the Reload event was their advanced theory crafting of the operator bands, and Cafe was a perfect example of it. So, in a way, I'm actually very, very surprised to see Black Dragons take us there, Leo.
I'm super surprised. 2 reasons for this. Like you said, staple map on CGX for Furia. 5 times they've played it. 5 times they've won it. 100% win rate on it. Second thing that's weird, I think Furia chose to go attack. That for me is really weird. They're extremely good in defense. And Black Dragon banned the last map, so I'm assuming that Furia got the side choice and it chose to go attack. I'm bamboozled by 2 things. The pick of the map and the pick of the side. Well, whatever happens, it will be a super interesting matchup into 2 playstyles that are highly explosives with incredible gun skill.
What's crazy about this as well is that Black Dragons actually have played it once against CNX, but they went to overtime. A traditionally weak team in this league. It was 8-7. They went to overtime on this map. So it's not traditionally an amazing map for BD. They must have seen something from Furia that they want to go for.
Gentlemen, this has all the makings of an incredibly fisticuff sort of game, and that's Furia versus Black Dragons. Thanks so much. Let's send it to our casters, XR Troika and Lynx. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Gassan. Thank you very much, Gassan. Much appreciated as always. But, Ollie, we've mentioned games of the day. We've mentioned that sometimes calling a game the match of the day might end up being a little bit of a stinker and a little bit problematic. Do you think by calling this game that we're in store for a potentially disappointing experience?
I'm not too sure. And I'm going to preface my opening statement by saying I apologize, but I've got hiccups at the moment. Now,
Drink some water. Hold your breath.
I've drank water and I've held my breath. Now, I'm hoping that yapping is going to fix it. But it may not. We'll have to see.
Ollie has texted me 10 minutes ago at the fact that he has the hiccups.
Yeah.
Got iron hiccups.
It's really bad. It is really like whenever I get them, they last for ages.
We'll troubleshoot this. This will be a fun bit as the game goes on. Fans have gone
See how
through,
long
by
they
the way.
last for?
Yeah, well, see how long they last for, and also see if we can manage to find a way to fix it. Jack is sending solutions.
Precious sent me a solution. I'm going to try that.
The solution was drink water with your head upside down. While Ollie does that, let's talk about the op vetoes. I actually gave a shout out to the Azami Castle ban earlier. This is a map that we often see, and I feel like this and Bank are the maps we see Azami Castle both taken off quite frequently. Bank because, especially holding the bottom floor, you can basically create a massive first floor extension of the site by defending open area, tellers, or other places. On this map, for example, not only does Castle can segment Bakery up quite nice, the site that we're going to, but also on the top floor, there are many different ways that you can put up Castle barricades or Kiba barriers. Allow you to play deep into the third floor inside of Christmas, where we just saw herds on that drone. Makes sense why Furia will take both of those off, and Grim and Ying by being removed by Black Dragons. Nobody needs to wonder why that combination is so powerful. JV92 looking that way over towards the hatch. My eyes did not just deceive me. I was about to say, wasn't Machina sitting right over there? I was correct.
I really enjoy how Fresh was talking about Furia theory crafting like incredible bans and like really going. They've banned Azami and they've banned Castle. Like
whoa. He was talking about their attacking bans.
Right. Okay.
Give it a little bit.
Excuse me. We will have to see if it translates. But Azami Castle is pretty much as standard as it's going to get on a cafe.
You know what I do? You know, like,
what?
like I will just like I take a breath in and I just like hit my core really hard.
I'm not hitting my core.
I'm not even messing with you. That's literally what I do. Like you're trying to clear your throat. Or you're just like trying to beat the hiccup out of you. That's literally what I do. When you try that,
now
and
I've got
it
a
works.
sore chest and hiccups. I love this position from Hornetown. Has a C4 ripped and ready. Doesn't really want to be peeking the window with the C4 in his hand though, but there's a drop coming in onto the site. Surely he must have heard that and can relay it to his team, but hopefully Rare on the Clash is there to catch.
Nice. Flashbang goes out. That's what gives Hornet the information. Machina lurking on the opposite side, able to find one too. Furious translation down to the bottom floor. Being met with heavy resistance at every single facet of this attack. JV92 snaps onto Muzi's head, making a 1v5 20% more winnable. With 80% to go and active information, recent information on his position by meleeing that barbed wire. Not a very good chance that JV92, talented as he is, finds anything more than one kill. Black Dragons in the Battle of the Titans. We'll take the first round.
I think it comes into Leo's point a little bit as well here in that, really, why did Furia choose the attack? Because we know that attack's difficult on Cafe. So why have they given themselves the hardest? I mean, it's round 1, so
I don't want to.
Let's not maybe get too. Let's maybe not get too het up on that just yet.
Need to locate and defuse bombs.
You're so excited. You're just thinking that far ahead.
The thing is, I can see games.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You could. I can see one right now.
No, but you know how time is not. You know how time is happening like all around you all the time, and everything's happening at the same time. It's not happening like as time's happening now. Everything's happening at once.
Did you get like liquor hiccups, or is this food hiccups? Because it really seems like the former.
That's the way I see a game of Siege.
It's a clean first round.
Tried Fresh's method.
Oh. Which, to remind everybody, the method was drink water with your head upside down.
And apparently it's very hard to gulp, but it clears it. Well, I did like half a bottle of water and nothing.
Half a bottle of water and it didn't work? You get hiccups like me. I have hiccups like... honestly, it's literally like bacteria. Like, I tried one solution, it works for a bit, then I've become resistant to it. I think I've got the world's... I was going to say, I think we've got the world's strongest diaphragm.
It'll be fine. We'll work through it.
Hey, why don't you break down this cocktail defense with the hiccups?
Excuse me. I can certainly try. I do like how we have the Legion below. I mean, yeah, it's a cocktail defense, but is it going to be a cocktail attack? Currently, a lot of the posturing. I mean, look at KZ's position right now. He's a minute into the round and he's already got himself into the top red. He's got his track stingers out. He's also disabled a Goo Mine. So they'll know that he's there. But it should make taking Pixel quite straightforward. And they've got loads of tools to do this as well, by the way. They can burn through all the magnets. They can burn through all the whammers. It shouldn't be too much of a problem.
Like 2020 all over again. We got to burn the pixel shield with all the projectile denial behind it. Somebody tries to cut off the Wamai as he rotates back. The one key difference is Furia wasn't around then. So KZ will immediately creep up, take that space. He thinks people have not read into his position inside a cigar. Now deeper into Christmas. Waiting to see if anybody decides to retake that position. Nobody will. See herds dropping down below. Furia looking in a very nice spot to push forward, but something still needs to give.
I really like how aggressively KZ's played this whole round and still kept himself alive. Davey92 now in a really good position to take up that pixel angle as well. I guess the only negative he could say about this attack so far is that they didn't have anyone on that white window to try and catch across, which maybe would have given him an opening pick that they could have used at this point, because so far Black Dragons, they're looking like they're just getting dug into cocktail and not being given too much of a reason to move there. The first skill's going to start to come in. And it's all going to come up for Black Dragons.
Well, it seems they were justified in thinking that they did not have a reason to move, though KZ will neutralize Black Dragon's advantage just to 1. Furia might have time to recover nade, depending on where he is. Oh, Flash3 getting a little aggressive. Thank God you've got Rare down below, but indeed, they've been able to pick nade back up. KZ spots the next one. Most valuable player for Furia right here, and Rare's got to march through no man's land on red stairs, trying to get up. Can't spot nade. They brought this round back from the brink. Just pins and needles on red stairs. Rare losing half his HP. How has KZ won this one?
KZ was everywhere in that round. It was like a minute and 10 seconds in, and he's already at the top of red stairs, and he's just dominating on that gridlock. I'll be honest, really surprised to not see just a quick peek of the default plant spot, because they had hard ping information. They were red pinging where KZ was over in cocktail. So there's a good chance that they also knew where the plant was going down. So I don't know why he just doesn't peek that and try and kill the guy planting. I was very surprised to see Nade get away with that. Get away with the plant and then being able to turn around and pick the kill up. seems a little bit unrealistic. But Black Dragons have snatched themselves around and Furia themselves as well. So, at least we have an equal game. This is shaping up to be a little bit like a game of the day. Excuse me. But we're not going to call it that just yet, just in case.
About to lambast Furia's attacks after 1 round. Now you're calling it game of the day after 2.
We're going big.
Do you have the tingles?
No, I have hiccups.
Tingles might actually help. Maybe they would neutralize the hiccups.
I wish something to neutralize them.
Have you tried hitting your chest again?
No, because I'm just going to end up with a really sore chest then.
Sometimes you have to do it a few times.
No, that's really bad advice.
Okay. Reading room defense for Black Dragons. Saw the cocktail position work out quite well before. Flash3 in particular. DMR, not the SMG-11. Previous round, getting a lot of kills from that spot. Also talk about some MVP track stingers. Giving Nade just enough time to put that diffuser down. Ooh, that's just an easy read. JV92 anticipating a mining window jump out. Will pick up the first quite quickly, and unfortunately that's mocking it down. One of the newer players in the Brazilian league, not a rookie, as last year was his first. But one very exciting prospect that we've been watching so far. Put in some good work on Black Dragons. Furia will take him down early at no cost to themselves, and in the 5v4, they'll just do a whole lot more waiting.
It's a good example of how patient Furia can be as a team, just getting that opening pick and then just waiting to see what the reaction is. You know they're going to have to clear that top floor here. A freebie has been gifted, but not been taken. Not often you see Herds missing those. Hornet Owl coming out better in the engagement. I can't believe he got away with that. He's on 1 HP, but found a response. Looks like KZ's going to be picked up. Muzi picked up on the defense as well, so fairly equal, but a HP advantage right now for Furia.
HP and arguably control. They got a full minute to get this vertical. Sledge might be the more inefficient of ways, but he can start opening up these floorboards. Flash3 considering a flank, but we saw how heavily KZ layered red stairs with track stingers, both last round and this one. So he thinks better of it. 3 players on the bottom floor for a brief moment there. Flash3 understandable. It's good to hold this white stairs position. But Hornet trying to catch anybody rotating down. Muzi, same story. All playing off positions, I imagine, so when Furia actually hop down to the bottom floor, they can immediately flank up. Pray that they've not been droned or that nobody from the attack is watching, and that can make this 4v4 feel a lot more oppressive. A lot of sound cues being given, and Hornet will lose his life to those track stingers, but Muzi doing good work on brown stairs. KZ forced to perform double duty, and he's not able to land the shots on either. Nade again, sneaky with that diffuser. Now he's got to go loud. Only one left. Can't go full shield. Can't even look the right way. Black Dragons, too many bodies and so much to work with. Retake the vert and take the lead.
We've seen a few weird things today, haven't we? We've seen someone die to track stingers. I'm sure we saw something else a little bit strange earlier on with someone dying to maybe barbed wire or something like that. Just those pieces of utility that you kind of forget deal enough damage that in the heat of the moment they are actually going to find somebody. What bans are we going to get now as we enter round number 4? I think I've solved the hiccups, by the way. I'm on top of it.
Yeah, yeah. How have you solved the hiccups?
I kept my mouth open and put my chin on my chest.
Okay, yeah, I've done that.
So I'm hoping that, you know, this is like at least a fix for the next few times, and then I just have to find the next fix. Which will probably be like jump up and down and, I don't know, pet a dog or something like that.
Petting a dog
Grid is banned.
for hiccups.
When was the last time we saw a gridlock ban?
Oh, I don't know. I actually was just thinking about that.
It's warranted, though, because KZ's a menace on the gridlock. Furia are desperately trying to restrict some of the movement here from Black Dragons. So they're having to bring things like Gridlock, things like Nomad to try and do that because they know that Black Dragons are going to be that loosey-goosey team that will hit a flank. It's Cafe, for goodness sake. You have to control the staircases. Everything happens on the staircases in this map. So it makes sense to see it brought out, and it's one of the reasons why I love the new ban system in CGX, because if someone is doing something particularly well in the map, you can just say, right, we'll get rid of that. Now what have you got? Give me a new problem. I'm bored of that problem. Give me a new problem to solve.
I mean, honestly, they handled it pretty well last time. Sure, you couldn't do red stairs, but because Furia had to hop down to that first floor, that means brown and white, in particular brown where Muzi was playing, take on a renewed importance in comparison to that cocktail site. So, it was a problem that did stump Black Dragons for one particular round, but it's a round that they still looked very good in, and also a problem that didn't end up costing them a single other round. So, your way of portraying it, I would say quite apt, because they were bored of it, they had already solved it, and now they want something more complicated. They want more of a challenge. JB92, well, he won't face much of any of that sort. He moved in pretty quickly last time to get soft destruction and hard breaching down, and while Machina was over by the red window, he is nowhere to be found this time. It is, I believe, a full 5-man hold of the bakery floor, as you would expect, with a Tubarão, Maestro, and a Goya.
Kind of interesting they've not got that reinforced either. Looking to try and use the Zoto canister, but it didn't sound like the Zoto canister actually hit its mark there. It sounded more like the hatch got opened. See another attempt now as a second Zoto gets placed, and JV still trying to get that hatch open. It does in fact look closed at the moment. That's only a temporary fix. Yeah, you'll be able to Zoto it off for a time, but it isn't going to last forever. Rare. Oh, he's found a freebie. I think Nade has probably just tried to walk in there, and there's maybe been a lack of info on the drones or something. Either that or he swung the double door. But it's given a great advantage here for Black Dragons. Losing out on Nade. Losing that soft destruction. They've still got these Vulcan packs that they can use as well. Well, Epox's position, I don't think that he can drop into Freezer for free. They need to deal with the guy in Christmas.
Huh. Well, ironic, he did drop into Freezer for free before, but then the rest of his support was cut off because, as you just said, they never dealt with the guy VIP. He continued to pose problems. So Fellowbox could very well drop for free. Indeed, he has. But that position is still going to be a massive threat and something that Furia have to deal with. KZ pushing down red, will find one. But what is all of this worth? Black Dragons doing so well in all of these positions. Furia cannot find a gunfight if their life depended on it. Well, actually, that might be the problem, is they can find one. It's winning it that's the issue.
And his life very much did depend on winning it. Because if he didn't, Black Dragons are going to win the round, which they did. A 3-1 so far for Black Dragons. Furia taking that tactical timeout. Obviously expecting that this attacking phase would go a little bit differently. And again, it comes back to a point that Leo made on the desk. Why have we seen Furia start on the attack here? If Black Dragons choose the map, then your opponent, or whoever chooses the map, the other team gets to choose the starting side. Furia have opted to go for the more difficult side of Cafe here. Cafe, it's not quite as bad as Skyscraper, where a map can be defined by 1 or 2 rounds. You can get teams that are good at attacking on Cafe. So far, what we've seen, Black Dragons have very handily dealt with everything that Furia have thrown their way. So they're going to use this timeout, try and stabilize, try and come up with a little bit more of a solution, because some of the things have been working very well. They've been taking very good map control. I think back to previous rounds where, well, in the last round it was JV92. In previous rounds it's been players like KZ who have very quickly gotten in and established themselves in the map. And having taken that control, their team can then start to fill the gap behind them a little bit. That's not really been too much of a problem. Dealing with players in certain positions and maybe making too many assumptions on, well, there won't be somebody there or there isn't someone there, or that's maybe been where more of the problem has come out for Furia so far. Because these attacking rounds, I'll be honest, they haven't really looked great.
That would be the Furia problem this stage, right? Go back to that 9Z game last week, and when they were facing trouble, sure, Furia ended up winning it, but 9Z were giving them a lot of problems. And a lot of it came from the fact that when Furia would push upstairs on a CEO, they would just assume they could outduel them or assume a position was clear. And to be fair to Furia that game, there were quite a few rounds where that genuinely just happened. where they did actually just brute force a position with low time, little control, little intel, and they came out the better because they're some of the best players to ever play the game. That's the way things go sometimes. But if you're not one of the best players to ever play the game on a given day, or if a team is just so unbothered by you, who has played against you before, or is too young to know what it really feels like to play against you in your prime, is that going to have the same effect? I think Machina just gave us a good example of that.
0 and 5 for Felipox. Not someone that we look to for the kills, but still 0 and 5. Now it's okay because he died on Striker, so who cares? I don't. I don't like Striker. And there's better things you can bring. So at least we don't have to discuss that in this round.
What about Dokkaebi?
Don't get me started. So I don't like how we're going back into this soak meta of why am I becoming a little bit more popular in this pixel spot. It doesn't really give me the jingles. Very quick clear though.
What is this? Got the Supernova and the Blitz? Herd nade with Diffuser. Oh, I'm a little nervous about nade being the tip of the spear right here. Thank God that Herds is on that back line. Machina finding a lot of impact with this Solus so far. The only one keeping things contested against Furia at the moment. Problematic. He's in the wind. Gridlock's banned. Might be able to rotate up those red stairs. In fact, that might be required of him. As both Muzi and Hornet go down, they know this Solus is off site. He's just slipped past, taking the next fight. But Herds on flank watch is a very tall foe indeed. Not the lead, not tied just yet, but Furia after the timeout stopped the bleeding.
I would love to be a fly on the wall for that Furia timeout that also understood Portuguese. Because I really want to know what the content of that timeout was to understand how we got to a Supernova and a Blitz just straight pushing everything, kind of ignoring the Pixel player, I'm going to be honest. Like, it wasn't like we saw the shield even fall on Pixel. Like, he just disappeared. How does that come off the back of the timeout? Super successful round. Use the Blitz to bully the players. The Supernova is devastating at close range. And Furia just don't kill. Like, I just don't understand it.
Yeah, well, it won, Ollie. It won. How about that?
Well, how about that? They needed it.
Do you like apples?
Oh, them apples or something?
Do you like apples?
5 seconds to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really. I'm not a big fan of fruit.
Oh, okay.
Reading room defense.
Felt like I was gonna get got.
Little free camp. It's like he's cleaning his spectacles. Like, oh, back up. 4-2 for Black Dragons. Feel quite nice if you're them. I think, Ollie, we could both agree on that. If you're able to get this. I mean, you're not feeling bad if it's a 3-3 either. Could be a very workable half indeed. And Furia have certainly, in the overall trend of this game, struggled for consistent solutions to your attack, only just now bringing it out, and you still started out with an advantage. Machina was able to get aggressive pretty quickly. We're hoping you might get away with something similar, but smartly. They'll shoot the drone, back up, don't need to push the issue too much, rely on the bulk of the setup, which, just like before, is over on the cocktail side, with some defenders spilling out into the mining and pillar areas down below.
Furia have done a good job so far in all staying alive. The opening pick hasn't been something they've been too great at. Well, it can be a difficult map, and access to the building isn't guaranteed. Erd's going to jump into his Brava and see what he can gain through that. We can already see Nade starting to make inroads into the site as well. Leapox getting some damage onto Rare and Flastry there. Not the finishing blow. Very quickly, once again, Furia have moved through this cigar lounge and started to put a bit of pressure onto those cocktail players. They've quite rightly, at this point, backed off, knowing that it isn't beyond the realm of possibility to make a rotate here. They can get themselves back up and do a retake if they need, and it's better to do that than to die up in cocktail and not have the option later on.
Certainly wish you maybe had some more C4s to contest the vert if you're Black Dragons right now. But you did also ban that gridlock. The main way to flank up Red Stair, the main flank denial on Red Stairs, KZ obviously on the Nomad. Likely air jabbed that position. So it's not free whatsoever for Black Dragons, but now they're just pushing into the site. You can see Flashtree going for it, but is the timing there? Will he have that advantage? Gurjamot goes out, but Nade able to keep that shield solid in front of him, dodging most of these smokes by moving into the off spot, but he's waited so long to plant that Black Dragons have more than enough time not just to isolate him with that utility, but to find every single attacker, every single teammate, and every chance Nade has to get that diffuse plant covered. 4-2 for Black Dragons. Only about one good round for Furia out of that whole half.
I mean, I'm not going to say why didn't he plant, because I don't think that planting helps the round at all there.
I agree.
But how are those defenders allowed to throw smokes and have so much effect onto the two players that are inside of reading with all of that control above? Furia didn't have any sort of control in that. Any control that they had or were given, any control they had or gained was just given to them from Black Dragons. And Black Dragons were really happy to just give it up, and I'm really surprised because it's not like they gave it up to play the C4s. They didn't bring a single C4, as you mentioned. So it just kind of feels a little bit strange.
It definitely feels a bit overcooked. I mean, obviously, you know, you can't plant the default spot because of the smokes, but it's a 5v5. You've got JV92 up on Nubalk if he wants to watch Brown Stairs or look at the flank. You've got Herds providing the coverage inside of the site. KZ was pushing down White Stairs, and I want to say the last guy was watching the vert. Did we need to push that deep? Maybe we did. I don't know. I've taken a look back a couple times, and I've tried to see, you know, Muzi was flanking up Brown. It's a 5v5 for the defense too, but I feel like maybe we could have just tried to bait the util out, wait to see if Black Dragons react, and go for the kills there, but either way, 4-2 half is not the worst thing in the world for Furia going into this next one, so not the big deal. And unfortunately, won't see the bans Jack talked about. No Twitch or Brava. Instead, very boring, very standard Ying and Grim.
Attacker's objective is to defuse the bomb.
Yeah, kind of Grim bans.
Defense is ready.
Shut up.
I'd like to see a few more kills in this server, to be honest with you, from Furia.
A lot of, honestly, like, very, very lackluster on the killage so far.
JV92's 2-6. Bleepox still hasn't got a kill. Like,
most of KZ's kills came in one round.
Yeah, and then you've got people like Flashtree, Hornet, like 6-3, 5-2, 5-3 from Rare. 5-3 from Rare, by the way, he's a support player.
It's also like criminally even from Black Dragons. Like, I think if Max somebody got a double, you know, Makita got a double kill in one round, but it's like each guy's getting one kill every round. Like, where's W7M? I need them to come back. I need them to pop off.
That was a good game of Consular.
It was. I don't
We
think I
avoided
realized it in the
cafe as
moment,
well.
but-
Like,
I
one
hate
cafe on the day, I can deal with that.
Oh my god. 0? Oh, that'd be great. Ooh, hello. Aw. Opportunity slips away. Hornet with a nice little vertical angle. Does really seem like on Cocktail we're seeing the return of this utility meta, though no deployable shield present for Furia's lineup. But you've got the Lamont, you've got the Jaeger ADSs, and you've got the Sentry. That's why KZ brings them.
So Sentry I can get around because a deployable shield and a C4.
Oh, we have a deployable shield.
I love a C4. Like, you've got to be bringing that C4, for sure. Defending teams don't bring enough C4s, in my opinion. Maybe unpopular, but there are other good things to bring. Hornet out.
Good night.
He's going to bring the pain over to Felipox. He might find another here if he's patient, but no. Actually reinforced. Interesting. And maybe just gives a good place to sit inside of Cocktail. Yeah, the C4 rip there as well, so you need to be cautious. You don't want to be giving that away on those white stairs. And in contrast to the way that Furia took this map, Black Dragons have gone for a much more wide sweeping approach. But with 40 seconds left, you've still not really got any level of control.
Yeah, I was about to say, Herds has been there the entire time, by the way. Pushed up into Christmas and unfortunately not been droned by Black Dragons, who, well, have been out of drones for quite a long time. It's funny, you called Black Dragon's attack pretty wide-reaching, and I would agree with that, and the one place it lacked was, well, the bulk of the defense's hold off the site, which was in Christmas with the ADSs, the magnets, and the dock. So you found the Jaeger down below. You made Fellapox 0-7. That's very funny. But as for, what, 2 kills only acquired by Black Dragons overall, Furia's actual defense, the bulk of their resources were barely tested.
Yeah. Furia not really put to any sort of pressure there from Black Dragons, and I guess that's the fear of the way that this game will go. Was 2 rounds from Furia on the attack good enough? Can Black Dragons attack on Cafe? I'm sure they can. We're going to have to do a little bit better than that. Down to the basement we go now, and maybe a site that could be seen as a little bit easier to approach. Lastry going to be playing the Fuse. I don't know if he's going to bring the shield as well, or if he's going to be a hater and play the AK-12.
Still got 20 seconds, hold on.
I'd quite like him to play the shield.
I would too. I'd like him to stick Fuse, to be honest. Shield or not.
See, that's a good change. A Thatcher for a striker. Oh no, for the Aurora. Ooh.
See, this is what I mean.
Call. A last second call has come through, and we've seen the Aurora doors. You know where they're going to be played.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse.
For me, you saying Roar Doors is the equivalent of Tim saying Laser Gates. Like, it just fits both of your guys' tone.
It really rolls vibe. As well.
Roar Doors. It does roll. It roll us. Oh, he actually laughed at that. I didn't expect that. That made me feel
it was so silly it was funny, you know?
Alright, I'll take that. Good to see a little bit of a direct from Black Dragons. The Roar Doors can often be used to close off the small bake position, making the attack feel a lot more comfortable entering Bakery. And a Monty, I feel like, Ollie, obviously seen a lot of Monty freezer pushes, but back in the day, Monty would used to mean you'd probably have a direct angled towards front side. Good that they didn't do it with an F-Not right above and nade just around the corner. First door will go out. Smoke grenade too, as they try to use all of that utility just to open up this one Selma.
It looks like they don't know about Nade's position right now. Nade's got his F-Nots that are going to give him the early warning system that he needs. Not seeing any drones. Okay, there it is.
Oh, well,
he was sat on a soft wall. Okay. I made the stupid assumption that that would have been reinforced. You know, because that's usually what you do.
And they have one reinforcement.
And there's a reinforcement left. So surely everything that needed to be reinforced was going to be reinforced. But no, he was sat on a soft wall.
Reloading.
Such is the way of things, but now you're in a difficult position because Fellapox wants to hold on here, but where do you rotate defenders? They can, I was about to say, the attack can all start collapsing around Small Bake. They've got the man advantage to do so. JB92's crept down below, but the vertical in the hands of the attack. 2 kills off the back of it, might I add. And it all collapses around Bakery. Nade falling ends up making the whole house of cards tumble.
The only player that died in and around the site was inside a prep, and it was the last player alive. Everybody else, 2 players died on red, so 1 player died at the bottom of red, Herds died flanking the top of red, and Philippox and was it Nade playing on the Femria? Both died inside a Bakery. Why are they playing so far out of their utility? Like, where's the player that's tucked? Why have we got 2 people dying on red and 2 people dying in Bakery? At most, you should have 1 person dying in Bakery and 1 person dying on red. And even then, it's like, do you just wait there and waste a bit of time and then rotate back? Or Furia just seemed to be... It's like they set up the shop and then just played in front of it.
Also, the one thing they had to try and break that whole situation up was Herds going for the flank. But Black Dragons, again, proving that they're no slouch of a team, in the 5v4 were ready for it. They had a guy on top of red stairs, like on the middle floor, waiting for somebody to flank. So while you've got 4 players dealing against 3 on the bottom floor, you've got one guy waiting for a 1v1 that he basically knows is coming. It definitely might be a bit strange from Furia, but I think Black Dragons also just continuously proving that they've got good ideas and are not making the kinds of mistakes that a team like 9Z were making that result in a game that Furia arguably should have lost, but allowed them to come back and win 8-6. Black Dragons aren't making those mistakes, and it's good evidence for why, as opposed to some past stages in Brazil, they're right behind FaZe, right behind W7M. They've still got to beat the team in front of them, and that's the issue. KZ can come alive, the utility can land in the right ways, and make it so you've just committed to a push in red stairs, but as Muzi and Machina both fall, you're not thinking to yourself, how the hell do we find a way into this 3v5?
This is the Furia effect. KZ can go 10-5 and not solo carry the game, but certainly keep his team in it for another round or so. Some good information right now from Hornet. Send his death mark out, and Rare can try and bear down on some of these defenders over toward Cocktail. Needs to be cautious, especially with that amount of HP.
Oh.
He's going to get tagged up significantly here. JV going to find one onto Hornetow. It really feels like only a matter of time now. Flastry can make his way into Reading. But if the diffuser is over with Rare, it's very unlikely that that's going to get sent back. Well, a goo mine is going to do the rest for Rare. Flastry gets caught out from the top rope. Just as Black Dragons seem to be gaining a little bit of momentum in this, Furia snatch it back.
Pretty simple round, too. Black Dragons try to make a quick play in through the red single window, and one gets shot, I'm pretty sure, through the wall, if I recall correctly, and then the Blitz gets put down to very low HP through that same process. Where was actually that kill? Oh, no, that was Machina hopped into dining window on Blackbeard. Then they tried to hop in the red single window, and Rare got put to low HP. They tried to quickly push into the site, and then Furia completely stop a solo play from the Blackbeard. And at that point, it's like, okay, well, I guess we're calling off the rush.
The problem with those rush strats is that first player falls, it's like every man for himself. There's no plan B.
It's kind of tricky because a lot of stuttering I just did there. It's kind of tricky because maybe you're betting on KZ, like, looking towards where the Blitz is, but it's also a 5v5, and Furia have been around the block before.
10 seconds to go. Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Yeah, they're not going to fall for that trick, are they?
5 seconds left.
Oh, I don't think so.
Well, then again, they've fallen for a few things this game so far. So by no means are they invincible. Currently trailing by 1. Black Dragons proving again that they can be that team. Black Dragons was such a 5th, 6th place team. Back when me and Demo were doing Brazil week in, week out, they were always that team that was like scrapping for the playoffs or kicking the top team out or getting that upset. And it's nice to see that although the team is very different, its sentiment has kind of remained the same a little bit. But they've had a much better stage this time and given a great account of themselves. And they've shown some really good teamwork as well so far. Even throughout, you know, not only throughout the stage, but throughout this match as well. It'd be nice to see them nail down on that. Did have the bans at the start of round 10 as well, the Monty and the Fenrir. Fenrir has been used quite extensively by Furia and Monty as well by Black Dragons, but not opted to go for an alternate shield, instead just going to go for fairly standard lineup, good balance of roam clear, flank protection, and getting the breach open. Don't actually mind the Thatcher in this instance because there is the yokai, or the Echo with the yokai, so you should be able to get a bit of an advantage there, but you can't just walk in main like that, Flastry. Where's the info? They've only got 1 drone. What have they been doing with him?
See, that's what I mean. Up until this point, Black Dragons weren't often making the kinds of mistakes that Furia could exploit, and it might seem like something so silly, why would anybody be down in coat check on a cocktail defense? But that's the kind of things Furia does that teams don't expect. The kind of assumptions you make that surely nobody will be down there when half the round's been gone, and probably in most games you assume it's clear and we just move on and you don't face any consequences for it. But this time you end up dying, and now you're looking to Herds in Pixel to try to find the 4v4, able to back off. Felipox still a factor, still a problem. He runs out of Bakery, cuts down Machina on the rappel. Furia, after their previous victory, now cobbling together a comeback. 5v3, make that 5v2. Secondary utility allows KZ to get a nice angle on Muzi. Rare on 1 HP. Felipox is hungry for it. He got his first kill in round 9, 2 in round 10. Leveled up to 3. He might go for 4 at this point. 5v1, no HP. Rare so scared, he's making himself a hole and getting the hell out of there.
I mean, what else do you do? It's going to be one of the first times we see this. It's going to take a little...
It's been a while since we've seen the effective tac timeout.
A little impromptu tactical timeout. The most out of these 15 seconds. Save a little bit of KD as well. He's 5 and 5 now. Doesn't want to be going negative.
Dude, Rare's popping off too. Look at him.
If only we could lip read Portuguese. Good to see Felipox getting back in the fray.
Well,
he's had a Jaeger round. Yeah, he's back on his villain arc. 5-5, all leveled up now. It was looking unlikely. Black Dragons are actually going to chain that unofficial timeout into an actual timeout as well. Red did look like he was spitting, though. Isn't saying too much now. So the coach getting involved. But for Black Dragons, time to stabilize. They've had a good handle on this map so far. And even though the score's 5-5, I mean, strategically, you maybe could say that they've been owed a few more rounds as well. There's some big impactful plays from players like KZ earlier on. I think back to the 1 versus 2 on Cocktail that realistically Black Dragons could have very easily won. So this game could already be done, but Furia have managed to hold on. That's it. No more timeouts now. Just the players in the server.
Let's see what they can manage.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Furia will have no choice, but... Well, I suppose they do have a choice. They could go back down to Kitchen, or they could have gone mining. But they will go back down to Kitchen. Oh, that...
Attackers have discovered the location of
I'm still... Part of me is not getting used to the fire extinguisher still, so I saw the fire. I'm like, how did they pop the Vulcan pack already?
I saw that earlier. Cafe being one of the maps inside of CJX that has had the new ingredients added. The little fire extinguishers and then the little fire tubes, I guess. I don't really know what they are.
What do you call them?
5 seconds to insertion.
I just call them I just call them pipes, but I don't know if that's the official name. Pipes is also a call out, so you can't really be using that all the time.
You gotta be careful, especially if you're on Consular.
Either way, was the one side Black Dragons were able to win previously. Basically the full might of the attacking side bearing down on Bakery and Small Bake. Furia biting, trying to call their bluff, but in a 4v5, it's always going to be difficult, especially when Black Dragons had read into Furia's game plan so well. I imagine something they talk in the tactical timeout was highlighting that early kill acquired by Felipox on a flash, saying, hey, we got to tighten up there. Might have just been a mistake, might have been a one-time thing, that's possible. But if we let that continue, there's a very good shot Furia closing this out, not just with a win, but maybe 7-5. Got to be closer together. Don't assume anything is clear, because if you do, I swear to God, Herds will be there.
Someone will be there. Well, they've got some drones to work with this time. Haven't lost all of them in the prep phase. I mean, that's impossible, but we had seen them lose nearly all of them, or 9 out of 10 of them by the midway point of a previous round, so it wouldn't be too surprising. Furia really forcing Black Dragons to play into them at the moment. We're going to be flicking those default cams just to get a bit of an idea as to where this push is going to start mounting from. Floor getting ripped open is going to be a big key. It is going to be a vertical clear. Oh, JV. He's hotter on the trigger. Downed and likely finished off by the nade. Not a bad trade.
This is one of those trades that really depends on what happens after, Ollie. Because, like, co-check, that's a big position that you can do a lot of work with. But in the 4v4, you aren't given anything direct to work off of, you know?
I guess it depends if someone goes to fill it from Furia or if it's just left open and Black Dragons can utilize it later on. KZ's in the vicinity down there, so could choose to rotate himself in, but Coach's going to be somewhere you're going to have to occupy, because if you look at that floor, there aren't very many places in the site where you can be for free.
Going to be displaced quite heavily. KZ rotating back into the site, trying to find a line of these vertical angles. Nate also been around small big for the midpoint of the round, now pulling back towards Brown Bar. Eyeing a red stairs flank very briefly. And if that kill onto JV92 is made impactful by what comes afterward, well, right now it's 25 seconds left and Herds is still bottom white. KZ is sitting under the vert, in sight, nobody watching. Here's somebody coming back from Brown. Nice find by the Warden. KZ also locking in. Flashtree stuck with so little information. Muzi coming back from a long break. Makes it look like SI 2020, but Furia know how to play passive. They know how to not repeat past errors. 6-5, 1 round away from a very crucial 3 points.
It really needs to be a full 3 points as well. Furia have guaranteed themselves points, but this next round is going to be massive for them in the standings. Look like they played an entirely different game there. Really passively held areas of the map, let Black Dragons come into them. And again, Black Dragons just failing on that information game.
Defused by attackers.
Saw a really confident Black Dragons in the early couple of attacks that they had here, and confidence, I don't know, it just seems to have waned a little bit over the course of the matchup. They've really left the door open for Furia right here, and I feel like they should have slammed it shut in their face a few rounds ago. As it stands, there's a real heavy lineup being brought from Furia here. That is information and then some. You've got the potential to catch a couple of drones on the Mozzie. You've got the Valkyrie cameras. Also got the Maestro.
10 seconds left before insertion.
No Brava being 6-picked into either.
5 seconds to insertion.
That's a lot of information to give over to a team that are very good at acting on it.
Hope that Black Dragons can find a way back into this mentally. I mean, as you just pointed out, the amount of information that Furia will have at their disposal. I mean, it's like feels like Minority Report right here. They will literally know what Black Dragons do before they do it.
It's almost going to be too much.
Almost. I mean,
it's
you even
almost
got
too much to flick.
Well, and even in stuff you don't have to flick. I mean, you got the Banshees too that'll give you information. Barbed wire as well. A lot of the stuff that gives you indirect info. Not something you can see with your eyes, but will give you confirmation with your ears. Furia have been more than happy to exploit any gaps in Black Dragon's attack. But they know how to operate and make sure that that same advantage will not be given to their opponents who have started to feel the weight of the pressure of facing Furia, facing such a strong team. It's not like this stage is over for Black Dragons, but their 12 points might seem comfortable right now, but if they start spiraling after here, that 12 points can get real dire real quick.
I feel a bit nervous for Black Dragons and how much top floor control they're taking here. The C4's below. We've got Herds playing on Lumber. He is going to drop off. The Dokkaebi call comes through. Those C4s, they don't care for a Dokkaebi call. Yeah, you might not be able to jump on the cams for the info, but you've got a good idea of where someone is. You can send that. You can rip it and throw it on the ceiling and see what you can find. JV's already done that. Nade just trying to make himself a couple of options for later on. Obviously drops all the way down to that basement level. Quite bravely, Furia trying to challenge on that vert. Flashtree. Seeing if he can find one for free right now. Oh,
What
God,
no!
how does he lose that?
There's a Maestro crouch walking down below with the largest gun on the planet in Flash 3, unknown to Furia, has lost that fight as his last Dokkaebi call goes out. As the rest of his team tries to claw this back, Hornet will find one on the vert. They'll find a second, but it's not enough. It's not decisive. And with all this information, the C4s, the Evil Eyes, how many options do Furia have to win this without having to fire a single shot? Cade and Maestro both softened up as Machina looks to enter into mining, catches the briefest glimpse of one player on red, but Furia are catching them off guard. They've slipped through the cracks. It's not going to be dominant, but they just need one shot, just need one moment, just need one brief engagement to shut the door on Black Dragons. They feel the breath of ENX and Liquid on the back of their neck, and they will be damned if they're gonna miss a playoffs now.
What a last round. You're going to be feeling so sorry for yourself that you lost that engagement to Philippe as he rounds the corner. He should have been dead to rights. Oh, I bet Philippe panicked when that happened. He's just entirely going off muscle memory. Swipe the mouse round, hold mouse 1. You've got the Alder, so you're going to be good on ammo. You probably don't need to aim down sights because you will barrel stuff in each other. Incredible stuff there for the final round. Nade getting a C4 kill when it was all said and done as well. That information still clearly coming through as to where the players were. We commented that the info game was going to be massive, and it certainly turned out to be. Furia turning it on there for that final round and getting the job done. You kind of feel a little bit sorry for Black Dragons, but I just don't think that they closed the game out soon enough. They had a point in that game where they were on top, and you just let it go a little bit too far. The balance shifted. You don't need to give Furia much of a gap before they're filling it.
But they might be on top in that matchup, but now on 12 points, Furia is still in the 5-6 position. Their stage is not, all wrapped up just yet. It's still going to be not only 2 very important playdays, but some very important matches for Furia, but that's Ollie and I done for the day. Let's toss it to Kassan, Jack, and Leo to break everything you've seen down.
There's a lot of action that we just got to witness, and honestly, the move for Furia to come into this and then play with our hearts, toy with our hearts as they started on attack, and then bring it all back in regulation for all 3 points, Leo.
Yeah, back to a normal cafe, back to a defender-sided cafe. I guess as we expected it to be, and then in the end, what made the difference was for 4 to split on one side to a 5-1 on the other side. And I think it's quite clear, right? In the opening engagements, you had 5 opening kills on the side of Black Dragons when they were in defense. Clearly, the attacking team struggling to get a hold and inside the building. And then when it switched over, same story, 5 opening kills for Furia. The real question was that they traded actually every single opening kill that they got when they switched to defense. Overall, interesting game plan, I feel like. Going into this in picking attack, I know I was a doubter, and in the end I said, if they win this 7-5, this is a Giga Brain moment. Well, that was a Giga Brain moment. They were trusting that they would be super strong in defense, and that's why they started an attack and being like, I assume we're going to get as many rounds as we can. When we switch, we're going to be fine. Game plan was interesting. We're going to see that a little bit later. They tried to abuse the shields. They did 5 rounds out of 6. We saw a lot of Monty from Furia, a lot of Blitz, because they were struggling to get a hold into the building. And if you look at this setup, it started with BD dominating this in 3-1. Actually, the only bomb site that Furia was able to attack, Bar Cocktail, the weakest one on Cafe. I think it was very clear and defined. The strategy in defense, abusing the intel, the Echo, the Mosey, the Valkyrie to play aggressive, smart play. But overall, I think the better team wins here, and some incredible moments from KZ and Felipox.
Yeah, I think so. I think the bans were kind of curious in terms of both teams. Both teams going for the Castle and the Izami ban initially, and also both teams doing the Ying and the Grim ban as well. And I think when that's leveled against Furia, one of the things that has been said about Furia is they don't necessarily have a natural shield player. They've had to kind of work that into their lineup. As lots of teams, you think they've got a really, really good Monty Blitz player. DZ, you think of Spirits, for example, or Secret, you think of Savage. Furia, you don't really have that. They kind of share the load. And it's maybe, you know, a slight weakness of theirs, I would say, but they managed to get it over the line. And I think it was ballsy, Leo, to go attack first, put some pressure on their opponents, and then their defense has been so dominant.
That's something that we definitely will want to ask in our interview. We're just putting it out there. Because once these highlights are done, then we can have that very serious chat. Overall, a valiant effort from both of our teams. Black Dragons really gave it their all in this matchup, but at the end of the day, this is one of the blunders there with Felipox able to turn around and really ram it down for Furia's victory. Turn into that 2v3, and then the final forced JV92 to take it all 3 points. Gents, let's have a chat with our win. Awaiting us is KZ. Hello, KZ. Thanks so much for joining us on the interview. Congrats on the win.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Finally, we got the 3 points that we were escaping for us the last 3 games. So today we start losing, the opposite of the other games, but our coach tell us to tell different things to do, and we bring the match for us.
Nice.
Yeah,
KZ, sorry, Leo, you go. You go.
Oh, it's okay. It's all right. I was gonna ask you, KZ, because I thought that was a move that we criticized, or we were, surprised by when you guys picked attack on Cafe. Why did you guys pick that side? Because it's so good in defense.
Bro, for me, I prefer defense, but all my teammates want to attack, so it's 4 against 1. So I just accept.
You didn't have a choice. You were left.
Yeah. But like our attack and our defense on the map is very good. But today our attack was not that good. Because we are like our communication was not 100% today, and this thing difficult us to have more attacks or to make more rounds.
If we look back over some of your previous games, KZ, how come you've been going to overtime so much? What's the reasons for that?
I think like we think the match is already done, so I think in our mind we count, like we start having a good communication, so that is the point. I think our communication went very bad in the other games, so when the team makes the 6th round, we start communication well again. I don't know why. This is what we work on this week to fix these issues, because it's the only thing that we are like not 100%. So I think was that the communication.
Is this just online, or does it also happen on LAN from your experience?
Like, on my experience, I think online.
Yeah.
Because like we have different places, like when we are on presential, we are traveling, we are on the hotel, is another routine. So here, like we are here in all the week working in the office. So in the weekend we come here and play like it was screaming, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
So sometimes it's not good, we prefer presential. Online you have many lines too, so it's difficult sometimes.
I think we can also understand that from a broadcast point of view, not just from a player point of view. Definitely understood there. Now, look, in your next play days, you're going up against Loud and then against ENX. What's the game plan here? Tomorrow is a game against Loud where, they can overtake and actually be in the top 6. Maybe you can slip through it. Maybe you can get all 3 points. What do you have to say to them?
Like, we know Loud too much. They know us. Like, we scream against them like many times. So I think we're going to do ours 100%. Focus on our plays, our team plays. So, and I think the map we already know. Don't have like many things to surprise.
Can you tell us?
Tomorrow,
Okay.
So that's
very
it.
good.
So ENX, I think they are having a good performance. So I think it will be a nice game too. And we are very confident to the next match too. We are having a lot of conversation about the issues, having a good scrims. So we are very confident for tomorrow and the next weekend.
Very good. KZ, thank you so very much for joining us. Congratulations on the win on all 3 points today. I'll let you go, rest up, get ready for your game tomorrow. Make sure you're tuning in to watch Furia versus Loud. Until then, take care. Have a good night.
Bye, guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
And so, gentlemen, that is the end of our interview. It's good to hear and to see kind of that dichotomy, even for a World Championship team. There's always a difference between playing online, on LAN, even within your own region where most players are within your city limits, pretty much. But who was that player that performed above
Surely
and
KZ.
beyond?
Surely KZ.
Surely KZ. Yes.
Hey, we should have celebrated him on the interview like that.
I mean, he's the
celebrating
standout player
himself.
for this team.
Hey!
He just moved.
I love that.
I mean, honestly, this guy never ceases to amaze me. I think he's the standout player for this team. I think whenever everything goes wrong with Furia, whenever some players are dropping the ball a little bit, he's the consistent one. Even at Reload, he had a terrible start and then suddenly started clicking in and became, in like the span of 4 days, he became the best rated player, I believe. So he's consistently dropping heavy numbers, almost every time double digits. And not to throw anyone under the bus, but some other players on the side of Furia are very inconsistent. Herds is one of them. He's extremely aggressive, and he gets punished for it quite a lot, and that's why he still has a negative EPS in this very matchup and across the season. So it's amazing to see this one play towards the same play style and somehow always get away with it. Is really amazing to see.
I feel like KZ balances Herds out really well, because Herds does a lot of the, I would say, quite dumb things that it's very high risk, high reward. I think he's the kind of epitome of why we think that about Furia in terms of the way they play Siege. And I feel like KZ is the one that does the really smart plays most of the time, but then also has that X factor on top. And that's probably what makes him more of a consistent player than Herds. And then that's why we see Herds kind of go, he will either go absolutely huge or not at all. But yeah, KZ is just so consistent, so reliable for this team.
Gentlemen, our matchup is done and dusted, which means we have to take a look at our standings. This is where we are with 2 more play days left. Points is all you can gather. It is all hands on deck. And if they have not been decking the halls for the past couple of weeks, I think it's going to be a tough ride. 16 for W7M, 15 for FaZe, 13 for Loud and NIP, 12 for both Furia and Black Dragons. Within sniping distance, however, our team Liquid, ENX, 9Z, and Los are 7-5 and 4 points left. But again, that's 5 to 7 spot definitely can shift in the last 2 play days. And it's all dependent on how well all of our teams play. Sorry, I had to take out a little bug here. But thank you. Yes, that's where we are, Jack.
Yeah,
it was a good snipe, I can tell you that.
W7M and FaZe, of course, confirmed for playoffs. I think this means 9Z and Loss are now out of the race for playoffs, just doing some kind of mental arithmetic there. Maximum they can get is 6, which means they cannot overtake Black Dragons there in 12. And a couple of these teams will be looking down the table, thinking, hey, we're not fully confirmed yet. I think Loud have got a very hard run in. They've got Furia and then Liquid coming up. So there's certainly... there's certainly some space for Liquid, but they do have to make up 4 or more points. So they need one of their opponents above them to lose twice, and Liquid need to win both twice in regulation if they are to make it into the playoffs.
Yeah, this will be really difficult for Liquid, and it's not a wonder when you see the beginning of their stage. As Sensi said, I don't think it's really it's still in the back of their minds, but clearly I think they kind of wiped it. They know it's kind of out of their control. Now is the moment to prove they can still take on big teams, still gain a maximum amount of points. Whether they make it or not, they need to salvage their reputation here after a terrible start. On the other side, I think we look at the top 6 that is extremely, extremely interesting. I'm liking the new faces of Black Dragons and NIP. It's going to be interesting to see when these teams, they reach playoffs, if we're going to get an upset and eventually we're going to get some of these newer teams invited to EWC, because that's the big question mark for me. Are we seeing W7M, FaZe, Loud, and Furia again? Or do we see a big surprise and a big of these teams not qualifying it?
Okay. All right. That's really all we need to know at the end of this playday. Again, you guys will be on EML on Monday. This is a super week just before playoffs, so it's really for all the cards that are being played. It's a lot to handle for players, and it's coming up very soon also for SAL players and playoffs.
Yeah, Secret versus Falcons on Monday. It's going to be a banger, an absolute banger. Just trust JP, the coach of FaZe, that said that you should watch Secret, okay?
Yeah, honestly, it's going to be a crazy week just thinking forward a little bit to EML and NAL, because EML, super week, determine playoffs, determine EWC for at least 2 of the teams. And then the same for NAL. They go straight into a super week as soon as EML finishes. Actually, it's the same day, if I remember. No, it's one day after. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, EML. Thursday, Friday, Saturday for NAL.
Make sure you're tuning into that. But we're with a great play. Our play of the day today, Dots, an incredible clutch that is, of course, brought to Predator Resters here at the SAL and Siege Esports. And this could have been a clash play for Cons, but a big mess up leads to this, and the drop shot down. Look at that, wow. Dots. Beautiful.
Beautiful,
I think
filthy,
look at the timer there.
Constant jiggle peeking, and I don't know. Fantasy had made a huge couple plays, but then just to take that drop shot, just to go for it, the confidence. And that's what W7M were doing the whole game, by the way. This wasn't just one clutch that managed to win the game. They got 3 or 4 inside of this game in that late round. And IP are probably looking back at some of these rounds thinking, how the hell did we lose them? For what it's worth, I don't actually think Fantasy's made a bad play there whatsoever. I just think Dots has made one hell of a play as well at the same time.
Yeah, to know exactly where he was, the callouts from his teammates to call him that he was in that closet. I will say here, he switches to shotgun. You're going to see that in the bottom right corner. I don't think he needs to do that. The other player knows he's low HP. He hits him, the twitch, pretty bad. So if he just prefires with SMG11 with a fire rate that it has, he would have at least traded, and meaning he was in defense, he would have won that round. But I mean, it's always easy to say when you've seen that clip 4 times.
Yeah. Hindsight is always 20/20. We're not in that situation, but great play regardless there, Dots. This is good to witness. That's what we're going to leave you with. Also, our next playday, which is tomorrow. Make sure you're tuning in. Same starting time as always. Here's our matches for you. Of course, that'll be with our NAL crew. ENX play Loss, 9Z versus Liquid, Black Dragons versus W7M, Furia v Loud, and finally FaZe versus NIP. This is the second to last playday where everything, just the lines could be drawn right here, right there.
Furia Loud is looking kind of crazy, as is FaZe Nip as well. Wow.
Even the one before.
BDW7M.
Oh my days.
BDW7M. I mean, look at those matchups.
See that one?
Literally, through the 3 last matchups are completely insane. All are high. It's the 6 teams that are in playoff spots right now facing each other. That's going to be amazing.
And I will say it, if the favorites win, because you could say W7M, Furia, and FaZe are still the favorites in those matchups, that's going to put a lot of pressure on those teams on 12-13 points, being your Furia, your Black Dragons, and your NIP, if they lose that in regulation. Wow, tomorrow's going to be so defining, especially in the race for that top 2, because the top 2 would guarantee you that invite to EWC as well, so it's so important for these teams to just keep rolling.
Okay, tomorrow is going to be incredible. I cannot wait to witness it, really, myself, just sitting back and enjoying everything from cozy spot at home. 'Cause it seems like tomorrow the temperature is going to be dropping, and it's going to be even better to witness all the action fresh. Leo, thank you very much for today, for this stage, and really for just being able to hang out and have fun. My watch over SAL has ended in this stage, which makes me sad, but at least I got to witness history here in Siege being made in the region. We'll see who gets to qualify to our next event in the summer. Unofficial event, of course, but leading to invitation spots through our different regions in the Standard Blast R6 system. Though, fresh Alphama Again, a big thank you to our production team as well. Tomorrow, it is the one and only Jacob that is joining you with Laxing and Foxe. All is in his hands from this moment on. You're going to be having a lot of fun through SAL. Lots of games to look forward to. Have a good night. Bye.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step.